Chapter 335. White Frost City was one of the four largest cities in Shui Yuan planet. Unlike Snowflake City, Flying Snow City, and Snowdrift City, White Frost City was dominated by only one clan. Bai Clan, which had a history of several tens of thousands of years, had united with several dozens of other small clans and formed the ruling class of White Frost City. Bai Clan had a large number of descendants, and most of them possessed excellent cultivation roots. On top of that, a female patriarch of Bai Clan had successfully transcended her thunder tribulation 3,000 years ago and became a heaven immortal. She had even married an itinerant heaven immortal. Therefore, Bai Clan was very influential. After all, compared to those heaven immortals who came from their own clan through marriage, master-disciple relationship, heaven immortals who came from their own clan were much closer and would spare no effort in supporting and fostering their clan. For heaven immortals, like Immortal Chong Wu, for the sake of Lin Qiuhua's clan, they might only use 30 to 50% of their strength. On the other hand, Bai Clan had the absolute support of two heaven immortals. As a result, Bai Clan was the strongest clan on Shui Yuan planet, and even among all the major clans in the four strongest cities, Bai Clan was a supreme existence. Therefore, White Frost City had become the most orderly and well-organized city in Shui Yuan planet. Bai Clan ruled everything in the city. All the laws were made by them, and everyone had to obey the rules set by them. Therefore, there were fewer disputes in White Frost City. When Wuxia and his company arrived at White Frost City, it was noon. There were many cultivators going in and out of the city gate. Wuxia noticed that all the cultivators who entered the city were required to show a waist medallion made of white jade at the gate. Without the medallion, Wuxia and his company arrived at the city gate, which immediately attracted the attention of the guards. An old man with the cultivation base of Peak Jindan realm strode forward, cupped his fist, and bowed to Wuxia with a big smile on his face. Fellow Taoists, is this your first time visiting White Frost City? Please cooperate with me and register your name here. The old man's attitude was amiable, his words were polite, and the smile on his face was warm. It reminded Wuxia of those professional greeters in front of the entertainment clubs back on Earth. Wuxia turned around and gave Yin Qijuan a glance. Yin Qijuan and his two brothers were curiously admiring the scenery of White Frost City, showing an attitude of letting Wuxia decide everything. Wuxia nodded and smiled at the old man, then followed him into a small hut built with ice blocks next to the city gate. Several men who looked like loose cultivators had just filled out a scroll, and then each of them received a white jade token. Wuxia noticed that after these rogue cultivators received the white jade token, they injected a trace of true essence into it, and the white jade token immediately emitted a faint white light, covering their bodies with a thin layer of halo. It seemed that this was the proof used by White Frost City to distinguish whether a cultivator had registered in front of the gate. Those with white light on their bodies were cultivators who had entered the city through the proper channels. Cultivators without white light on their bodies were cultivators who had used illegal means to invade, so they would naturally be interrogated and even hunted down. Wuxia walked into the house and came before a long table. A middle-aged man, who looked very amiable and enthusiastic, was sitting behind the table, writing something with a writing brush. When he saw Wuxia come in, the middle-aged man quickly rose to his feet, cupped his fist, and bowed to Wuxia with a warm smile on his face, and said, "Fellow Taoist, may I know your name? And where are you from?" "I'm Bai Qi, the supervisor of this place. I hope fellow Taoist won't mind. This identity token is to ensure the safety of all fellow Taoists in the city." Yin Qijuan and his two brothers had also entered the house. After hearing Bai Qi's words, they nodded indifferently. Bai Qi and the old man gave Yin Qijuan and his two brothers a quick glance. When they realized that they could not see through their cultivation base, the expression on their faces became even more respectful. Bai Qi took out a silk scroll and handed it over to Wuxia. There were many columns on the scroll, stating the name, background, cultivation base, and so on. Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then began to write quickly on the scroll with the writing brush. He made up 4 names, saying that they were itinerant cultivators from Thousand Ways Planet, and the purpose of their visit to Shui Yuan Planet was to purchase some special water element spirit herbs, as well as some ice and snow essence. As for their cultivation base, Wuxia did not hide it all. Two of them were nascent divinity realm, one was nascent soul realm, and one was Jindan realm. Behind Wuqi's back was a shroud of dark mist, amidst which a tiny sword could be vaguely seen. It was indeed the sign of a Jindan realm cultivator. The cultivation base of one nascent soul, earth, immortal, and two nascent divinity half-step immortals was a little scary. Among all the patriarchs in Shui Yuan Planet, the strongest one only had the cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm, and the female patriarch of Bai Clan 3,000 years ago was the only heaven immortal who was born and raised in Shui Yuan Planet for so many years. When they suddenly discovered that there were two nascent divinity cultivators among Wu Qi's group, the attitude of Bai Qi and his company became even more respectful, and there was even a hint of fear in their eyes. Even though their clan was backed by a heaven immortal, having two nascent divinity cultivators was still a very scary thing. They possessed the power to destroy a city at will. Who would dare to show any carelessness or disrespect towards them? Bai Qi took out 4 pale golden jade medallions and handed them over to Wu Qi respectfully. Looking at Wu Qi, he smiled and said, "These are the VIP medallions of White Frost City. With them, seniors, you can enjoy a 30% discount on everything you spend in White Frost City, as long as you shop in Bai Clan shops. This is a token of our appreciation. I hope seniors will accept it." Wu Qi thanked Bai Qi with a smile. He took over the jade medallions and gave one to each of them. 4 of them injected a tiny thread of energy into the jade medallions. Immediately, the jade medallions glowed and shone with a faint golden gleam, forming into a tiny golden character on their clothes. After registering their identities, Wu Qi and his company politely declined Bai Qi's suggestion of arranging a guide for them. The 4 of them walked straight into White Frost City. When Wu Qi and his company had gone far away, Bai Qi quickly took out a golden crystal ball and cast an incantation gesture on it. He cast a spell on the crystal ball, and suddenly, the crystal ball spouted out 4 rays of strange light. One was a faint green gleam, weak and pure. One was a half-gray and half-white spirit gleam, gathering and dispersing like a cloud. One was a vast and vigorous dark mist, crashing and rocking crazily like a raging sea, and the last one was a strong green and white gleam, flying back and forth in the crystal ball like a crane flying in the sky. After carefully observing the 4 auras in the crystal ball, Bai Qi breathed out a sigh of relief. He turned to the clan members in the house and said, "Quickly inform Patriarch that 2 foreign nascent divinity seniors have entered White Frost City. Their cultivation techniques are half righteous and half evil, but they do not have much evil blood energy. Keep a respectful distance from them. Do not provoke them, and do not get too close to them." A member of the Bai family hurriedly responded and hurriedly ran into the city. Wu Qi turned and gave the city gate a glance. Through a mystic technique, he heard Bai Qi's order to his clan members. He pinched the medallion hidden under his sleeve and nodded inwardly. It seemed like this medallion could only be activated with energy, and after injecting energy into the medallion, it would leave behind an image of the energy in one of Bai Qi's treasures. Through the external characteristics of the image, Bai Qi would be able to identify the cultivation technique and disposition of the people who entered the city. If they were the kind of people who cultivated evil and fiendish cultivation techniques and killed people without blinking, Bai Qi would be able to alert them in advance. Sure enough, the reason why White Frost City could stand tall on Shui Yuan Planet for several tens of thousands of years was because it had its own set of rules. However, no matter how they took precautions, as Wu Qi and his company did not come to White Frost City to stir up trouble, they did not have to worry about the reaction of Bai Clan members. According to Lin Qiluo's confession, the 4 of them walked along the widest main street in White Frost City for tens of miles, and finally came to the front door of a large inn, the White Frost Residence, which looked similar to Huixian abode in Flying Snow City. They exchanged a glance, and instead of entering the inn, they went to a wine shop opposite to White Frost residence. They found a private room on the 6th floor of the highest floor and sat down. With a few words, Wuxia dismissed the eager waiter, threw him 2 upper-grade energy stones, and asked him to pick some fine wine and dishes. When all the dishes were ready, Wuxia closed the door of the private room, sat side by side with Xianxia before the window, overlooking the people who were entering and exiting White Frost residence with a cold gaze. Xianxia and Xianxia, the 2 old demons, were sitting at the table, eating and drinking to their heart's content. Their divine will had already enveloped the front door of White Frost residence. Holding a jar of wine in his hand, Wuxia sat before the window with his legs crossed. While overlooking the cultivators who were entering and exiting the front door, he said indifferently, Xianxia said that the person is a girl, and she has 2 companions. Let's see if they are really staying in White Frost residence, and if they will come out to do some activities. White Frost residence occupied a very large area, measuring nearly 5 miles in both width and length. The interior of the residence was a huge garden with mountains and rivers. Numerous exquisite pavilions and houses could be seen decorating the garden. Each pavilion and house was protected by a restrictive spell, and even Xianxia and Xianxia could not penetrate it with their divine will, as they could not confirm if the 3 people described by Xianxia were really staying in White Frost residence. They could only use the stupidest method to wait for their prey to appear. He sat there from noon all the way until dusk. Suddenly, a few handsome men dressed in battle robes walked out of the White Frost house. The leader of the group had his arms around 2 beautiful teenage girls who only possessed the cultivation base of peak stage Hotian realm. They walked out of White Frost residence while laughing and joking. When they stepped out from the door, they instinctively glanced to the left and right, their sharp eyes quickly glancing over every single passerby in the vicinity. Suddenly, the wine jar in Wuqi's palm shattered into pieces. The wine turned into a wisp of hot air and spread out, filling the entire private room with a strong aroma of wine. Yin Qijuan turned to look at Wuqi, lowered his voice, and asked, "Do you know this man?" Wuqi nodded slowly, then said in a low voice, "The Supreme General of Great Zhao." After a brief moment of silence, Wuqi smiled and said, "He is Wuqi's sworn brother. They once swore a deadly oath to work together and take care of each other." Yin Qijuan did not show any reaction to the first part of Wuqi's words, but his face darkened a little. Abruptly, he heard the second part of Wuqi's words. His wrist trembled, and the wine jar in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. He stared at Wuqi in astonishment and cried out in a low voice, "He is your sworn brother? He is from Great Zhao. How could you swear an oath with him?" Wuqi stared at Yin Qijuan in astonishment and said in a low voice, "Wuqi forced him to swear an oath with my flying sword." Immediately, Wuqi told Yin Qijuan the oath he used when he became sworn brothers with Zhao Kuo. Yin Qijuan did not say anything for a long while. He twitched his lips and shook his head. Wuqi smiled, picked up a cold snow lotus seed from a cold plate on the table, and threw 2 of them toward Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo was taken aback. He raised his head abruptly, and a gleam flickered in his eyes. When the 2 snow lotus seeds were still about 70 to 80 feet away from him, they suddenly turned into wisps of green smoke. Wuqi poked his head out and smiled at Zhao Kuo, then beckoned him over. Zhao Kuo's face fell instantly, as if he was a little girl who was about to go shopping in her new shoes, and suddenly stepped into a basket of dog poop. His face turned extremely unsightly. After dawdling for the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Zhao Kuo finally came alone to the private room where Wuqi stayed. Upon entering the room, Zhao Kuo cupped his fist, bowed to Wuqi, and said, "Zhao Kuo offers greetings, elder brother. It has been 3 years since we last met. Are you still well, elder brother?" After a brief pause, Zhao Kuo straightened his back and said with a deep voice, "Elder brother, do you know that someone is trying to kill you? A few days ago, I've sent someone to White Cloud Planet to inform you. I wonder if elder brother has met the trusted subordinates sent by me?" Wuxia was taken aback. Someone was trying to kill him. Chapter 336. Inside the private room, Wuxia and the other four men were sitting quietly around the table. Holding a wine cup in his hand, Zhao slowly told them the reason why he came to Shui Yuan planet. He had arrived one day earlier than Yin Qijuan and had been hiding in White Frost residence, waiting for the right moment. The order he received was that if Lin Chuo came to White Frost residence, he would find a way to establish a relationship with her. If she still did not come to White Frost residence after a certain period of time, he would find a way to establish a relationship with other major clans on Shui Yuan planet. Yin Qijuan's face turned livid. The fact that he had personally brought a group of men to Shui Yuan planet to plan an important matter was an absolute secret even within Great Yin Dynasty. The number of people who knew his whereabouts and the date of his departure was definitely less than 20. In fact, Zhao had arrived one day earlier than him and was quietly waiting for the news of Yin Qijuan's assassination in White Frost residence. What did this mean? Someone in Great Yin Dynasty could not wait for Yin Qijuan to be killed, and it was even possible that someone from Great Yin Dynasty had directly intervened in the assassination. Wuqi's face turned slightly unsightly as well. He fixed his gaze at Zhao and said with a cold grin, "So, who wants to kill me?" Zhao said in a deep voice, "I don't know who wants to kill you, but the order I received is that once the news of Yin Qijuan being killed in Shui Yuan planet is spread out, you will definitely be the first person to come to Shui Yuan planet. And you will definitely be the first person to come to Shui Yuan planet. I brought a large number of great Zhao's experts and sinecures with me. Once they find you, they will do everything they can to kill you." Wuqia and Yin Qijuan exchanged a glance, and neither of them said a word for a long while. After a long moment of silence, Wuqia said with a strange, cold smile, "How can they be so sure that I'll come to Shui Yuan planet? How can they be so sure that I can come to Shui Yuan planet?" Holding the wine cup in his hand, Zhao slowly admired the wine cup, which was made from White Frost City's special product. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, and there was a faintly discernible hexagonal snowflake pattern on its surface. He said indifferently, "Big brother, I don't know about the specific situation of other countries, but in Great Zhao's Zhaowu Palace, there are about 800 people who are responsible for collecting and investigating all information about you." Zhao raised his head and looked at Wuqia, then said in a deep voice, "Big brother likes to wear clothes in light green, light blue, and light gray, and his underwear is usually made from the silk of moon-white heavenly worms." Big brother's favorite patterns on jade pendants were not the commonly used hornless dragons or Luan phoenixes, but the rarely used patterns of pine, bamboo, and plum blossoms. Big brother likes to drink the Thousand Flowers wine that Great Yin only serves to the Imperial Palace, and he likes to eat river fishes and seafood the most. He doesn't like meat like chicken and duck. Wuqi's face turned pale. How was it possible that all these habits of his had been thoroughly investigated by someone? But during the last 3 years, Wuqia basically didn't notice anything. He carefully recalled all his actions during the last 3 years. He was either staying with Princess Zhang Lu on Cloud Peak of White Cloud Planet, cultivating in seclusion in Star Picking City, and he had only visited Little Meng City 2 or 3 times. He had been living in seclusion, and yet his habits had actually been thoroughly investigated by someone. Careless, too careless. For the last 3 years, relying on the backing of Patriarch Xianxia, he had been too careless. Cold sweat broke out from Wuqi's back, wetting a large part of his clothes. Fortunately, he didn't do anything big during the last 3 years, or else someone might have already found out about some of his dirty deeds. Fortunately, he didn't do anything during the last 3 years, or else someone might have found out about some of his dirty deeds. Zhaowu Palace. Was this the intelligence agency of Great Zhao that was equivalent to scouting office? Yin Qijuan was struck dumb and speechless. Since Zhaowu Palace knew so clearly about some of Wuqi's private hobbies, it showed that they had already infiltrated into Great Yin Dynasty. Someone close to Wuqi must have been bribed and controlled by someone from Zhaowu Palace. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious, wondering if someone among his trusted subordinates had become Great Zhao's lackeys. Zhao Kuo continued, based on what Elder Brother has done after entering Great Yan's imperial court and the habits of Elder Brother, Zhao Wu Palace has come to the conclusion. Elder Brother may look cold, but his heart is warm, and he values friendship and righteousness. Although his methods are ruthless, and sometimes even unscrupulous, they're only used against his enemies and outsiders. When it comes to those close to him, even if it costs him his life, he will still fight with all his might. After listening to Zhao Kuo's description of Zhao Wu Palace's analysis of Wuxia, Yin Shijuan turned his head and stared at Wuxia without blinking his eyes. On the other side, Wuxia crossed his legs, held a wine cup in his hand, and said with a cold grin, "Am I really that good?" Fiddling with the wine cup in his hand, Zhao Kuo smiled and said, "Elder Brother, haven't you arrived at Shui Yuan planet? And you even save His Highness, the Crown Prince?" Yin Shijuan nodded thoughtfully, while Wuxia did not say a word. He snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes, then took a sip from the wine cup and said, "Continue. How can they be so sure that I can come to Shui Yuan planet?" Zhao Kuo smiled, then lowered his voice and said, "Among the 6 dynasties, the first person who can come to Shui Yuan planet must be you, Elder Brother. 3 years ago, how did Elder Brother leave Myriad Immortals planet with that Xianxia? And how did you bring all the immortals from White Cloud Immortal Sect and Tranquil Vimla Sect to Myriad Immortals planet?" Zhao Kuo smiled and said, "At least according to the investigation conducted by Zhao Wu Palace in the last 3 years, the planetary ship that Xianxia used was seized by Han Shao Immortal. Planetary ships are extremely rare, and even White Cloud Immortal Sect only has a few of them. Therefore, it is impossible for Elder Brother and Xianxia to leave Myriad Immortals planet with a planetary ship and bring all the immortals to Myriad Immortals planet in just a few hours." "Grand Universal Teleportation Formation?" asked Wuxia with a cold snort. Zhao Kuo nodded and said with a smile, "Grand Universal Teleportation Formation. Zhao Wu Palace is sure of one thing. Elder Brother must have mastered the method to construct a Grand Universal Teleportation Formation, or he must have discovered a Grand Universal Teleportation Formation left behind in the ancient times. Therefore, Elder Brother will definitely come to Shui Yuan planet at the first possible moment." Wuxia drummed his fingers on the wine table. He pondered for a while, then said with a frown, "So, the decree you received says that if Lin Shuo completes the mission smoothly, you will form a relationship with her, and if she fails, you will be asked to bring the men to complete the mission?" Zhao Kuo nodded vigorously and said, "His Excellency Su Dai has made a plan for this. If His Highness the Crown Prince is killed, everything will be fine. I will hook up with Lin Shuo, promise her a handsome reward, and make her lean toward Great Zhao. Elder Brother, if you come to Shui Yuan planet, I will ask Lin Shuo to kill you. But if Lin Shuo fails, and fails to kill Great Yan's Crown Prince, according to her character, she will definitely seal off all the routes to and from Shui Yuan planet, and pursue His Highness the Crown Prince relentlessly. At that point in time, I will bring some men and cooperate with Lin Shuo to hunt down His Highness the Crown Prince and you, Elder Brother." Wuxia gave Yin Shijuan a look and said coldly, "Who is trying to kill me? Do I have such a deep grudge against Great Zhao?" Zhao Kuo narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "But Great Zhao's Prime Minister, His Excellency Lin Xiangru, said that the person who killed so many people in Song Ao Immortal Abode and left behind the name of His Excellency Lu Buwei is you, Elder Brother." All the information Zhao Wu Palace has collected over the last 3 years proves that it is you who did this. "Me?" Wuxia pointed at his own nose and cried out, "Impossible." Zhao Kuo grinned, nodded at Yin Shijuan, and said, "But Zhao Wu Palace has investigated all the people who entered Song Ao Immortal Abode. Apart from you, Elder Brother, who else could have the ability to do something like that and have the motive to do that? Who could travel freely in and out of Song Ao Immortal Abode? Can I?" Wuxia narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo laughed complacently and said, "Elder brother, what do you think? Who forced me to swear an oath of brotherhood that day? After that, elder brother, you were putting on a show in that small courtyard. Although I won't reveal what you have done, since the intelligence agencies of the Six Dynasties are now able to communicate with each other, after eliminating all the possibilities, the only one who could have stirred up trouble in Song Ao, Immortal Abode, is you, elder brother." Clearing his throat, Wuxia said helplessly, "If that's the case, let's just assume that I did it. I killed Zhao Ling, and because of that, Great Zhao wants to seek revenge on me? That's why they sent my sworn brother to kill me?" Zhao Kuo breathed out a long sigh and said, "It is not only Zhao Ling, elder brother. Don't you know what you have done?" Yin Shijuan interrupted, "General Zhao Kuo, when you brought your men to Shui Yuan planet and contacted Lin Xiaola, are they your subordinates as well?" Zhao Kuo shook his head hastily and said, No. The person who contacted Lin Xiaola beforehand is someone else, and he is definitely not someone from Great Zhao. Both of them are now in White Frost residence, but they don't know who we are. Therefore," while speaking, Zhao Kuo rose to his feet, pointed his finger outside the window, and said, "Look, they're the people who are walking out from White Frost residence." Wuxia rose to his feet and saw a few men and women walking out from the residence. Obviously, they were from two groups of people. Among them was a girl clad in a tight black outfit. She was walking side by side with a young man, who was clad in a white crane cloak, looking handsome and elegant, and had a green medallion hanging on his waist. Both of them were greeting each other with a smile on their faces. Pointing his finger, Zhao Kuo said, "That girl is the one who contacted Lin Xiaola directly. I have no idea who she is as well. But that man is Bai Feng, the most outstanding disciple of the current generation of Bai clan in White Frost City. He has a cultivation base of mid-stage nascent soul realm and is doted on by Patriarch Bai. He is in charge of the Frost Squad, which is used by Bai clan to maintain the security of White Frost City. He can deploy at least 3,000 well-trained cultivators." Yin Shijuan grinned coldly and said, "So, they are sparing no effort. Are they trying to seduce the people from Bai clan, preparing to deploy the next wave of people to assassinate me?" Meanwhile, Wuxia was staring at the girl, his brows knitted into a tight frown as he said, "I think I know her." Wuxia did find the girl's face very familiar, and her bearing and graceful bearing were very familiar as well. He stared at the girl and pondered for a while, then cried out in astonishment, "Damn it! She is one of the 3,000 lady officials in Star-Picking City, and she is the leader of one of them. I saw her when Bai Zhuer gave them the mission. I think her name is Yin Xiaoqi." The wine cup in his palm shattered abruptly. Suddenly, he saw someone from Star-Picking City in Shui Yuan planet, and she was one of the more important officials in the city. On top of that, she was the one who was in charge of contacting Lin Xiaola, the one who bribed Lin Xiaola to assassinate Yin Shijuan. Upon seeing Yin Xiaoqi, Wuxia could not help but feel bewildered as well. Yin Shijuan sprung to his feet. Of course, he knew the background of all 3,000 lady officials in Star-Picking City. They were all elite lady officials who were secretly trained by Great Yin Dynasty's imperial palace. Since they were young, they had received a brainwashing education. Once they acknowledged them as their master, they would never betray their master for the rest of their lives. They had acknowledged Wuxia as their master, and had been helping Wuxia to manage all the affairs in Star-Picking City. Wuxia was their master, so how could they ever betray Wuxia? Yin Shijuan, who was equally shocked, was about to say that Wuxia had mistaken her for someone else, but his body suddenly turned stiff, and he was struck dumb. Behind Yin Xiaoqi, Yin Shijuan saw a familiar face. It was a young man with a fair face and no facial hair, with a delicate and pleasant appearance. Yin Shijuan knew this man very well. He was the chief eunuch of Ian Palace, Crown Prince's mansion, Mahi. Chapter 337. When Yin Shijuan revealed Mahi's identity, his face turned extremely unsightly. Great Yan's Crown Prince's mansion consisted of 3 main palaces, 9 auxiliary palaces, and 72 side palaces. Yin Palace was one of the 9 auxiliary palaces, where Yin Shijuan spent his days reading, writing essays, and managing documents such as correspondence. As the chief eunuch of Yin Palace, Mahi could be considered as one of Yin Shijuan's trusted subordinates. But now, he was standing right next to Yin Xiaoqi and was the executor who paid Lin Shuo to assassinate Yin Shijuan. What did this mean? He pressed both palms heavily on the windowsill, sinking 2 inches deep into it. With a gloomy voice, he said, "No matter who is behind this, I swear I'll kill them." Abruptly, Yin Shijuan turned to look at Zhao Kuo and said coldly, "Don't you know anything about their identities?" Zhao Kuo shook his head helplessly and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Kuo belongs to Great Zhao's military ministry, which is a completely different system from Zhaowu Palace. Zhaowu Palace is controlled by Prime Minister Lin Xiangru and Acting Prime Minister Su. The military ministry is just cooperating with Zhaowu Palace, and Zhao Kuo is just acting under the imperial decree." Wuxia pondered for a brief moment. Then a murderous look suddenly flashed across his face. Grinning coldly, he said, "Who cares? Imperial Advisor Xiong, Imperial Advisor He, go and capture them. Yin, Xiaoqi, Mahi, and the people around them, capture them alive, bring them out and interrogate them." "No," cried Zhao Kuo hastily. "I brought 3 sinecures from Great Zhao with me this time, and they're also." Zhao Kuo gave Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia a quick glance, indicating that the 3 sinecures he brought were also nascent divinity realm cultivators. Wuxia knitted his brows into a tight frown. After a brief moment of pondering, he squeezed all the remaining drunken dragon incense into a ball the size of a toddler's fist, then gave it to Zhao Kuo together with an antidote. He lowered his voice and whispered something into Zhao Kuo's ears. Instantly, Zhao Kuo's expression flickered, and he turned to look at Wuxia with a troubled expression. Wuxia wanted Zhao Kuo to use the drunken dragon incense, so that when Wuxia made his move later and the sinecures of Great Zhao tried to stop him, he would use the incense to kill all 3 sinecures. Naturally, Zhao Kuo was unwilling to accept Wuxia's request. He had brought 3 nascent divinity sinecures with him. If anything happened to them on Shui Yuan planet, Zhao Kuo would not be able to explain himself when he returned. The primordial spirit worshippers were a strategic force in the Great Zhao. Losing even one of them was a big deal, let alone losing 3 of them at once. Glaring fiercely at Zhao Kuo, Wuxia frowned and pulled out the 3 green jade rings he looted from Vagabond Qingyi. Handing the rings over to Zhao Kuo, Wuxia grinned coldly and said, "These 3 jade rings are immortal items. A set of 3 immortal items for 3 nascent divinity cultivators. Do as you see fit. Either you knock them out and hand them over to me, or..." With a sway of Wuxia's body, 2 celestial fiend puppets sprung out from Wuxia's body like ghosts. Without making a sound, they clamped Zhao Kuo from both sides, while 2 razor-sharp swords pressed against Zhao Kuo's ribs from both sides. With a charming smile on his face, Wuxia looked at Zhao Kuo and said gently, "You are my sworn brother. Brother, you are my sworn brother. For the sake of your brother, I wonder if you are willing to sacrifice yourself for me?" As Wuxia chuckled, the 2 celestial fiend puppets exerted force on their wrists and thrust their swords 3 inches into Zhao Kuo's ribs. A faint blood-red gleam shone from the puppets' bodies, as Zhao Kuo's blood essence was slowly sucked away by the swords. Zhao Kuo's expression flickered slightly. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fist at Wuxia and said, "Since elder brother has said so, why don't I let you handle these 3 mere sinecures?" After receiving the ball of drunken dragon incense and 3 jade rings, Zhao Kuo smiled wryly as he looked at the 2 celestial fiend puppets who were clamping him. Wuxia snorted coldly. The 2 celestial fiend puppets wiggled and wiggled, then slowly transformed into 2 extremely beautiful teenage girls with a heavenly fragrance. With a cold and indifferent face, the teenage girl gave Zhao Kuo's ribs a vicious punch, hitting right on the wound. Zhao Kuo howled in pain. He gave Wuxia a piteous look, then breathed out a long sigh helplessly and said, "Since you're going to deal with 3 sinecures, you might as well kill my assistant as well." That assistant is Zhao Ta's trusted subordinate, and the reason he came out with me this time is to fight for the credit. Wuxia nodded and agreed to Zhao Kuo's request. With a bitter face, Zhao Kuo changed into clean clothes and cleaned up his wounds, then brought the 2 celestial fiend puppets and walked out of the tavern. Wuxia gave Xiong Wanling and he Xianxia a look, grinning coldly. The 2 demon kings transformed into 2 clumps of demon wind and rushed out of the window, leaping down towards Yin Xiaoqi and her company on the street. It seemed that Yin Xiaoqi, Mahi, Baifeng, and their company were coming to this tavern as well. When Xiong Wanling and he Qianxia leaped down, they had just arrived at the entrance of the tavern. All of a sudden, Baifeng heard a strong gust of wind coming from above and a strong demonic aura gushing down from above. He could not help but bellow furiously, "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in White Frost City?" With a wave of his hand, a dozen pale blue sword beams, each about 10 feet long and enshrouded in a dense white mist, shot out and greeted Xiong Wanling and he Qianxia. These sword beams were made by the Heaven Immortal Patriarch of White Frost City, using the essence of Xianbing from the deep ocean, combined with 10,000 years old Xianbing iron, and tempered with the power of stars. They were called Frost Star Swords. The sword beams were extremely cold, and if an ordinary Jin Dan realm human immortal was struck by them, they would definitely be frozen into ice cubes, and those with slightly weaker cultivation base might even be frozen to death. As the most outstanding disciple of this generation of Bai clan, Baifeng was given a total of 13 Frost Star Swords. When the 13 sword beams were unleashed at the same time, they produced an incredibly powerful force. The cold air swept out whistling and quickly spread to an area of 1,000 feet in circumference. In an instant, a thick layer of ice was formed on the ground. All the cultivators in the vicinity shuddered and hastily fled in all directions. Even those low-grade cultivators who were having their meals in the tavern were screaming and fleeing in panic. A few of them who were slightly slower were turned into white ice statues by the cold air unleashed by the Frost Star Swords. Cries of surprise could be heard coming from afar, as if someone was laughing and shouting. Where did these itinerant cultivators come from? How dare they cause trouble in White Frost City? Aren't they courting death? Xiong Wanling snorted coldly as he dove down. He overlapped his palms and pressed them down forcefully. An enormous palm shot whistling out from his palms and smashed viciously against the Frost Star Swords. Baifeng felt a dreadful, irresistible pressure smashing down from the top of his head. His knees turned soft, and he fell to his knees. At the same time, all his internal organs felt a tremendous pressure, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood from his stomach. Instantly, the ground was stained with his blood. After being struck by Xiong Wanling's palms, the Frost Star Swords immediately produced a series of cracking noises. Large cracks appeared on the body of the swords, and the cold air was shattered by Xiong Wanling with a single strike. As his flying sword were damaged, Baifeng, whose fleshly body was already severely wounded, felt his vision turn dark, and his divine sense was severely wounded as well. Streams of blood shot out from all 7 apertures of his, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. His body twitched, and he did not even have the strength to rise to his feet. The enormous palm of light unleashed by Xiong Wanling had smashed the Frost Star Swords and smashed viciously onto the ground. A loud boom rang out, and a ring of blinding light that could be seen with naked eyes spread out in all directions. A tremendous force shook and shattered the ground tens of miles in circumference. Many cultivators howled miserably as they were rolled up by the shockwave and thrown backward. Their bodies suffered a tremendous impact, and some cultivators with weaker cultivation base were ripped to shreds by the shockwave. Large sheets of blood mist sprayed and dispersed in the air. Qianxia let out a long cry, opened his mouth, and sprayed out a large sheet of green light rain. Soon, countless green raindrops covered the sky and the earth. The cultivators of Bai clan, who had a green jade medallion hanging on their waist and represented the identity of the Frost team of White Frost City, were struck by the raindrops. Their frail bodies were pierced through by the raindrops, and in just a blink of an eye, they were riddled with holes. The Jean Dan in their bodies were shattered by the raindrops, and their souls were turned into wisps of green smoke that drifted away in the air. The two demon kings were used to running wild in Meng Mountains. Whenever they struck, they would strike with a deadly strike. They did not care that this place was White Frost City or the birthplace of some heaven immortal patriarch. Xiong Wanling had crushed half of White Frost City with one palm strike, while Xianxia had killed over 20 members of the Frost team of White Frost City, including Bai Feng, the most outstanding disciple of the current generation of Bai clan. Now, the only people still standing on the street were Yin Xiaoqi, Ma He, and the other two men and two women with pale faces. All six of them had their eyes wide with terror, staring at Xiong Wanling and He Xianxia, who were leaping down from above. They knew these two imperial advisors of Great Yin Dynasty, and they knew who they were. They also knew that they were Yin Qijuan's personal guards on this trip to Shui Yuan planet. Since the two demon kings were here, what about Yin Qijuan? He Xianxia let out a long and sonorous cry. He flicked his sleeve and shot out a beam of green light. Without being able to resist, Yin Xiaoqi and the other 5 men had their souls, 7 apertures, and cultivation base sealed by the green light. A breeze blew across, and as He Qianxia flung his sleeve, all 6 men were shoved into it. As Xiong Wanling and He Qianxia were about to return to the inn and meet up with Wuxia and Yin Qijuan, 3 powerful demon energies suddenly towered into the sky. 3 nascent divinity sinecures of Great Zhao were rushing towards them from the west. One of them cried out sternly, "Are you fellow Taoist Xiong and fellow Taoist He? Come, let's get to know each other better." Although these 3 sinecures were demon beasts, they were emanating a towering, killing intent from their bodies. When they were still a few miles away, the 3 sinecures raised their arms and waved their hands, unleashing 3 sword beams that came flying towards them. Then, one of the sinecures let out a loud roar. Suddenly, a long flagpole made of white bones poked out from above his head, and a large flag made of human skin was hanging on the flagpole, spinning rapidly in the sky amidst green smoke and phosphorescence. Right at this moment, Zhao Kuo dashed out from a collapsed building with a long wound on his forehead that was bleeding profusely. Waving his arms and legs, he rushed towards the 3 sinecures, together with 2 pretty girls. Green smoke was coiling around Zhao Kuo's body, and a delicate fragrance was wafting in the air. He rushed before the 3 sinecures and cried out with a stern voice, "Sinecures, help!" Why did the building collapse all of a sudden? Without hesitation, the 3 sinecures pulled Zhao Kuo behind their backs and protected him tightly. Zhao Kuo threw a ball of herbs that kept emitting green smoke next to the feet of the 3 sinecures. In the other room, as Xiong Wanling and He Qianxia were about to fight, the 3 sinecures' bodies suddenly swayed and fell limply to the ground. The sword beams and the flagpole they unleashed lost their control, hovering weakly in the air and losing the mighty momentum they had a moment ago. Wuxia gave a loud laugh, and together with Yin Qijuan, he leaped towards them. Yin Qijuan's face was filled with an excited smile, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. All of a sudden, ear-piercing noises of wind breaking could be heard coming from all directions of White Frost City. Countless sword beams were approaching, and shrill sirens were ringing through the sky. Chapter 338. Paying no heed to the cultivators who were rushing towards them from all directions, Wuxia sprung to Zhao Kuo's side. 99 primordial runes shot out, glowing with a purple-gold light as they smashed into the forehead, chest, dantian, and other vital parts of the 3 nascent divinity sinecures, completely sealing off the flow of their energies. When the primordial runes entered the bodies of the 3 nascent divinity sinecures, like tiny seeds, they began to rapidly extract their blood essence, energies, and the natural energies from the surroundings, growing and expanding at an incredible speed. Visible to naked eyes, purple gold runes began to spread on the skin of the three nascent divinity demon kings, quickly transforming into a large purple gold net that tightly enveloped their bodies. Looking at what Wuxia was doing, Zhao Kuo's heart skipped a beat. As the chief general of Great Zhao, he could naturally recognize Wuxia's technique of the Tao of primordial runes, which came from the same origin as the special techniques of Daqin and Sufu. Zhao Kuo took a deep breath, and his opinion of Wuxia's overall strength rose. At the same time, a deep sense of helplessness rose from all over his body. How many trump cards did Wuxia still have? Was there any chance for him to break free from Wuxia's control? Laughing bitterly, Zhao Kuo suddenly threw his head back and let out a sharp howl. His howl rose and fell, and the tone of his voice changed very quickly. Through the howl, Zhao Kuo told all his subordinates in White Frost City to leave the city and rendezvous in a snowfield 300 miles east of the city. At the same time, several thousand cultivators of White Frost City, clad in white robes, had gathered around them. All of them were staring at Wuxia and his company with hostile eyes. However, perhaps it was because the person in charge had not shown up yet. Although they had surrounded Wuxia and his company, none of them had struck yet. They had only formed a formation, trapping Wuxia and his company in the center. Grinning coldly, Xiong Wanling and Xianxia came to Wuxia's side, standing on both sides of Wuxia and Yin Qijuan to protect them. Zhao Kuo helplessly looked at the two demon kings, who did not pay any attention to him. He murmured in a low voice, "I've uncovered their scheme, and I deserve the credit as well. What's more, I even helped you capture 3 primordial divinity adepts alive." With a smile on his face, he forced his way to Wuxia's side and forced himself to stay in Xiong Wanling's protective circle. From afar, a snowy cloud was flying towards them at high speed. 3 old men with white hair and silver beards waving in front of their chests trod on the cloud and arrived in front of Wuxia and his friends. Among the 3 old men, the 2 on the left and right were at the middle and late nascent soul stage respectively, while the old man in the middle was at the early nascent soul stage. Perhaps, relying on his cultivation base of early nascent divinity stage, the old man in the middle thought he could do whatever he wanted in Shui Yuan planet. From a great distance away, the old man in the middle released his divine will and scanned Wuxia and his company. When he found out that Wuxia's cultivation base was merely at the Jindan realm, he snorted disdainfully. The cold snort shook the entire White Frost City. When he found out that Yin Qijuan's cultivation base was merely at the early nascent soul stage, he snorted disdainfully as well. However, when he scanned Zhao Kuo and his company with his divine will, he realized that he could not see through the cultivation base of Zhao Kuo, Xiong Wanling, and Xianxia. Immediately, he retracted the cold snort that was swirling in his nostrils. The old man's face turned very unsightly as he glared at Wuxia. Stepping onto the snowy cloud, he cupped his fist and bowed slowly. "Fellow Taoists, please give me an explanation. Why did you destroy the foundation of White Frost City, and why did you kill the disciples of Bai Clan?" Bai Feng's dead body was lying on the ground. His body was riddled with holes like a sieve, and many parts of his body were broken, making him look like a human. Wuxia cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and took a step back. In his opinion, White Frost City was a power that followed strict rules. Xiong Wanling and Xianxia were too merciless in their attacks. They had destroyed such a large city and killed so many disciples of Bai Clan. If they wanted an explanation, Yin Qijuan should be the one to talk to them. If they started a fight because of a disagreement, Wuxia would have no choice but to retreat. After all, he was in the wrong. How could he destroy their foundation, kill their disciples, and wipe out their entire clan? It was true that Wuxia was a cruel and merciless man, but that was only when he was dealing with his enemies. Apart from that, he was a very reasonable man. Now that he was in the wrong, Wuxia had chosen to retreat. Lightly pulling Yin Qijuan's sleeve, Wuxia said in a low voice, "We were in the wrong first. If we really can't do it, Let's just give them some compensation. Yin Qijuan's facial muscles twitched. He gave Wuxia a look, then slowly nodded his head. Through this incident, the fact that Wuxia could come to Shui Yuan planet at the first possible moment to rescue him, and even managed to save him from the joint pursuit of 3 heaven immortals had shocked Yin Qijuan. And at the same time, he sighed with mixed emotions in his heart. It seemed like this son-in-law of his was really a good man. At least, he enjoyed this filial piety very much. And the overall strength Wuxia had shown had even made Yin Qijuan gasp in amazement. No matter what method he used to capture 3 heaven immortals alive, he had captured 3 heaven immortals alive. Having a son-in-law like this made Yin Qijuan feel very good, unprecedentedly good. Therefore, no matter how he looked at Wuxia now, Wuxia's opinion naturally carried a great weight and was worthy of being taken seriously by him. Striding forward, Yin Qijuan cupped his fist and bowed to the 3 old men. Seniors, Junior, Yin Qijuan offers greetings. It would have been better if he did not mention his name, but as soon as he did, the 3 old men's faces fell instantly, and Chi-Chi's face fell instantly. The old man with early-stage nascent divinity cultivation base among them cried out sternly, "Yin Qijuan? Could the people beside you be Xiong Wanling and he Xianxia? Well, we were just about to send out some men to hunt you down, and you actually came knocking on our door? Huh, you are seeking your own death." Another old man scolded with a loud voice, "Where's Miss Yin? Yin Xiaoqi? Hand them over now. She promised us that as long as we can capture and kill you, she will give us 20 million pieces of upper-grade energy stones. Hand them over now, and I'll let you die in one piece." The last old man cried out straightforwardly, "My boys, surround them quickly. Don't let them escape. Send an urgent message to Patriarch, asking him and fellow immortals to come to White Frost City as soon as possible, and tell them that the mastermind is surrounded by us." The faces of Wuxia, Yin Qijuan, and the others fell instantly. No wonder Yin Xiaoqi and Bai Feng were together. In just a few days, Yin Xiaoqi had even bribed the people of Bai Clan, using energy stones to open a path for these cultivators who were not from Myriad Immortals planet was indeed a method that worked every time. How could Bai Clan not care about right or wrong, and just wanted to kill them? Wuxia snorted coldly, then casually fished out a thick handful of explosive talismans and threw them out in all directions. He injected his energy into them, and at least 2,000 of them were wrapped in a thin layer of bright light, shooting out in all directions like arrows. The surrounding disciples of Bai Clan were thrown into chaos. Thousands of sword beams shot down in a disorderly manner, aiming at those explosive talismans, trying to stop them. But Wuxia was very fast. Before the 3 old men could finish their words, he had already fished out a large handful of explosive talismans and threw them out in all directions. Although several thousand sword beams shot down, they only managed to stop less than 300 explosive talismans, while the rest of the talismans had already shot out to every corner of White Frost City, crashing into many buildings and houses. For a moment, the sound of explosions filled the air, and countless balls of flame rose from all directions. Many buildings and houses collapsed amidst the raging flames, and the sky was filled with broken bricks and tiles that flew everywhere. Wuxia let out a wild laugh and said, "Let the 2 imperial advisors lead the way. Let's break out of here." Another few thousand explosive talismans were thrown out, and White Frost City was once again engulfed in flames. Another large number of buildings were destroyed by Wuxia. The surrounding disciples of Bai Clan roared furiously at the same time, while all kinds of low-grade magical treasures came smashing down towards them like a storm. Wuxia laughed wildly. With a shake of his left wrist, countless golden specks burst out from the earth element dragon scale shield. The palm-sized golden specks shot out in all directions with ear-splitting whistling noises, clashing with the sword beams and low-grade magical treasures that blotted the sky. This time, a faint layer of white immortal light could be seen amidst the yellow energy barrier, and a layer of faint immortal runes could be seen. It was the transformation that happened after the earth element dragon scale shield devoured Lin Qiluo's immortal armor, and its defensive strength had become even stronger. The razor-sharp dragon scales and the heavy earth element energy essence. When both of them were combined, the power unleashed was extremely frightening. It was a pity for the many disciples of Bai Clan in White Frost City. The strongest weapons they used were merely mid-grade magical items and flying swords. Wherever the golden dragon scales passed, the flying swords were broken, and the magical items were torn apart. It was like a sharp knife cutting a piece of tofu. The golden light streaked across the sky, leaving behind countless explosions. Several thousand disciples of Bai Clan coughed out blood. Their flying swords and magical treasures were destroyed, and their minds were severely wounded. The three patriarchs were trembling with rage, but their eyes were filled with greed. They shouted sternly, "Little thief, how dare you? Get into formation and surround them. Hold on for the time it takes to finish a pot of tea, and patriarchs and immortal masters will be here in no time." Before their words could fade away, Xiong Wanling had transformed into a 50 feet tall black bear. He threw his head back and let out a long roar into the sky, while all the black hair on his body stood up, each measuring nearly 3 feet long. As Xiong Wanling let out a shrill howl, the hundreds of thousands of black hairs on his body suddenly flew out along with wisps of dazzling black light. Followed by a silvery puffing noise, Xiong Wanling turned into a naked bear, without even a single hair on his eyebrows. Along with ear-piercing, swishing noises and tens of meters long beams of black light, his hundreds of thousands of body hairs shot across the sky like arrows shot from a powerful bow, along with shrill, swishing noises. Apart from the three patriarchs who had the cultivation base of nascent soul realm and above, the strongest among the several thousand disciples of Bai Clan was merely at the peak of Jindan realm. Facing the desperate attack launched by Xiong Wanling with all his black hair, several thousand disciples of Bai Clan howled and fell to the ground while coughing blood. Wherever the black hairs passed, everything was pierced through. Numerous head-sized holes appeared on the bodies of the Bai Clan's disciples. Some of them were pierced by more than a dozen black hairs, and their bodies were shattered. Clearly, they no longer had any signs of life. A crane cry rang out, as Xianxia had transformed back to his true form. With a powerful flap of his several tens of feet long wings, countless beams of green light shot out from his body, turning into a rain of green light that smashed towards the three patriarchs. The three patriarchs cried out in alarm. How could they have the courage to fight head-on with Xianxia? The strongest patriarch in the middle produced an immortal talisman to protect himself, while the three of them fled to the back in a sorry state. All of a sudden, an enormous immortal pressure came sweeping towards him. Wuxia quickly turned his head over his shoulder, and he saw 8 black dots appear out of nowhere several hundred miles away. Wuxia gave a loud cry as he grabbed Yan Shijuan and Zhao Kuo, called out to them, then transformed into a black beam and fled at top speed. Chapter 339. How dare you? Right after Wuxia brought Yan Shijuan and Zhao Kuo up into the sky, a beautiful lady among the 8 heaven immortals who came chasing after them had already let out a loud cry. With a blink of her body, she arrived behind Wuxia. With just a thought, a heaven immortal could teleport to another place with his divine will. His speed was so fast that it was simply indescribable. Even if 10 peak stage nascent divinity cultivators tied together, their teleportation speed could not catch up with a heaven immortal. The lady looked down at the dilapidated White Frost City, where dark smoke billowed out from every corner of the city, and sensed the wisp of energy left behind by the several thousand Bai Clan members before their tragic deaths. Her beautiful eyes were filled with blood, and her eyeballs nearly popped out from their sockets. With a teleportation, she arrived behind Wuxia. Without saying a word, she stretched out her hand and grabbed towards Wuxia. How dare you destroy the 10,000 years of foundation of Bai Clan? This lady immortal was the patriarch of Bai Clan, Bai Qingshuang, who successfully transcended her thunder tribulation 3,000 years ago and became a heaven immortal. Currently, all the members of Bai clan were her descendants. Witnessing several thousand of her descendants being slaughtered like chickens, Bai Qingxuang felt a heartache that made her heart, liver, and lungs tremble. With another teleportation, she arrived behind Wuxia. Her 5 fingers shone with a golden gleam as she cast a restrictive spell and grabbed towards Wuxia. Once the restrictive spell was cast, the air around Wuxia suddenly froze. He was like a fly trapped in amber. Even with his cultivation base, he could no longer move even a little bit. The dark beam transformed from the acquired magnetic sword beam twisted and vibrated in the air, producing muffled, buzzing noises, yet it just could not move an inch forward. Bai Qingxuang growled ferociously as she grabbed Wu Qi's left shoulder with one hand. Her slender and beautiful fingers clenched down hard. Even though Wu Qi's body was tempered by the dragon transformation script and a great amount of dragon blood essence, it was still crushed into pieces by this frail-looking Bai Qingxuang. The bones and meridians in Wu Qi's left shoulder exploded into a ball of meat paste, while his left arm, which was holding Yan Shijuan, was nearly severed from his body. Wu Qi let out a miserable howl. He turned his head and glared at Bai Qingxuang, then roared at the top of his voice, "Divine flame of order, explode!" In Wu Qi's spiritual ocean, on top of the phoenix fire pouch, the divine flame of order, which had grown to nearly 10 feet tall and as thick as an arm after absorbing the innate energies of 5 elements from Wu Qi's body, transformed into a clump of purple and green flame and burst out from the wound on Wu Qi's shoulder. A large amount of purple and green light shot up into the sky, followed by Qingxuang's little hand, and burned her body. Wherever the divine flame of order swept across, Bai Qingxuang's body was quickly set ablaze like a dried straw. Her fair and plump arm was burned into ashes on the spot, with golden fat dripping down ceaselessly. Bai Qingxuang shrieked in pain, "Innate divine fire, who are you?" While howling in pain, Bai Qingxuang spun and fled, returning to the side of the other 7 heaven immortals in just a blink of an eye. But, as an innate divine flame, how could the divine flame of order be so easy to deal with? She fled with teleportation, but the divine flame of order followed her closely like maggots on a bone. It broke through the void and clung tightly to her body, chasing after her. The purple and green flame wrapped around Bai Qingxuang and burned her violently, turning her immortal body into ashes in just a blink of an eye. Only a golden nascent divinity managed to escape from her body in a sorry state. Not allowing her nascent divinity to escape far, the divine flame of order wheeled around and coiled around her nascent divinity. Bai Qingxuang shrieked miserably with fear, while the other 7 heaven immortals behind her also struck at the same time, unleashing all sorts of restrictive spells from Qi, forcibly locking down the void in that area. The divine flame of order trembled, then suddenly vanished into thin air. Only then did Bai Qingxuang's nascent divinity breathe out a sigh of relief, fleeing back into the arms of a handsome young man. Blood sprayed out from Wu Qi's 7 apertures. With his current cultivation base, even though he had an extraordinary treasure like the Phoenix Fire pouch, it was still not enough for him to freely control the divine flame of order to attack the enemy. However, as he had managed to communicate with the divine flame of order telepathically, he had not hesitated to use the source energy of his nascent divinity to barely control the flame and injure Bai Qingxuang with one strike. Although he had forcibly fused 30% of his nascent divinity power into the divine flame of order to launch a desperate attack. Although the 30% of his nascent divinity power was devoured and digested by the divine flame of order, 99% of the divine flame of order had burst out of his body and was no longer under Wuxi's control. The restrictive spells unleashed by those heaven immortals had locked down the void, but they could not stop the unusual movement of the divine flame of order. After devouring 30% of the power of Wu Qi's nascent divinity and burning away Bai Qingxuang's immortal body, the divine flame of order broke through the void and disappeared. No one knew where it went. Sensing that his nascent divinity had suddenly weakened by 30%, as well as the divine flame of order that was left on the phoenix fire pouch, Wuxia felt like weeping but had no tears. Currently, he could only control the divine flame of order, but he could not retract it. Every bit of it was wasted, and if he wanted to grow it back to its original size, he would have to spend a lot of hard work. Furiously, Wuxia turned around and gave the 7 heaven immortals a glance, then let out a furious cry and thrust his divine will towards the chariot of 8 horses, which had transformed into a 7-colored cloud tattoo and was hidden on his wrist. Run quickly. I need to use the chariot of 8 horses' extraordinary ability to flee. As his divine will pierced into the 7-colored cloud, and as Wuxia was about to unleash the chariot of 8 horses, a subtle message was suddenly sent out from the chariot. Perhaps it was because he had been using the chariot to flee for his life for the past few days. The connection between Wuxia and the chariot had become even closer. As a result, another magical ability of the chariot had automatically appeared in Wuxia's spiritual ocean. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia let out a long cry. Suddenly, a faint cloud burst out from beneath his feet, while the cloth on his back was blasted apart by a 7-colored ray. Then, the image of a handsome horse appeared on Wuxia's back. The horse had a pair of wings on its back, and its body was shrouded in clouds and mist. Like a living creature, it was galloping on Wuxia's back, while a vast and irresistible heat flow rushed into Wuxia's body in an instant. Wuxia let out a very strange neigh. Suddenly, a pair of vague, fleshy wings spread out from his back, while a strange light fused with the dark beam transformed from his acquired magnetic sword beam. He cried out in surprise, and in just a blink of an eye, the dark beam expanded to a length of several miles and a width of several tens of feet. Amidst a strange buzzing noise, it sped up into the sky, coiling up Xianxia and Xianxia, and sped off into the distance. A ripping noise rang out, as a clear cloud path was torn open in the void. Before the 7 heaven immortals could catch up with him, Wuxia had already vanished without a trace. This was another extraordinary ability of the chariot of 8 horses. If the owner did not want to summon the entire chariot to attract too much attention, he could also summon the 8 true spirits of the Pegasi, allowing them to possess Wuxia's body and borrow their divine power to increase the speed of Wuxia's escape beam. With Wuxia's current cultivation base, he could barely control 1% of the true spirit power of one of the Pegasi. Just this 1% of the true spirit power could increase the speed of Wuxia's acquired magnetic sword beam by 10 times, almost reaching the speed of teleportation of an ordinary cultivator. A dark beam flashed, and in just a blink of an eye, Wuxia had brought Xianxia and the others to a distance of over 10,000 miles away. In just a blink of an eye, the vast energy in his body was completely drained. With a muffled groan, Wuxia fell from the sky. Without saying a word, he swallowed a spirit pill that could help him recover his energy. After regaining a little bit of his strength, Wuxia brought Xianxia and the others into the thick Xianbing layer. They went through the 100 miles thick Xianbing layer and plunged into the deep ocean of Shui Yuan planet, which was pitch black and had never seen the sunlight since ancient times. Xianxia and Xianxia unleashed their defensive light, protecting Wuxia, Yan Qijuan, and Zhao Kuo. The group of 5 went straight to the bottom of the ocean and found a dense coral reef. Then, they hid in a water cave underneath the reef. Only at that moment did Wuxia cough out a few mouthfuls of blood, falling down and sitting in the water cave in a sorry state. Without saying a word, he cast out several hundred primordial runes, completely concealing all auras around the water cave and sealing off all the auras in the surroundings. At that moment, Wuxia finally breathed out a sigh of relief, shaking his head with a bitter smile on his face. With all the chariot of 8 horses, he was able to fly with ease and no trace. However, summoning the true spirit of a Pegasus to possess him and increase his flying speed was something that could cost him his life. Just now, when the Pegasus moved, the speed of the escape beam skyrocketed. At that moment, Wuxia had a feeling that all the cells in his body were being squeezed by a juicer, and that his last bit of strength was almost drained. The speed of the flying was indeed extremely fast. The dark beam transformed by the escape beam could be compared to the teleportation of an ordinary nascent divinity cultivator. In just a short amount of time, they had already traveled 10,000 miles away. However, it was a little too exhausting. Even with the vast, innate energy stored in all 10 of Wuqi's innate gene Dan, all of them were consumed in just a blink of an eye. An ordinary man could never withstand the extraordinary ability of the chariot of 8 horses. However, as a precious treasure like the chariot of 8 horses was too eye-catching, if it was not necessary, it would be better not to reveal it in front of others. Laughing bitterly, Wuqi took out a few spirit pills that could replenish energy and heal wounds and consume them. Only then did he nod his head at Yin Shijuan, who had a worried look on his face, and said with a smile, "All right, now that we're here, even a heaven immortal will not be able to find us." Imperial advisor, he? Xianxia nodded his head. Flicking his sleeve, he threw Yin Xiaoqi, Mahi, and the other 2 men and 3 women out from the chariot. Upon being thrown out from the chariot, Yin Xiaoqi and her companions, whose energies were sealed by Xianxia with a restrictive spell, immediately cried out in alarm. They gave Wuqi and his companions a fearful look, then opened their mouths and bit down forcefully. Wuqi snorted coldly. A dark beam flashed on his right index finger, and a primordial rune that could paralyze one's movement flickered. Immediately, the bodies of all 6 men turned stiff and could no longer move. Opening Yin Xiaoqi's mouth, Wuqi fumbled with her teeth for a while, then suddenly pulled out one of her teeth. Casually, he crushed the tooth, and a drop of sticky liquid that came with a strong, sweet aroma slowly dripped down. The liquid fell onto the hard coral reef. Amidst a sizzling noise, a hole the size of a human head was corroded into the coral reef. Shaking his head, Wuqi sneered and said, "Try to commit suicide by consuming poison? Damn it! Even if your fleshly bodies are dead, your souls will still have to confess obediently. Imperial advisors, do you have a method to imprison souls and interrogate them?" Xiong Wanling shook his head and said, "Lao Tzu only knows how to kill and eat people. He doesn't know that kind of method." Xianxia grinned coldly and said, "Interrogate souls, I do have a method. I can't guarantee that I can squeeze out everything from their souls, but I can always get 70 to 80% of the truth from them." Wuqi smiled at Yin Xiaoqi and said, "Did you hear that? Look, why don't you tell us everything? It will save us a lot of effort, don't you think?" Faintly, Wuqi snorted coldly and said, "You've done a good job this time. Murdering the crown prince of Great Yin is a crime that will get you all your clan members executed. You've even made me come all the way here from White Cloud Planet, being hunted and beaten all the way. Damn it, you've even killed 3 heaven immortals." Pointing at his left shoulder, which was slowly growing back, Wuqi sneered and said, "Hurry up and confess, and I'll spare you a broken soul for reincarnation." Yin Xiaoqi closed her eyes, while Mahi and the others snorted coldly as well. Wuqi was taken aback. He gave Mahi's face a look, then suddenly cried out in surprise. He walked to Mahi's side, grabbed Mahi, and tore off Mahi's pants with one claw, tearing off his underwear in 2 or 3 moves. Yin Shijuan gasped abruptly, then cried out sternly, "Mahi, who cleansed your body when you entered the palace?" Between Mahi's legs was shockingly a lump of cumbersome matter. It was completely intact and clearly belonged to a proper man. Chapter 340. Wuqi knitted his brows into a tight frown. What was the difference between Mahi's performance and that of a death warrior? After a brief moment of silence, Wuqi said carefully, "Don't make too much noise. There are 7 heaven immortals, and 1 heaven immortal's nascent divinity whose fleshly body was destroyed. TSK, the void around Shui Yuan planet is sealed off by them as well. Even the grand universal teleportation formation cannot enter or leave the planet. If we flee with the planetary ship, We won't be able to escape from the joint attack of 7 heaven immortals. Mahi laughed strangely, clutching his lower abdomen with both hands. While coughing out blood, he stared at Yin Shijuan and said, "Crown Prince, no matter how you torture us, we will never tell you who our master is. Even if we have to torture our souls, we firmly believe that we will never let you know anything meaningful." Zhao Kuo pondered for a while, then nodded and said, "Although Lao AI is an unbearable man, he is not that stupid. Even if he were to arrange some manpower, he would never use his own disciples. The flaws of these few people are too obvious. A eunuch who was reborn from Duanyang, a female official who lost her virginity a few years ago. Anyone would be able to link it to Lao AI." Yin Qijuan and Zhao Kuo frowned. Slowly, Wuxia pulled out a small dagger and said in a deep voice, "Who said there is no way to investigate? There's a method in this world called torture." No matter how hard Wuxia tried to persuade them, Yin Xiaoqi and he refused to say a word. Flustered and exasperated, Yin Qijuan sprung to his feet and gave Mahi a hard kick on his lower abdomen. He had used too much strength in the kick. Mahi howled miserably as his body bounced up and down like a prawn. Blood kept spraying out of his mouth, drenching his entire body. Wuxia threw away the horses he was carrying in his hand, then said with a cold voice, "That's right. We'll wait for these heaven immortals to get impatient, and we'll wait for them to reveal their flaws. Or we can still wait for Great Yan's reinforcements. But it's still fun. Why don't we just extract their souls and interrogate them?" Wuxia was stunned. Frowning, he stared at Yin Xiaoqi for a long time, then suddenly shook his hand and released Goldhorn and Silverhorn from the spirit breeding ring. Goldhorn and Silverhorn spun quickly in the narrow cave excitedly. Staring at Yin Xiaoqi and the other 5 men and women who were lying on the ground, they shouted, "Does anyone want to eat them? Io, there are both men and women. Men are chewy, women are delicate, both are delicious." Yin Shijuan was so angry that he kept stamping his feet. "Lao Ai, a vile man. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he? How dare he?" he bellowed. Wuxia squatted down and slapped away Goldhorn and Silverhorn's big heads that kept approaching Yin Xiaoqi. He said in a deep voice, "Now I've changed my mind. You're just disciples of Great Sun Sect, but you're not sent here by Lao AI, are you? Lao AI is not that stupid. If he asks you to come forward, wouldn't he be confessing without being pressed? As long as the Crown Prince is not killed, it is very likely that we can trace it back to you. And with the strange behavior on your bodies, it will be very easy to trace it back to Lao AI." Yin Shijuan's face turned blue with anger. He stared fixedly at Mahi's crotch, his face alternating between blue and purple. As the Crown Prince of Great Yin, how could the chief eunuch in his mansion not cleanse his body? If this was spread out, how many people would laugh at him? There might even be some rumors spreading across Great Yin. If that happened, how could he still have a foothold in the imperial court? Even the bloodline of so many of his children and grandchildren would be questioned by others. Yin Qijuan was taken aback. He frowned and said, "Impossible. These lady officials are the elites trained by Great Yan's imperial palace and will be assigned to the imperial clan in the future. They grew up in the imperial palace since they were young. How could they possibly do something like this?" Wuxia did not finish his words. A girl in love in the imperial palace. Given Swan Ni's methods, it was too easy for him to control such a girl. It was very likely that Yin Xiaoqi was subdued by Lao AI himself. The imperial palace, where these lady officials were secretly trained, was not heavily guarded. With Lao AI's overall strength, it was not difficult for him to sneak in and out of it. Wuxia took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "All right, they are gone." A white light flashed from the spirit breeding ring, amidst which came tens of tall and burly longbowmen. Immediately, the narrow cave was filled with them. Upon hearing Wuqi's words, Yin Xiaoqi suddenly said in a cold voice, "Now that you know it's our sect leader who asked us to do this, do you still have the courage to kill us?" Yin Qijuan was taken aback. Wuxia gave him a look and shook his head. Yin Qijuan cried out sternly, their souls are also sealed with restrictive spells. Once their souls are interrogated with a soul-searching technique, their souls will vanish immediately. Everyone shut their mouths, and no one made a sound. Zhaoqua's face was deathly pale. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes rolled as he stared at the top of the cave, his lips twitching. Slowly, Xianxia and Xiong Wanling rose to their feet, assuming a posture of fighting for their lives. If Wuxi's talismans were broken, their whereabouts would be exposed. Under the pursuit of 7 heaven immortals, how could Wuxi and his companions have the chance to survive? Wuxi breathed out a long sigh, shook his head, and said, "It's true. Interrogating a living soul can easily vanish your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Once your souls vanish, you won't be able to reincarnate, even if you want to. I'm not a cruel man. It's better for all of us if you tell us what you want. What do you think?" Zhaoqua glared at Yin Shijuan, pointed his finger at Mahi, grinned coldly, and said, "Even the eunuchs of Great Yin Dynasty have such things. Why can't the lady officials secretly trained in the Imperial Palace be raped by someone? I've learned something new today. Great Yin Dynasty has all kinds of strange and bizarre things. Although it was convenient to obtain a confession by interrogating a soul with a mystic technique, generally speaking, the information obtained by squeezing a soul would be incomplete. If the target also had some restrictive spells in their soul, it was more likely that they would not be able to obtain any useful information. Judging from Mahi's behavior, it seemed that he had really thrown all caution to the wind. Furthermore, the noble and solemn smile he wore just now, which made Wuxi feel that his master behind the scene was not as simple as he looked. With a stern voice, Yin Shijuan snapped, "Why are you still wasting your breath on these traitors? Just extract their souls and interrogate them directly." Meanwhile, Wuxi stared at Mahi and Yin Xiaoqi with a gloomy face. "Mahi," he said coldly, "I bet you have joined Great Sun's sect for the sake of your broken yang. As for Yin Xiaoqi, you're a girl who grew up in the Imperial Palace. If there's a man who can." Casually, Wuxi undid the restrictive spell on Mahi's body. His right palm was now less than an inch away from Mahi's forehead. The tiny ghost faces formed from the dark mist were twisting and jumping on Mahi's face, sending a cold breeze straight into Mahi's brain. Vaguely, when those ghost faces approached, Wuxi could see a blurry and translucent figure inside Mahi's body, twisting and struggling restlessly. Yet, no matter how hard the figure tried, it just could not escape from the restraint of the body. A large amount of saliva dripped down from the corner of Yin Xiaoqi's mouth, dripping wet all over her body. Fortunately, it was a very energy-consuming task to conduct a carpet search with divine will. A few divine wills hovered around the nearby seabed for less than the time of one breath, then quickly left. Gradually, the runes on the rock wall dimmed and disappeared. The surrounding natural energies were slowly being injected into the runes, restoring their power. Pointing his finger at Yin Xiaoqi and the other 2 girls, Wuqi said in a cold voice, "Rape them, torture them, use the cruelest methods to deal with them. I don't care about anything else. I just want their confessions." Wuqi pressed his palm down, but Mahi smiled proudly. Wearing a sacred, solemn, and even somewhat solemn smile, he slowly closed his eyes and said, "Torture our souls? No matter how you torture us, we will never yield." Yin Shijuan and Wuqi were stunned at the same time. Then both of them cried out at the same time, "Damn it, Lao AI." Mahi clenched his teeth tightly, staring coldly at Wuqi. With a wave of his right hand, Wuqi gradually exercised a very cruel mystic art of extracting the souls of living beings from the technique of ghost and god taught by Princess Zhonglu. Gradually, the flesh on the fingers of his right hand shriveled and turned transparent, exposing 5 pale finger bones. All of a sudden, Wuqi's finger bones turned pitch black. Vaguely, a dark mist seeped out from his fingertips, transforming into dozens of tiny, ferocious ghost faces, leaping and bouncing in his palm. A series of bone-cracking noises came from Mahi's body, as he was kicked against the rock wall. Pop! Many parts of his skin and flesh exploded, splashing and splashing all over the rock wall. After pondering for a brief moment, Wuxia stopped the soul-extracting mystic art. Without saying a word, he pulled out the poisonous fangs from the mouths of the other 4 girls, then removed the restrictive spells on them one by one. He shouted in a deep voice, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me who ordered you to do this. I'll leave you with the broken soul for reincarnation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." While speaking, Wuxia smiled bitterly and said, "Eunuchs can be reborn after their yang is cut off, and palace maids and female officials can be subdued by him with a romantic approach. I wonder how many eunuchs, palace maids, and female officials are living in the mansions of all the princes and imperial clan members of Great Yin Dynasty. How many disciples does Lao AI have in Great Yin Dynasty?" Shaking his head helplessly, Wuxia turned to Zhao Kuo and told him something. Zhao Kuo was taken aback. He cursed under his breath, rose to his feet with a frown, and walked next to Yin Xiaoqi. Very quickly, he took off Yin Xiaoqi's undergarments, bowed his head, and fiddled with them. After that, he raised his head, snorted coldly, and said, "She's indeed no longer a virgin. Elder brother, according to my experience of over 2,000 years of visiting the brothels, this girl has lost her virginity at least a few years ago." Streams of powerful divine were sweeping across the bottom of the ocean, frantically scanning the surroundings. When the divine will swept across the underwater cave under the coral reef where Wuxia was, the primordial runes Wuxia had constructed had automatically blocked the detection of the divine will. However, the powerful impact of the divine will had made these runes tremble and nearly explode. The gap between Wuxia's cultivation base and that of a heaven immortal was simply too huge. While Yin Qijuan was roaring furiously, leaping forward and slapping his horse several dozens of times in a row, trying to force Wuxia to tell him the truth, all of a sudden, the primordial runes Wuxia had just planted on the rock walls around the cave burst with tiny beams at the same time. Amidst a series of crackling noises, these runes began to leave traces on the dark rock walls. Tiny electric arcs burst out from the runes, brightly illuminating the dark cave. Xiong Wanling asked with a blank expression, "Does that mean we can only assume that Lao AI is the one who did this? There is no way we can investigate further." Wuxia sneered and said, "Also, once they are captured, they will immediately commit suicide by consuming poison, leaving only their corpses behind." Shaking his head, Wuxia took out the sword of Greedy Wolf and began cutting the rock walls, expanding the cave. Yin Qijuan's face turned green. He was so angry that his body was shivering. Suddenly, he roared furiously and rushed forward, giving Mahi a powerful kick. Slowly, Wuxia brought his palm close to Mahi's forehead, reached into his mouth, and pulled out the poisonous fang. "Interrogating a living soul," said Wuxia in a deep voice. "Interrogating a living soul could very well shatter the soul. It might not be able to reveal the secret we want in your mind. Therefore, in order to avoid suffering, you better tell us yourself. Who asked you to murder the crown prince?" "Then we can only wait," said Zhao Kuo with a deep voice. Chapter 341. Then Wuxia carved out a few spacious cave abodes on the walls of the cave. In the original cave, a dozen longbow men were working hard to torture Yin Xiaoqi and the other 2 girls, following the order of the great divine Magus. The physiological quality of longbow men was different from that of ordinary human beings. Their bodies were extremely strong, and they could last for a long time. Yin Xiaoqi and the other 2 girls were violated by them in turns, and their miserable cries made Yin Qijuan feel bad. Surprisingly, Zhao Kuo was standing aside and enjoying the scene calmly. With a smile on his face, he tried to persuade Yin Xiaoqi, who was screaming in a hoarse voice, "Tell us everything, and you won't have to suffer like this. Tell us the person who ordered you to do this. Do you really want to be humiliated first, then have your souls extracted and tortured and finally have your souls destroyed? Zhao Kuo breathed out a long sigh and said, "No one is worth your sacrifice, and no one is worth your sacrifice. Tell us the truth, and you'll be free. Why are you so persistent? Why are you so protective of that person? You are not worth it." Xianxia and the other two girls widened their eyes and stared straight at Zhao Kuo. On Xiaoqi's face, there was once again the sacred smile of a martyr. Gnashing her teeth, she sneered at Zhao Kuo and said, "What do you know?" 5 simple words were filled with disdain and mockery. It was as if she had come to a realization that the world was filled with turbid waves, and she was the only one who could control the clear stream. An air of loftiness and arrogance emanated from her maid. Zhao Kuo was speechless for a long time. Laughing bitterly, Zhao Kuo no longer paid any attention to the 3 girls, who were wailing and howling in pain. Fiddling with the little dagger in his hand, he smilingly came next to Ma He, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. "Brother, please confess obediently. Otherwise, I will use this dagger to slowly slice you piece by piece in a moment. Why don't I help you clean yourself up once? This time, I'm going to slice you piece by piece. It will be very, very, very painful for you." Lightly patting on Jin Jiao, who came to him while drooling, Zhao Kuo slowly slid the dagger across Mahi's body. Mahi looked at Zhao Kuo calmly, with a faint smile on his face. Even when the dagger cut through his body and cut off his limbs, which were greedily devoured by Goldhorn and Silverhorn, causing him to convulse in pain and break out in cold sweat, he still wore a faint smile and looked at Ma He with a mocking and disdainful expression. He was like a noble swan flying in the clouds, looking down at an unbearable toad. Ma He's gaze irritated Zhao Kuo, which made him even more ruthless and cruel. Blood and sweat flowed all over the ground. Accompanied by the screams of Xianxia and the other 2 girls, the small cave was like hell. Yan Shijuan stood aside with his hands clasped behind his back, grimacing in pain as he stared at Ma He and Xianxia, who were plunged into a hell of torture. His face alternated between pale and green. After a long time, he coldly berated, "If you still don't confess, do you really want to suffer the pain of having your souls extracted and refined?" With great difficulty, Ma He and Xiaoqi turned their heads and gave Yan Shijuan a cold glance. Suddenly, they laughed coldly together. The interior of the cave was badly mutilated and badly mutilated. Wuxia found a small cave abode which he had just opened up, using primordial runes to seal off all the auras and noises in the surroundings. After that, he carefully let Immortal Changwu out, tied up like a rice dumpling by the spirit-restricting rope. Immortal Changwu had his eyes wide open. As his nascent divinity was completely sealed off by the rope, he had lost the ability to think. Although his eyes were open, he turned a blind eye to everything around him, completely cutting off all contact with the outside world. Sitting cross-legged next to Immortal Changwu, Wu Qi sighed and said, "You can't blame me. It was your woman who came to us first. You killed someone for taking upper-grade energy stones? Why are you heaven immortals so immoral? You can't even teach your own woman well. How could you do such a despicable thing by taking money to kill someone?" Patting Immortal Changwu's face, Wu Qi breathed out a long sigh and said, "And the result? You've harmed others and yourself. We've suffered a great loss, and you've even fallen in my hands. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? If you could educate your woman to be a good person, who has 5 virtues for beauties and 3 passions, you wouldn't be in this mess today, right? As a heaven immortal, you've fallen into my hands. Don't you feel aggrieved? In a head-on battle, a heaven immortal could easily kill 1,000 Wu Qis with a slap. But before Immortal Chang Wu could react, he was knocked down to the ground by Wu Qi using the Drunken Dragon incense. As a heaven immortal, he had fallen into such an aggrieved state. If Immortal Chang Wu could hear Wu Qi's words, think, and react, perhaps he would have long coughed out a mouthful of blood and died of anger because of Wu Qi. After sizing up Immortal Changwu for a while, Wu Qi casually ripped off all his clothes. With both hands moving like a whirlwind, Wuqi walked around Immortal Chong Wu's body for a while, then performed several dozens of secret incantation gestures found in Scroll of Stealing. Immediately, several thousand bright beams were injected into Immortal Chong Wu's body, and several thousand silver specks were seen swimming on his skin. Wisps of natural energies kept injecting into these specks, making them look brighter and brighter. Gradually, they condensed into runes that looked like they were forged from pure silver. Wuqi's divine will followed these runes and formed a strange force, then slowly seeped into Immortal Chong Wu's body. With a gentle pull, he pulled out a clump of golden liquid that was about the size of a human head, translucent like a crystal. Several hundred tiny golden runes could be vaguely seen in the liquid, while a vast amount of immortal energy kept rushing out from it. Hastily, Wuqi used some restrictive spells to seal off the immortal energy. After giving the golden liquid a careful look, Wuqi could not help but smile. No wonder when Immortal Chong Wu was captured alive by Wuqi after he fell into a coma, his prime immortal item did not react at all. Apparently, as Immortal Chong Wu was used to close combat, he had devoured the item spirit in this immortal item with his own nascent divinity, replacing it and becoming the item spirit of this golden immortal armor. With that, Immortal Chong Wu could control the immortal armor with ease, and it could provide him with a better help in close combat. But the flaw was that after he was knocked down by the drunken dragon incense, his immortal armor did not react at all. With a faint smile on his face, Wuqi threw the immortal armor, which was not controlled by the item spirit, onto the earth element dragon scale shield. Immediately, a large sheet of yellow dust rushed out from the shield and smashed onto the golden liquid like countless shooting stars. Slowly, they shattered the golden liquid and broke it down into tiny golden particles, which were slowly absorbed and digested by the dragon scale shield. After absorbing a part of the immortal armor's energy essence, the earth element dragon scale shield did not have any change. The golden liquid turned into a clump of half-solid golden metal, about the size of a human head. The immortal armor was forged with several dozens of rare and precious metals, which gave it a very strong defensive strength and offensive strength. As for the metal pieces that the earth element dragon scale shield could not absorb, Wuqi pondered for a while. Then, with a sway of his body, 18 celestial fiend puppets walked out of his body. He threw the remaining parts of the immortal armor to the puppets. Immediately, the puppets swarmed over, spewing green smoke and poisonous flame from their mouths, corroding the immortal armor into tiny metal powder and swallowing it. Abruptly, a strong beam of light burst out from all the puppets' mouths. After fusing with the immortal armor's materials, their bodies had become a few notches stronger. That was how these celestial fiend puppets worked. By feeding them with a large amount of rare and precious materials, they could be stimulated to evolve continuously. Theoretically, they could evolve without any limit, if Wuqi had such a huge property for them to waste. After solving the immortal armor inside Immortal Chong Wu's body, Wuqi produced the Phoenix Fire Pouch, placed Immortal Chong Wu's body on top of the Divine Flame of Order, and began to carefully burn him. As the Divine Flame of Order seeped into Immortal Chong Wu's body bit by bit, large golden crystals kept dripping out from his body, falling all over the ground like precious pearls with tinkling and clanking sounds. These crystals were the essence of Immortal Chong Wu's flesh, blood, and energy essence. They were as hard as diamonds, and each of them contained an enormous amount of energy essence and blood essence. After being burned by the Divine Flame of Order for nearly an hour, Immortal Chong Wu, a 36-tier heaven immortal, was left with only 360 fist-sized golden crystals. Wuqi kept all these crystals into the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, and threw one into the Divine Flame of Order. Suddenly, the purple-green Divine Flame grew stronger and stronger, growing from the size of a strand of hair to the thickness of a water bucket, nearly 10 feet tall. The Phoenix Fire Pouch shook, and the enlarged Divine Flame of Order compressed abruptly, quickly transforming into a nearly solid ball of purple-green flame, about the size of soybean, hovering above the phoenix fire pouch. This little flame looked inconspicuous, but the power it contained was more than 100 times greater than that of the huge divine flame just now. The blood crystals of immortals can nourish the divine flame of order? Not bad, not bad. Wuxia grinned coldly. Immortal Chang Wu's immortal soul was left hovering in midair, glinting with a golden light like a living person. It was tightly bound by the spirit-restricting rope. The immortal soul looked like a living person, and at its core was a clump of complicated silver-white runes. These runes were swimming in Immortal Chang Wu's soul like fishes. Occasionally, a few of them would collide with each other, producing a melodious sound of metal clashing. These runes were known as heavenly Tao epigraphs. They were the specific manifestations of the profound principles of heaven and earth that immortals had comprehended from the great Tao of heaven and earth. As Immortal Chang Wu was cultivating with a pure gold element body cultivation technique, these heavenly Tao epigraphs were as sharp as blades. When Wuxia scanned them with his divine will, he felt as if he was being hacked by a sharp blade, and felt a severe pain in his nascent divinity. The so-called scroll of stealing, the technique used to steal from the heaven, is... Wuxia smiled faintly. His eyes went wide as he carefully performed incantation gestures with both hands. Countless incantation gestures were cast out gracefully, transforming into a large silver net that slowly seeped into the defenseless Immortal Chang Wu's immortal soul. Like catching a fish in a large net, all 108 silver heavenly Tao epigraphs in Immortal Chang Wu's immortal soul were captured by the net, then slowly compressed into a silver light ball the size of a sesame seed. With a gentle pull, all of Immortal Chang Wu's enlightenment of the heavenly Tao were extracted from his immortal soul by Wuxia. At this moment, even though Immortal Chang Wu had released his immortal soul, he had forgotten all his enlightenment of the heavenly Tao. Even though he possessed the divine will and dharmic power of a heaven immortal, he still could not use any dharma spells or divine abilities. This was because he had forgotten all his enlightenment of the Tao, magic, and divine abilities. Wuxia breathed out a faint sigh, then swallowed the tiny silver light ball, quickly controlling it to rush into his dantian. The Jin Dan and Wuqi's dantian was throbbing, as it quickly fused with all of Immortal Chang Wu's enlightenment of the heavenly Tao. An enormous spirit pressure rushed out from Wuqi's dantian, as his Jin Dan underwent a tremendous transformation. Hastily, Wuxia fished out several hundreds of thousands of energy stones and placed them around him. An enormous amount of natural energy kept rushing into his body from these energy stones. Silently, Wuxia exercised White Cloud Immortal Sex Energy Unity Mystic Technique, causing the energies in his main meridians to surge and surge. All of a sudden, a blinding light burst out from the Jin Dan in his dantian. A nascent soul with a silver body sprung out from the disintegrating Jin Dan that Wuxia suddenly had. The nascent soul had a dull expression, and its eyes were lifeless. It looked like an ignorant puppet. With a thought, Wuxia separated a thread of divine will from his nascent divinity and injected it into the empty shell of the nascent soul. Chapter 342. False Nascent Soul. Similar to the false nascent soul formed in Wuqi's dantian, it was a heaven-stealing technique found in Scroll of Stealing to deceive others. Using White Cloud Immortal Sex Energy Unity Mystic Technique as the foundation, it absorbed an enormous amount of natural energy, filled the golden core with Immortal Chang Wu's enlightenment of the heavenly Tao, and formed a nascent soul with the mystic technique. This nascent soul contained all of Immortal Chang Wu's enlightenment of the heavenly Tao, which was at the level of a heaven immortal. As long as Wuxia could thoroughly comprehend all the enlightenment of the heavenly Tao, he would be able to push his cultivation base to the realm of heaven immortal with the help of this false nascent soul. However, this false nascent soul was just a false nascent soul. Instead of saying it was Wuxi's nascent soul, it was more like a strange magical treasure that looked like a nascent soul and had the same functions as a nascent soul. It possessed all the functions of a nascent soul, but the one controlling it was just a thread of Wuxi's divine sense. Even if the false nascent soul was destroyed one day, Wuxia would only lose a thread of his divine sense, and it would not cause any harm to his true form. An enormous amount of natural energy was still rushing into Wuxi's body. Wuxia sat cross-legged. The heavenly wit fruit had improved his intelligence and the ability to comprehend the heavenly Tao to an incredible level. Together with the various magical techniques described in Scroll of Stealing, in just a few hours, Wuxia had comprehended all the magical principles of heaven and earth recorded in Immortal Chang Wu's heavenly Tao epigraphs to the limit of peak stage nascent soul realm. During this process, the nascent soul in Wuxi's body grew and enlarged at an incredible speed, constantly absorbing the natural energy from the outside and quickly reaching the level of peak stage nascent soul realm. An enormous amount of energy kept bursting out from the silvery, bright, false nascent soul, flowing quickly through the main meridians in Wuxi's body. Wuxia focused his mind, and countless razor-sharp silver gleams appeared around him, slicing the surrounding rock walls and sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. With a cold snort, Wuxia used the divine flame of order to completely refine Immortal Chang Wu's immortal soul, refining it into 360 fist-sized purple-green soul pearls. He swallowed a soul bead, and a pure and powerful strand of soul origin energy rapidly surged into his sea of consciousness. It was absorbed by his soul bit by bit, allowing his soul to gradually grow and strengthen. Marvelous! Chuckling lightly, Wuxia took out Vagabond Qing Yi. It would also refine him. His flesh and blood essence turned into golden blood crystals, and his immortal soul turned into purple-green soul beads. Vagabond Qing Yi's cultivation base was clearly much stronger than Immortal Chang Wu. He had over 400 blood crystals and a total of 570 soul pearls. Vagabond Qing Yi primarily cultivated the Greenwood technique, and he also cultivated the breeze spell that was derived from the Greenwood technique. Inside his immortal soul were 123 light, green, heavenly Tao epigraphs. Wuxi's fake nascent soul continued to devour the heavenly Tao epigraph. His fake nascent soul quickly turned into a half-silver and half-green color. Another round of crazily inhaling and exhaling energies. Wuxi's fake nascent soul had reached the limit of his innate nascent embryo, gradually forcing it to go through some strange changes. Last was Immortal Xianxia. Among the three of them, Immortal Xianxia had the strongest cultivation base, 600 blood crystals and 800 soul pearls. This was a harvest that stunned even Wuxia. It was especially so when Immortal Xianxia had a total of 358 heavenly Tao epigraphs in his immortal soul, indicating that his understanding of flame had reached an extremely profound level. Wuxia even suspected that Immortal Xianxia was about to break through the realm of 36-tier Heaven Immortal. After devouring Immortal Xianxia's heavenly Tao epigraphs, the fake nascent soul abruptly burst out with a dazzling red gleam. The silver, green, and red gleams swirled around the fake nascent soul for a moment. Every time Wuxia breathed, the fake nascent soul would breathe, and every time Wuxia exhaled, the fake nascent soul would exhale as well. Between each breath, pure three-colored energies kept rushing out from the fake nascent soul, filling all the main meridians and acupoints in Wuxi's body. 5 acquired spirit pearls flew out and circled around the fake nascent soul. Among them, the gold, green, and fire element acquired spirit pearls were glinting brilliantly, resonating with a clump of green, silver, and red runes that were tangled together in the fake nascent soul's belly. Every time the 5 acquired spirit pearls circled around, a tiny thread of the heavenly Tao would fuse with Wuxi's nascent divinity, and Wuxia would feel that the degree of compatibility between him and the surrounding natural energies had improved. What surprised Wuxia the most was that he managed to separate a tiny thread of pale golden bloodline from immortal Xianxia's blood essence. It was as thin as a strand of hair, several feet long, and its entire body was pale golden in color. It was a bloodline that even the divine flame of order could not refine. Obviously, it was the innate bloodline of some divine beast with fire element. Wuxia sensed the ancient and desolate aura emanating from the bloodline. Based on his preliminary judgment, it might be the bloodline of a divine bird with fire element, such as the phoenix or swan. It was no wonder that when immortal Xianxiang was chasing after Wuxia that day, he suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood and had a pair of flaming wings sprouted from his back. This fellow was a heaven immortal who had cultivated himself from a demon bird, and he also possessed a tiny thread of divine bird's bloodline. Using a mystic technique, he forced out a tiny thread of innate divine ability from his bloodline, allowing him to catch up with Wuxia in just a blink of an eye. Holding the tiny thread of bloodline in his hand, Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then sorted out all the things left behind by the three heaven immortals. After letting the earth element dragon scale shield and 18 celestial fiend puppets devour immortal Xianxia's immortal item, the wheel of fire, only then did he release the three demon sinecures of great Zhao from the spirit breeding ring. Taking the opportunity when the three demon sinecures were knocked unconscious by the drunken dragon incense, Wuxia broke their nascent divinity and left behind a tiny restrictive spell in their nascent divinity, firmly controlling their life and death. After placing a tiny restrictive spell on them and making sure that he had complete control over their life and death, Wuxia took out the antidote and woke them up. Upon opening their eyes, the three demon cultivators let out a furious roar and sprung to their feet, getting ready to strike. Wuxia smiled faintly and flicked his finger. The three demon cultivators let out a miserable howl as a black gleam flashed across their nascent divinity. It was as if their nascent divinity were struck by a thunderbolt, causing them to twitch and fall to the ground with cold sweat oozing out from their bodies. Three mighty nascent divinity demon cultivators were tormented by Wuxia to the point where they could neither live nor die. Holding their heads in their hands, they kept rolling on the ground while letting out miserable howls and howls. Wuxia looked coldly at the three sinecures of great Zhao, who were struggling and howling miserably on the ground, crying and wailing and nearly dying from the pain, yet they could not even fall unconscious. He sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing a cold face and letting them howl and howl miserably for a full 15 minutes. Only then did he slowly retract the restrictive spell. With that, the severe pain in their nascent divinity was gone, but they still howled and howled miserably for quite a while. Finally, they fell limply to the ground and panted heavily, staring at Wuxia as if they had just seen a ghost. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, the three of you are my men." Glancing at the three of them, Wuxia chuckled and said, "If you are not convinced, you can commit suicide. But remember, you must destroy your nascent divinity, leaving not even a trace of your true spirit behind. Otherwise, the pain you have just experienced will be 1,000 times worse. If you don't want to commit suicide, it's very simple. You just have to listen to me and obey me. When you become heaven immortals, when you become gold immortals, I'll remove the restrictive spell in your nascent divinity." The three demon cultivators exchanged glances, not saying a word. Removing the restrictive spell in their nascent divinity after they became gold immortals? How long would that take? Those with insufficient aptitude would never be able to cultivate to the realm of gold immortals for the rest of their lives. Could it be that they would be restrained by him for the rest of their lives? Before the three of them could recover from their shock, Wuxia snorted coldly and activated the restrictive spell again. Once again, the three of them were rolling and howling miserably on the ground. This time, 18 celestial fiend puppets rushed forward at the same time, with 6 of them serving each of them. Punches and kicks rained down on the three of them like raindrops, beating them to their heart's content. These celestial fiend puppets did not have bodies of flesh and blood, and they were cultivating the celestial fiend cultivation technique. Each of their punches was as heavy as Mount Tai. Although the three demon cultivators only had the cultivation base of nascent divinity, their skin and flesh were still torn and their bones broken. The pain of having their nascent divinity incinerated on the inside, and the pain of having their flesh and bones broken on the outside. After a round of tempering, the three demon cultivators knelt down on the ground, crying and wailing, and bowed their once proud and unruly heads in resignation. Wuxia sized them up coldly for a while, then cried out coldly, "Come with me. From now on, you will still be great Zhao sinecures, and you can do whatever you want. But if there is any news related to Great Yin, you just have to inform me." The three demon kings who were forcibly subdued by Wuxia answered helplessly. They were True Lord Windbreaking, Green Shadow, the Demon of Green Eagle, and Supremacy Five Mountains, the Demon of Gopher. All of them were demon kings who lived deep in the mountains and forests of Great Zhao, ferocious old demons who had lived for many years, and nascent divinity cultivators with formidable cultivation bases. After undoing the soundproof restrictive spell at the entrance of the cave abode, Wuxia brought the three demon cultivators, whose faces were livid with rage and drenched in cold sweat, into the water cave outside. Wearing a smile on his face, Zhao Kuo was still cutting Ma He and the other two men. All three of them had been cut to the bone, but no one knew what method Zhao Kuo had used to control them. Although their skin and flesh were cut clean, they were still alive. Ma He was still cursing Zhao Kuo with a stutter and cursing his ancestors. "How could we be defeated by your torture? How could we betray our master?" Wuxia could not help but shake his head as he looked at Ma He, who was still persisting in this situation. Then he said coldly, "If he still refuses to confess, we have no choice but to extract his soul and read through his memories. I hope this fellow's soul is a little stronger, so we can torture him for a little longer. I also hope there are no restrictive spells in his soul, or else it will be a big problem." Before he could finish his words, Xianxia suddenly let out a hoarse scream. "No, no more. I'll tell you. We're sent by Master Feng. Feng Qinli, Master Feng. He asked us to come to Shui Yuan planet. It's Master Feng, Master Feng." With all the skin and flesh on his face scraped off, Ma He turned his head around with great effort, glaring furiously at Xianxia, who was being pressed under the long bow men and being whipped endlessly. He shouted sternly, "Little Seven, are you crazy? How could you betray your master? You." Right when Ma He was cursing loudly, Wuxia pointed his finger at Ma He's forehead. A plume of dark smoke sprayed out from his fingers, pulling Ma He's soul out from his body. Countless black talismans rushed into Ma He's soul. Abruptly, a jade-colored gleam flashed across his soul, and with a loud boom, his soul exploded into pieces. Although Wuxia was fast, he could only grab a tiny fragment of Ma He's soul and read through a little bit of his memory. Damn it, there really is a restrictive spell in their souls. Wuxia cursed furiously. However, the little bit of memory he obtained was more than enough for Wuxia to use. It was Ma He's childhood memory. When he was 3 years old, he was taken in as a disciple by Feng Qinli, the teacher of Yu Academy, and when he was 6 years old, Feng Qinli sent him to the Imperial Palace. He is indeed Feng Qinli's disciple. Wuxia turned to look at Yan Shijuan and asked, "Is Feng Qinli very famous?" Yan Shijuan opened his mouth and said with a dry voice, "He is the teacher of Great Yin Imperial Clan. Since 150 years ago, he has been the first master of Great Yin Imperial Clan. He has always had a very good relationship with Great Yin Imperial Clan." Wuxia nodded his head, then pulled out the souls of the other two men as well. Just when he was about to interrogate them with a mystic technique, the cave suddenly trembled violently. Crash! All the primordial runes constructed by Wuxia shattered at the same time. Chapter 343. On the Spirit Cloud Peak of White Cloud Planet. The Spirit Cloud Peak towered above the boundless ocean of clouds. On the precipitous cliff, large patches of pine trees and wisterias grew freely, extending and absorbing the rain, dew, and sunlight. Strong gusts of wind blew through these pine trees, bringing up large patches of rainbows on the peak. Princess Xianxia was sitting on the trunk of an ancient pine tree. Her skirt was filled with pine nuts, and she was peeling them off one by one and eating them. A few colorful sparrows were flying around her, and from time to time, they would snatch 2 pine nuts from her fingertips and eat them. The ancient pine tree was deeply rooted on the cliff, reaching over 70 to 80 feet out of the cliff. Princess Xianxia was sitting on the trunk. Thousands of feet away from her feet was the surging ocean of clouds, a bottomless abyss. A large amount of natural energies kept surging into Princess Xianxia's body. She did not deliberately cultivate herself, but just sat on the trunk, eating pine nuts and having fun. The natural energies quickly surged into her body, transforming into her power and energy. It would take an ordinary person a few months to achieve a cultivation base, but she just sat on the trunk, enjoying the scenery and eating pine nuts, and her cultivation base would improve by itself. She did not have to worry about it all. Sitting on the tree trunk, Princess Xianxia looked at the boundless white clouds rolling and rocking in the sky. Suddenly, she stretched her back and breathed out a long sigh. Gently swinging her legs, Princess Xianxia tilted her head and looked at a flock of white cranes that had just soared into the sky from under the ocean of clouds. A 5-colored light suddenly flashed in her eyes, and the natural energies surged into her body at a much faster speed. Giggling, Princess Xianxia grabbed a handful of pine nuts and threw them down into the ocean of clouds. She said happily, "Heavenly wit fruit? Not bad, very delicious. The effect is not bad." Princess Xianxia was in a very good mood. She was humming a little tune as a 5-colored divine gleam kept flashing in her eyes. Gradually, her body became hazy, like an old photo that was embedded in a frosted glass, blurred and hard to see clearly. While throwing pine nuts and looking at the scenery, Princess Xianxia suddenly entered the state of Tao enlightenment that all cultivators dreamed of. Once an ordinary cultivator entered the state of Tao enlightenment, he or she would obtain the essence of the great Tao in a short period of time, which was equivalent to what he or she would obtain in dozens of years. However, without hundreds of years of arduous cultivation, without taking a bath and fasting, and entering a secluded cultivation, ordinary cultivators were not qualified to enter the state of Tao enlightenment. However, Princess Xianxia entered this mysterious and unpredictable state so easily, as if she was just playing around. If there were any other cultivators present, and they saw how easily Princess Xianxia entered the state of enlightenment, as if she was eating pine nuts, perhaps they would vomit blood with anger, and their eyes would turn green with envy. When Princess Xianxia entered the state of enlightenment and communicated with the mysterious and unfathomable heavenly Tao, she was still singing, humming an unknown folk song. Along with the gentle singing, the surrounding natural energies rolled and swirled around Princess Xianxia, transforming into an extremely dense energy ball with a diameter of several tens of feet. A few little sparrows who were flying around Princess Xianxia were chirping happily, while the dense natural energies in the surroundings were pouring into their bodies. Instinctively, these little sparrows sensed that such a thing would bring them great benefits. Therefore, they chirped excitedly and flew even more vigorously around Princess Xianxia. Faintly, a 5-colored light shone out of the energy ball, and the wind and clouds around Spirit Cloud Peak began to change. Dark clouds slowly pressed down from the sky, covering an area of over 100 miles in circumference, and were about to collide with the ocean of white clouds down below. All of a sudden, countless finger-thick silver lightning bolts struck down from the dark clouds, shattering the white clouds down below and exposing the mountains, rivers, towns, and villages in a very distant place. An hour later, The dark clouds dispersed, and the lightning bolts vanished without a trace. The energy ball around Princess Xianxia suddenly disintegrated, revealing Princess Xianxia, whose skin seemed to have become much smoother and smoother. A five-color divine light flashed across the spot between her eyebrows, following which a fist-sized nascent soul that looked exactly the same as Princess Xianxia sprung out from between her eyebrows, its body glowing with a five-colored light. The nascent soul flew around Princess Xianxia for a while, then disappeared into the top of her head. Princess Xianxia tilted her head and pondered for a while, then happily nodded her head and said with a smile, Peak stage nascent soul realm? I think so, right? Aye. As long as I can form my nascent soul, I can live forever and be young forever. Wonderful. Xian doesn't want to be a withered old woman. Twitching her lips and making a funny face, Princess Xianxia broke a few pine nuts and fed them to the little sparrow who was flying around her. After that, a complacent smile appeared on her face. Along with the gentle breeze, her bell-like laughter spread far and wide, scaring a group of white monkeys who were looking for fruits among pine nuts on a cliff several thousand feet away. They nearly lost their footing and fell off the cliff. The group of monkeys flew into a rage out of humiliation, baring their teeth and roaring at Princess Xianxia. After that, they quickly grabbed the pine nuts and ran far away. Suddenly, a sword beam shot down from the spirit cloud peak. Standing on the sword beam, Bai Zhu'er cried out anxiously, "Your Highness, someone is coming from star-picking city." Princess Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately transformed into a five-colored light beam and soared into the sky, wrapping Bai Zhu'er up and flying towards the top of the spirit cloud peak. The light only flickered faintly, and the next moment, Princess Xianxia and Bai Zhu'er had arrived at the top of the peak, landing on a flat dam surrounded by pine nuts, bamboos, and plum blossoms. On this flat dam, which was only about 1 acre in size, were 7 to 8 small thatch cottages, surrounded by pine nuts, bamboos, and plum blossoms. A few female Taoists clad in green outfits were reciting some Taoist scriptures outside one of the cottages. When they saw Princess Xianxia flying down, they quickly rose to their feet and greeted her as ancestral master with the utmost respect. Princess Xianxia waved her hand. Her eyes darted left and right as she shouted, "Bai Zhu'er, where are they? Who is coming from star-picking city?" 3 young ladies clad in green outfits and dark green cloaks on their backs, embroidered with patterns of swallows and clouds, came up to Princess Xianxia. They knelt down on one knee before Princess Xianxia and said softly, "Greetings, Your Highness. Long live Your Highness." Princess Xianxia gave them a look, nodded, and said, "Yin Xiaosan, Yin Xiaowu, and Yin Xiaojia, why are you here? What is it that you can't let your subordinates handle? Why are you, the 3 of you, the team officers here?" Yin Xiaosan, Yin Xiaowu, and Yin Xiaojia were one of the 10 team officers among the 3,000 team officers in Star-Picking City. Each of them managed 300 team officers, and in Star-Picking City, they were in charge of all the important departments. Therefore, Princess Xianxia found it strange that they had to come here personally. Moreover, now that they had left Star-Picking City, what about the affairs they were in charge of? The 3 of them rose to their feet. Then Yin Xiaosan said with a deep voice, "Your Highness, we have received a secret decree from His Majesty. The Crown Prince has been attacked in Shui Yuan Planet and is severely wounded. His Majesty wants Your Highness to hurry to Dark Radiance Planet, where you, together with Eunuch Ma-Yi, will bring some men to rescue the Crown Prince. This is an emergency, so Your Highness, please depart at once." After that, Yin Xiaosan flipped her palm, and a pale green scroll and a green jade medallion appeared in her palm. Princess Xianxia gave Yin Xiaosan a surprised look. She took over the scroll and unfurled it. It was an imperial decree, and judging from the handwriting and seal, it was indeed written by Yin Dan. On top of that, the seal was the national seal of Great Yin Dynasty, and the jade medallion was the seal of Great Yin Dynasty. On the other hand, The Jade Medallion was the forbidden medallion of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial palace. Only when someone was sent to carry out an important mission related to the imperial clan would they release this medallion. Both the imperial decree and the medallion were here. Princess Xianxia frowned, stared at Xianxia, and said coldly, "You want me to meet Eunuch Ma-Yi in Dark Radiance Planet? Is there any news about Duke Tianyin?" Xianxia bowed her head respectfully and said, "Imperial Advisor Xiong has sent us a message using a mystic technique. Duke Tianyin has met up with the Crown Prince on Shui Yuan Planet. However, the enemy is very strong, and Duke Tianyin is severely wounded as well." After a moment of silence, Xianxia said carefully in a low voice, "In order to rescue the Crown Prince, Duke Tianyin was besieged by 7 Earth Immortals of nascent soul realm. Jean Dan is severely wounded, and I'm afraid he will lose his cultivation base." "Ugh, 7 Earth Immortals of nascent soul realm?" Princess Xianxia looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia bowed slightly and said, "Yes." The news sent by Imperial Advisor Xiong. Before Xianxia could finish her words, Princess Xianxia had already given her a heavy slap on the face. Half of her face was badly mutilated, and even her cheekbone was dented by the slap. The slap was fast and heavy. Although Xiaoxia's face was badly mutilated, her neck and body did not move at all. All the force landed on her face, shooting out together with her broken bones and flesh. The slap stunned Xiaoxian. Her face went numb, and she could not even feel the pain. Standing next to her, Yin Xiaowu and Yin Xiaojia reacted very quickly. They gave a loud cry together, and suddenly 2 white beams darted out from their sleeves, piercing through the air and flying towards Princess Xianxia. A bright gleam flickered in Princess Xiangli's eyes. She saw that the white beams were actually ropes as thick as a thumb, densely covered with dark runes and runes. When the white beams were still a few feet away from Princess Xianxia, a cold, energy had already tightly locked her body. Sneering mockingly, a 5-colored ray suddenly emerged behind Princess Xiangli's back. The originally hazy and fleeting 5-colored ray converged inwardly, transforming into 5 sword beams that swept out horizontally. She exercised her innate divine ability with the unity of sword energy script, and the 5-colored sword beams condensed into a nearly tangible flying sword. Right when the white ropes collided with the 5 sword beams, they were immediately ripped into pieces. Baijuer and Baizuer cried out in alarm. They struck out at the same time, thrusting 2 sword beams towards Yin Xiaowu and Yin Xiaojiu. Suddenly, a chilly wind towered up into the sky from one of the thatched cottages. Tens of hazy ghost shadows darted out from the wind, and in just a blink of an eye, they had arrived before Yin Xiaosan and her companions. When Baijuer and Baizuer sword beams had flown less than 3 feet away, the tens of ghost immortals who had been protecting Princess Xianxia had already tightly restrained Yin Xiaosan and her companions. A few cracking noises rang out, as the knees of all 3 of them were broken by the kicks. They fell heavily to their knees and howled miserably with pain. Princess Xianxia snorted coldly. She retracted the sword beams, waved her little hands, and gave the 3 kneeling men a series of violent slaps. After Yin Xiaosan and her companions were beaten beyond recognition and fainted, Princess Xiangli's brows twitched. Grinning coldly, she said, "Send a letter to senior sister Jiang Xian and senior sister Jiang Rue, asking them to accompany me back to Star-Picking City." How dare you imitate the secret decree personally written by my imperial grandfather? Too bad, you've made a mistake. In the letters and decrees that imperial grandfather sends to my father and me, he only uses his personal seal and never the national seal. A bunch of fools. 2 ruined beams shot out from Spirit Cloud Peak. Before long, Jiang Xian and Jiang Rue, 2 early-stage nascent divinity female cultivators who served White Cloud Immortal by Xia, arrived on White Clouds. Princess Xianxia gladly cupped her fist and bowed to both her senior sisters, then said obediently, Senior sisters, please accompany me back to Myriad Immortals planet. Some people in Star-Picking City need to be cleaned up. 15 minutes later, Princess Zhonglu returned to Star-Picking City together with a large group of people, including several hundred cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect. Chapter 344. Star-Picking City was surrounded by water on three sides, and it was a vast expanse of water. Countless fishes, shrimps, and demon beasts could be seen in broad daylight. Often, groups of aquatic demons and sea monsters could be seen leaping from the ocean to the shore, wandering around. There were even large groups of demons and ghosts who wandered around Star-Picking City, just like how ordinary people would go shopping. However, no matter it was the residents of the city or the merchants who came from afar, none of them were surprised by these demons and ghosts. They all knew that the owner of Star-Picking City, Great Yan's Duke of Tianyun, Wuxia, was a good friend of the two dragon kings who lived in the ocean. As these demons and ghosts were the subordinates of the two dragon kings, they would never stir up any trouble in Star-Picking City. On the contrary, with the patronage of these demons and ghosts, Star-Picking City had attracted more powerful merchants. As these demons and ghosts could dive deep into the ocean, they were able to find many rare and precious treasures that no human cultivators could find. Once these demons and ghosts found something valuable or something they could not identify, they would excitedly come to Star-Picking City to sell. These rare and precious treasures were paid with energy stones. With energy stones, these demons and ghosts could exchange them for all kinds of flying swords, magical items, talismans, and spirit pills in Star-Picking Pavilion. As for these items, these low-grade little demons and ghosts could never even dream of getting so many excellent items crafted by human cultivators. Therefore, they were motivated to search the surrounding ocean, collecting countless precious treasures and sending them back to Star-Picking City. Because of these precious treasures produced from the ocean, Star-Picking City was constantly visited by merchants. Even the merchants from the other few kingdoms had gradually come to Star-Picking City to purchase all kinds of rare and precious items. Compared to 3 years ago, when it was just built, Star-Picking City was now densely populated, and vaguely, it had the appearance of a large metropolis. On the other hand, Great Yin Dynasty was constantly sending the people requested by Wuxia to this place. To the north of Star-Picking City, more cities, towns, and villages were being built. A strong light flashed on a long-distance teleportation formation in Star-Picking City, as Princess Zhonglu walked out from it together with a large group of people. The teleportation formation was specially constructed for the top management of Star-Picking City, and it connected Star-Picking City with all the other major cities of Great Yin. It was located right in the heart of the City Lord Mansion. The moment Princess Zhonglu walked out, several cultivators standing guard near the teleportation array rushed forward to greet her. They bowed respectfully towards Princess Zhonglu. Gently waving her hand, Princess Zhonglu said with a deep voice, "Where is Lu Tiyuan? Call him over." In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, Lu Tiyuan rushed over with a few of his subordinates. When he saw Princess Zhonglu from afar, Lu Tiyuan bowed respectfully and said with a smile, "Welcome, Princess. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier." Princess Zhonglu raised her eyebrows and sneered. "Welcome from afar? Where are you going to welcome him? Use your name to gather all the female officials and eunuchs in the city. In short, gather all the men I brought from the Imperial Palace, and ask them to gather in the drill ground in the City Lord Mansion." Lu Tiyuan answered, then quickly gave a glance at Xianxia and her two companions, who were standing behind Princess Zhonglu, being restrained by a few burly disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect. Then he spun and rushed out of the drill ground. Lu Tiyuan's eyes darted back and forth, his brows knitted into a tight frown as he quickened his pace. These female officials were the elites secretly trained by Great Yin Imperial Clan, the elites who served the members of the Imperial Clan. On top of that, Xianxia and her two companions were the leaders of the female officials. They held a high position and held great power in Star-Picking City. Obviously, Princess Zhang Lu had escorted them here, and from the looks of it, she had already given them a round of torture. What had actually happened? Although his mind was filled with countless thoughts, Lu Tzuyin did not waste any time and rushed to the main hall of the City Lord Mansion, where all the city affairs were handled. Hastily, he ordered his subordinates to ring the golden bell and jade drum, which were used to summon all the officials in the city. When all the officials in Star-Picking City heard the sound of the golden bell and jade drum, they all rushed to the mayor's mansion. After Lu Tzuyin came up with a series of excuses, all 3,000 lady officials and 1,000 imperial eunuchs gathered at the drill ground next to the back garden of the mayor's mansion. After doing a head count, Lu Tzuyin hastily came before Princess Zhonglu, who was standing on the observation platform. He bowed and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, I've done a quick check. Apart from Yin Xiaosan, Yin Xiaowu, and Yin Xiaojiu, Yin Xiaoqi, and 2 others who are not here, all the other lady officers are here. 1,000 imperial eunuchs. Not a single one is missing." Princess Zhang Lu answered softly, then slowly rose to her feet and walked to the edge of the reviewing platform, looking down at the thousands of lady officials and eunuchs standing below. From left to right, Princess Zhang Lu glanced at these female officials and eunuchs. Then with a deep voice, she shouted, "Some of you should know the reason why I suddenly came back to the city. I don't want to waste my time. Those who are Yin Xiaosan and the other 2's accomplices, step out now. I'll only kill you and spare your family." Pausing for a while, Princess Zhonglu sneered and said, "If you refuse to surrender and I find out who you are, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll definitely kill every single one of your family members. Think about your own family members. Don't drag them into this mess." The whole place fell into a dead silence. No one made a sound. Princess Zhang Li's face immediately turned unsightly. She sneered and said, "Fine, you refuse to come out? You guys are really bold. How dare you forge an imperial edict, trying to fool me into going to Dark Radiance Planet? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel?" With a backhand slap on Yin Xiaosan's face, Princess Zhang Lu snapped, "Yin Xiaosan, tell me, who is your accomplice?" Yin Xiaosan, whose cheekbone was broken, coughed out a mouthful of blood. She gave Princess Zhang Lu a look, then suddenly dropped to her knees on the observation platform. With a hoarse voice, she cried out, "Your Highness, it's Xiaosan's fault. Xiaosan has wronged your Highness. Xiaosan will tell you the truth right now. Among our sisters, there are a total of 723 who have joined Great Sun Sect, just like us." Princess Zhang Li's expression flickered. Suddenly, among all the lady officials down below, several hundred of them rode on their flying swords and sped up into the sky. Some of them, whose cultivation base was not strong enough to fly on flying swords, simply exercised a light body technique and leaped into the sky, fleeing in panic. No matter it was flying on flying swords or using movement techniques, they were fleeing in all directions at the fastest speed. Like a hornet whose nest had been disturbed, they flew out in a messy manner. Princess Zhang Li's face turned livid with rage. Grinning coldly, she said, "Senior sisters, please help us." Jiang Xian and Jiang Rui cried out, transforming into 2 streams of white mist and soaring up into the sky. At the same time, they waved their hands and clenched their fists. Both early-stage nascent divinity cultivators struck at the same time, exercising the mystic divine ability of White Cloud Immortal Sect, the sky-covering white cloud stamp. Immediately, countless water vapor gathered from all directions, transforming into a hazy cloud with their will, blotting out the sky and enveloping all the fleeing female officials. Abruptly, the cloud tightened, and all the fleeing female officials froze in midair, unable to move even a finger. One after another, several hundred cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect brought here by Princess Zhang Lu flew up into the sky, pulling out specially made restraining ropes and getting ready to tie up these female officials. Princess Zhang Lu frowned and cried out sternly, "Why are you tying them up?" cripple all their cultivation bases. Since they have betrayed Great Yin, the cultivation bases given to them by Great Yin will naturally be taken back. Let's just cripple their cultivation bases directly, saving us a lot of trouble. Upon hearing that, all the cultivators from White Cloud Immortal Sect were taken aback. One after another, they retracted the specially made restraining ropes, then lightly pressed their palms on the lower abdomens of those female officials. With just a light touch, over 700 female officials' meridians and acupoints were destroyed, and their cultivation bases were gone in an instant. Only then did Xianxia and Jiang Rue wave their hands. A large cloud wrapped around these female officials, and they landed lightly on the ground. Both girls exchanged a glance and smiled, then turned to Princess Zhonglu, nodded and said, "Junior sister, what should we do with these people?" Princess Zhonglu gave Yin Xiaosan, who was kneeling on the ground and shouting a fuss, a cold glance, and shook her head lightly. Then she pointed at those female officials who were lying on the ground, unable to move. Grinning coldly, Princess Zhonglu said, "Somebody chop off their heads and hang them at the city gates as a warning to others. Find out their names and backgrounds, then hand them over to scouting office. According to the law, they will be held accountable for the crimes of their clan members. I've said it before, if they refuse to behave themselves, I'll kill all their clan members. Remember this, don't leave any of them alive. Tell the people of scouting office that if one of their clan members escapes, I'll never let them go." Lu Tsun bowed his head and answered, then clapped his hands forcefully. A large group of Star-Picking City's armored soldiers rushed into the drill ground, dragging away those female officials who were crying out loud. Not long after that, the crisp sound of axes chopping flesh and bones was heard coming from outside the drill ground, and a strong smell of blood wafted into the drill ground along with the wind. Princess Zhonglu snorted coldly, then gave those female officials and eunuchs a sidelong glance, who dared not to move in the drill ground. She said coolly, "Yin Xiaosan has exposed some of you who are harboring evil intentions. I'm sure some of you have slipped through the net. Come out on your own, and I'll spare the lives of your entire clan." Yin Xiaosan was stunned for a moment. Then she said in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness, all 723 sisters have." Smiling, Princess Zhonglu kicked Yin Xiaosan's face forcefully and snapped, "Do you really think I'm more stupid than you? I haven't even punished you, and you've already betrayed all 723 of your friends? Are you trying to hide something? Or are you trying to cover up something? Or are you trying to use me to eradicate the disciples of Great Sun Sect? Yin Xiaosan, who is the one who asked you to deceive me?" Upon hearing Princess Zhang Li's words, Yin Xiaosan didn't say a word for a long time. After a long while, she abruptly chuckled and slowly shook her head. Sighing lightly, Yin Xiaosan stared at Princess Zhonglu and said with a cold voice, "Your Highness, I didn't expect you to be so smart." Princess Zhonglu was fuming with anger. "Have I always been stupid?" she said furiously. Yin Xiaosan narrowed her eyes, gave a strange laugh, and said, "I must say, Your Highness is much smarter than before." The corner of Princess Zhang Li's mouth twitched with anger. The five-color divine ray behind her suddenly condensed, transformed into a sword beam, and shot out. Yin Xiaosan gave a miserable howl as one of her arms flew off, leaving a trail of blood behind. "Your accomplices are still down there," snapped Princess Zhonglu. "Tell me their names." From afar, a deep voice filled with an evil power rang out. "Princess Zhonglu, are you proud of yourself for killing so many of my disciples?" Amidst the strong light emitted by the teleportation formation, a tall figure soared up into the sky. It was Lao AI, with a gloomy face, flying swiftly toward them. Chapter 345. Compared to usual, Lao AI looked even more evil and domineering today. His facial features did not change at all, and his stature was exactly the same as usual. He did not release any aura, and was simply flying through the air. But he gave the impression of a dark cloud that was slowly approaching. It was an illusion that a dark cloud was pressing down on the city, making everyone feel so uncomfortable that they were about to vomit blood. Xianxia and Zhang Rui stood on either side of Princess Zhonglu, protecting her. Lao Ai, what are you trying to do? Cried Xianxia, who had a delicate face. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lao Ai slowly flew over the drill ground. He looked coldly at Yin Xiaosan, who was lying on the ground on the reviewing platform, and said coolly, I've spent so much effort to plant someone in the palace, and now he is being sold by a few bitches? Interesting, very interesting. With a complicated expression, Yin Xiaosan stared at Lao Ai, who was hovering in midair. Suddenly, she reached out her hand and gently cut her neck with her fingernail. A stream of blood sprayed out from her neck, but what came out of her body was a strange liquid that was as clear as water, devoid of any color of blood. Yin Xiaosan giggled. Suddenly, her body tilted and fell heavily to the ground. Her body twitched violently, then disintegrated into a puddle of sticky liquid that was devoid of any color of blood. Not only did her body disintegrate, but Yin Xiaosan's soul also shattered abruptly. Under the illumination of the sunlight, her disintegrated soul turned into a wisp of green smoke and drifted away. Only a few miserable howls that only cultivators with powerful divine sense could hear resounded in the air, and then Yin Xiaosan's soul disappeared without a trace. Yin Xiaowu and Yin Xiaojiu exchanged a glance, then simultaneously reached out their fingers and gently cut their own necks. A stream of blood sprayed out from their necks. It was the same clear liquid that was as clear as water. Abruptly, their bodies fell limply to the ground, and very quickly, they turned into a puddle of sticky liquid. Just like in Xiaosan, their souls were completely destroyed, leaving behind no soul fragments that could be used as evidence. Lao Ai snorted coldly, then snapped in a low voice, How dare you betray your master? Do you really think everything will end with your deaths? With a sinister smile, Lao Ai suddenly landed on the platform. Xianxia and Zhang Rui immediately guarded Princess Zhonglu and took a few steps back. Zhang Rui, who had a voluptuous body and a beautiful face, shouted coldly, Lao Ai, what are you trying to do? Kirito tilted his head, and a wicked smile spread across his face. He gently swayed his body back and forth, laughing in a strange voice. What are you doing? Do something this king is happy to do. I've been following Su Mei, that vixen, and I've learned all kinds of magical techniques from her enchantment palace. Now, I'm lacking a few cauldrons. The two of you are at the primordial soul realm, which is perfect for this king to break through a realm. With a pair of eyes flickering with a faint pink evil gleam, Lao Ai glanced at Princess Zhonglu and said in a sinister voice, As for you, your highness, with the innate bloodline in your body, you should be able to help me advance to the heaven immortal realm, right? I didn't expect the princess to have such a precious item. Only a man like me, who cherishes flowers, would know how to enjoy such a wonderful item. Why should I let those green-haired boys have it? Then he gave a strange laugh. Before Princess Zhonglu could say anything, Lao Ai stretched out both hands and thrust them out. Two large pink hands, each several feet in circumference, thrust out whistling noises of thunder. A faint, warm aroma spread in all directions as all the female officials and eunuchs in the drill ground fell to the ground. Lao Ai laughed wildly and said, 3 little beauties, come with me obediently. Shielding Princess Zhonglu, Xianxia and Zhang Rui retreated quickly. Furiously, Princess Zhonglu glared at Lao Ai and snapped, Lao Ai, you are too audacious. Lao Ai sneered and said, Audacious? Princess, you have killed so many of my beloved concubines, and you still dare to say that I am audacious? I'll do it to you today, so what? Su Mei, that coquettish vixen, is about to break through the realm of heaven immortal. If worst comes to worst, after enjoying you, I'll go to a remote planet with her and set up my own sect, living happily there. Then, two large hands grabbed towards Xianxia and Zhang Rui at lightning speed. Both girls performed incantation gestures and were about to fight Lao Ai. But suddenly, a golden beam burst out from Lao Ai's palms and smashed viciously onto their chests, piercing through their defensive barrier, sending them flying away. A glinting golden talisman, 1 foot and 2 inches long, flashed across Lao Ai's palm. Laughing hideously, Lao Ai said, "How does an immortal talisman taste? You're just an early-stage, nascent divinity cultivator." The defensive barrier around Xianxia and Zhang Rui was shattered, an evil force that felt like a thunderbolt, yet at the same time, it came with a soul-devouring and bone-melting itch, surged into their bodies, sealing their meridians and imprisoning their nascent divinity. Their bodies felt limp and weak, and they could not muster any strength. What was even worse was that a strange thought, which they had never experienced before, rose uncontrollably from their hearts. A strange warm current ran wildly through their bodies, and their cheeks turned pink abruptly. Their eyes turned watery, and their bodies softened and fell to the ground. Princess Zhonglu was greatly alarmed. She grabbed Xianxia and Zhang Rui. Then suddenly, a 5-colored cloud emerged from under her feet as she quickly fled into the sky. No one knew the origin of the 5-colored auspicious light that she was born with, but had an incredibly high compatibility with the natural energies. She was not riding on a sword beam, but merely flying on the cloud, yet her flying speed was actually comparable to that of Wuxia when he was using the acquired magnetic sword escape technique. Lao Ai gave a strange laugh, retracted his 2 pink hands, and said in a low voice, "How can I let go of such a delicious meat that is already in my mouth? I never thought that there would be such a good thing waiting for me on Myriad Immortals planet." The connate spiritual chi, which was innately connected to all living things in the world, was a shortcut to the golden immortal realm for those cultivators. Even if I could get my hands on it, I could. After calculating with his fingers, Lao Ai murmured to himself in a low voice in a strange tone, "Excellent. If I can kill this Princess Zhonglu and seize all her true een and true spirits, I'll be able to increase White Tiger Saint Soul's cultivation by at least several tens of thousands of years, and my lifespan will be extended by at least 3 periods. With a lifespan of 3 Yuan Wei, who among my brothers can compete with me for the time being? Wonderful. It was just a routine secret inspection, but I never thought that there would be such a wonderful thing." Laughing wildly, Lao Ai cried out sternly, "Princess Zhonglu, little Xian, don't run away. I'll love you like a good girl." No ripple of energy could be sensed from him, and not even a glimmer of light could be seen. With a sway of his body, Lao Ai came before Princess Zhonglu in a flash. He stretched out his arms, and Princess Zhonglu nearly bumped into his chest. Lao Ai chuckled at the panic-stricken Princess Zhonglu and said, be a good girl, and I'll love you like a good girl. This innate psychic chi can't be given to those brats who don't know anything." Staring fixedly at Princess Zhonglu's beautiful and exquisite face that looked like it could only be found in a painting, Lao Ai said in a deep voice, "Be obedient to me, and I'll give you endless glory and wealth in the future, as well as countless benefits. I'm not bluffing. What I can give you is beyond your imagination. If you don't submit to this king, then blame this king for being ruthless and killing you." Princess Zhonglu clenched her teeth and stared at Lao Ai. Her little face was taut, but she did not say a word. Just now, Lao Ai suddenly appeared before her and blocked her way. That was definitely not the teleportation ability of a nascent divinity cultivator. Instead, Princess Zhonglu had a vague feeling that Lao Ai himself was that fast. His flying speed was as fast as the teleportation ability of a nascent divinity cultivator. Lao Ai grinned coldly, reaching out his hand and grabbing toward Princess Zhonglu. "Yes, be obedient just like that," he said with a hideous smile. "The scenery here is not bad, and it's high up in the sky. Now, you and I will have a good time together. Give me your innate spiritual energy, and I'll give you endless benefits in the future." Suddenly, a blinding five-colored light burst out from between Princess Zhongli's brows, and a faintly discernible pressure spread out from it. Lao Ai stared at Princess Zhonglu in surprise, then smiled and said, "Are you still going to put up a stubborn resistance? What's the point?" Spreading his arms indifferently, Lao Ai laughed and said, "Then, little princess, let's see if you can hurt me with all your strength." Princess Zhonglu stared coldly at Lao Ai. Quickly, all the energy in her body was injected into the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither, which was being nourished in her spiritual ocean. Gradually, the strings on the zither lit up. Strange runes flew out from the zither like countless phoenixes dancing in the sky, absorbing Princess Zhong Li's energy and transforming it into a strange yet vast force, which gradually fused with the strings. A five-colored light emerged from behind Princess Zhong Li's back, and in a blink of an eye, it had spread to an area of 10 miles in circumference. The natural energies within 1,000 miles around Princess Zhong Li began to fluctuate faintly. A great amount of natural energies rushed into Princess Zhong Li's body at an incredible speed, like seawater in a huge whirlpool in the deep sea. Princess Zhong Li's nascent soul devoured the natural energies and transformed them into her own energy, then kept injecting them into the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither. If it were any other cultivators or immortals who used the zither, as long as they did not possess the cultivation base of 33rd tier Heaven Immortal, all the energy and immortal energies in their bodies would be drained in an instant. But by relying on her unique bloodline power, Princess Zhongli's energy was being absorbed by the zither, and at the same time, she was transforming it into new energies and injecting them into the zither. In just a quarter of an hour, the total amount of energy Princess Zhong Lu had injected into the zither was equal to all the energies possessed by 10 early-stage nascent divinity cultivators. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, Lao Ai was getting impatient. He shouted sternly, "Little girl, are you still not ready? How long are you going to put on an act?" Princess Zhonglu rolled her eyes and cried out sternly, "Can't wait any longer? Then die." A bolt of lightning darted out from between her brows, and the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither dashed out along with a strange, immortal tune. The zither hovered before Princess Zhonglu and shone with a dazzling light. Countless talismans formed from lightning wheeled and danced around the zither like flying phoenixes, producing a deafening rumble of thunder. Clang! A strange, ear-piercing, unpleasant, and indescribable sound rang out. With Princess Zhonglu as the center, a ring of white sonic boom rushed out 1,000 miles in an instant. Along with a loud, swooshing noise, the defensive screen of the star-picking city was automatically activated, blocking the sonic boom. After that, all the defensive mechanisms on the entire city wall shattered at the same time, and a large section of the city wall crumbled into pieces. The people in the city were either killed or wounded, and the power of the sonic boom had shattered countless merchants. In that instant, the entire star-picking city turned blood red. That was the result of human bodies exploding. Blood rose into the sky and dyed the entire star-picking city red. Lao Ai, who bore the brunt of the sonic boom, suffered a shock that was thousands of times greater than that of star-picking city. The deafening boom echoed in his spiritual ocean, and his soul was nearly shredded like a dandelion seed in a hurricane. Lao Ai let out a shrill howl. All of his clothes were torn apart, and 7 to 8 large wounds appeared on his body. Large amounts of blood, and even pieces of internal organs sprayed out from those wounds. Lao Ai's body swayed, and his facial muscles squirmed. Suddenly, he transformed into the face of a handsome man. Princess Zhonglu cried out in shock, "You're not Lao Ai? Who are you?" Lao Ai let out a shrill howl. Blood spurted out from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth like fountains. His brain was nearly turned into tofu. He had no idea whether he was still alive or not, but but he kept howling. A stream of white mist swooshed out from behind his back, within which the soul of a 30 meters tall white tiger, with a pair of wings on its back, rose into the sky, pouncing towards Princess Zhonglu with an overwhelming intent of killing. The surrounding area quaked abruptly. Once the white tiger showed up, the color of the sky changed, and an inexhaustible intent of killing enveloped the entire area, dispersing all natural energies. Chapter 346. While Princess Zhonglu and Lao AI were fighting fiercely above the ocean outside Star-Picking City, in the capital city of Tianlu Kingdom, the neighboring country of Gutai Dynasty on White Cloud Planet, Lao AI was fighting valiantly in a bedchamber of Tianlu Kingdom's imperial palace. The bedchamber was luxuriously furnished, but the colors were mostly black and gold, giving off a depressing atmosphere. Empress Dowager Ci Hun, the current Empress Dowager who held the actual power of the imperial court, was lying naked on her stomach on the bed. Her face was flushed as she endured wave after wave of attacks from Lao AI's back, which were as heavy as a mountain and as fast as lightning. Loud slapping noises echoed in the bedchamber, while Empress Dowager Ci Hun's moans and gasps could be heard coming from the bedchamber. Outside the bedchamber, Madman Shui was sitting steadily on a soft couch, while a few naked and beautiful palace maids were lying limply on the ground, looking at Madman Shui feebly with flushed faces. A petite girl who looked to be at most 14 years old had her knees wrapped around Madman Shui's waist, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, and her body was wriggling up and down on top of Madman Shui's body. The girl had fallen into a semi-conscious state, but her pretty face was filled with obsession and fanaticism. She was moaning in a low voice, her body was shivering and twitching, and strange pink spots were emerging on her skin as well. Madman Shui held tightly on the girl's slender waist with both hands, silently exercising the Great Sun technique taught to him by Lao AI, extracting a thread of true Yin energy from the girl's body and strengthening his own energy. In his dantian, there was already a fist-sized, glinting pinkish ball of energy. Shockingly, he had broken through the peak stage of Xianxia realm, stepping into the realm of Jin Dan Human Immortal. With the nourishment from the true Yin energy extracted from the girls over the past few days, his Jin Dan had reached a certain degree of maturity and was about to turn into a corporeal Jin Dan. Suddenly, a long moan came from the girl who was wriggling on his body. Her petite body twitched a few times, then became limp and coiled around Madman Shui's body. She looked like a serpent that had its spine pulled out, and suddenly, a large amount of sweat broke out from her body. Madman Shui laughed wildly, picked up the girl, and threw her to the ground. After that, he shouted excitedly, "Somebody, help Her Highness take a bath and change her clothes. Invite Princess Yulu here so that she can study the supreme immortal technique with Lao Tzu." A few tall and sturdy eunuchs with fierce-looking faces were smiling flatteringly, carrying a young lady dressed in luxurious clothing who looked even more childish than the princess just now. Her face was already pale from fright, and she had long been scared out of her wits. Madman Shui laughed wildly as he grabbed Princess Yulu, who was struggling ceaselessly, and forcefully pushed her down onto the soft couch. Amidst the painful cry of a young girl, Madman Shui gasped and groaned, his body moving up and down like a pile driver. In the bedchamber, Empress Dowager Ci Guang gave a feeble cry. Her body was also drenched in sweat as she collapsed onto the couch. Gently, Lao AI turned Empress Dowager Ci Guang over. With a tender and charming smile on his face, he said softly, "Enrong, do you feel beautiful?" Empress Dowager Ci Guang's name was Enrong. She stared at Lao AI with an infatuated expression, her hands weakly stroking her snow-white, plump breasts. After a long while, she sighed and said, "Elder brother Lao AI, Enrong has lived so many years in vain. How could there be such a wonderful thing in the world?" And Rong had never thought of this. I compared to elder brother Lao AI. The late emperor is simply. Lao AI stuck out his chest complacently, smiled tenderly, and said, "What did you say about that damned emperor? Let alone him. Lao AI doesn't believe there is any man under the heaven who could defeat Lao AI." With both hands gently stroking Empress Dowager Ci Guang's body, Lao AI said coolly, "That troublesome prime minister's house was caught on fire last night, and his entire clan has been burned to death. Now, is there anyone in the imperial court who dares to make things difficult for Rome?" Empress Dowager Ci Guang gave Lao AI a charming smile, squeezing her long legs tightly around his waist. She chuckled and said, "Who dares to refute my decree? From today onwards, the Tianlu kingdom will be shared by elder brother Lao AI. Tomorrow, I will issue an imperial decree, saying that elder brother Lao AI is my cousin, a man with the talent to rule the heaven and earth, the pillar that holds up the sky of the Tianlu kingdom, and that he will temporarily serve as the regent of the Tianlu kingdom." Lao AI nodded delightfully and said, "Excellent. In the future, when Enrong and I give birth to a child, he will be the ruler of the Tianlu kingdom for generations to come." Lao AI straightened his body and once again entered into Empress Dowager Ci Guang's body. He chuckled and said in a low voice, "I, the pillar that holds up the sky, will spread my seeds throughout the world, turning all the emperors under the heaven into my sons and grandsons. The thing that I failed to achieve in those years, I must make it come true now. How happy will it be to make all the emperors of the kingdoms address me as father?" Empress Dowager Ci Guang had lost her last bit of rationality. She hugged Lao AI tightly and began to enjoy the pleasure with him once again. A series of slapping noises rang out once again. Not long after that, Empress Dowager Ci Guang let out a moan, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Lao AI rose to his feet complacently, slowly wiping his body clean with a white handkerchief. Then, served by a few palace maids who were blushing beside him, he put on the imperial robe of the Tianlu kingdom's prince. After casually touching and pinching the bodies of these palace maids, Lao AI's lust was aroused when he looked at the few young and beautiful palace maids. Just as he was about to put them on the bed and have some fun with them, a soft cry suddenly came from the courtyard. "Sect leader, patriarch, we have an urgent matter to report." Lao AI was taken aback. He waved his hand and drove the few palace maids aside, then strode out of the bedchamber. Madman Shui, who was making Princess Yulu roll her eyes at the entrance of the bedchamber, rose to his feet hastily and stood naked in front of the bedchamber, staring coldly at a few beardless, pale men clad in eunuch outfits. These few men had just arrived at the bedchamber under the lead of a few disciples of Great Sun Sect. Madman Shui did not notice them at first, but he did not expect that they would suddenly call out to Lao AI. Therefore, Madman Shui had no choice but to stop what he was doing and stand up to receive Lao AI's order. After walking out of the bedchamber, Lao AI gave Princess Yulu a look, who lay paralyzed on the soft bed and could not move at all. He nodded at Madman Shui and praised, "Disciple, you have a good eyesight. This girl is full of innate energy, and having sex with her will save you 30 years of laborious cultivation. Disciple has been diligent these few days. In just a few days, you have stepped into the realm of Jin Dan. Not bad at all." Madman Shui bowed respectfully and said gratefully, "This is all thanks to Master's excellent teaching, and also because of your marvelous technique. It is not laborious at all. Over the past few days, I have doted on 37 princesses of Tianlu Kingdom. It is a wonderful thing. How is it laborious?" Lao AI laughed complacently, nodded his head, and said, "I like what you said. Among all the divine techniques under the heaven, there is no one who can progress faster than us, master and disciple. As long as we have a girl with a good aptitude as our cultivation vessel, our cultivation base will advance at a tremendous pace, and no one can ever compare with us." Patting Madman Shui's shoulder, Lao AI cast a cold glance at the few eunuchs standing respectfully in the courtyard before the bedchamber and snorted coldly. What is it? Aren't you keeping an eye on the activity in G City? Why did you leave your post and come here? Upon hearing his words, the few eunuchs in Great Yin Imperial Palace, the secret disciples of Great Sun Sect, dropped to their knees respectfully, gave Lao AI a few kowtows, and said, Sect Master, Patriarch, we have some shocking news to report to you. This news is too important, and we dare not to neglect it. That's why we came here to report it to you, Patriarch. Lao AI nodded his head and said in a deep voice, What is the shocking news? Stand up and tell me. The few eunuchs gave him a few more kowtows, then rose to their feet. Carefully, the eunuch who led the group took out a jade slip, stepped forward, and handed it over to Lao AI. The jade slip was simple and unadorned, carved into the shape of a strange-looking bird. The blade technique was simple and crude, but contained an extraordinary aura. Lao AI sent his divine will into the jade slip and was immediately attracted by the information contained in it. Suddenly, his face flushed red, and he cried out in wild joy, Excellent! You have all contributed a great merit this time. Everyone will be rewarded handsomely. Quick, follow me to that place and have a look. The information contained in the jade slip was very simple. It was a map of a secret immortal abode on Myriad Immortals' planet, as well as a detailed record of how to get in and out of the restrictive spells. According to the few eunuchs, this jade slip was seized by a secret agent of Great Yan's scouting office from Great Zhao's Zhao Wu Palace at a great cost, and was immediately sent back to Great Yin through a secret channel. However, halfway through the journey, it was intercepted by Great Sun Sect's disciples in the Imperial Palace, and all the related people were killed. In the end, the jade slip was personally sent to Lao AI by these eunuchs. It was a complete map of an ancient secret immortal abode, and a record of how to break through the restrictive spells, which no one had ever discovered before. Needless to say, there must be a lot of good stuff in it. Burning with impatience, Lao AI was too lazy to pay any attention to the affairs of Tian Lu Kingdom. He left a few disciples to take charge of the overall situation, then hurriedly brought Madman Shui and a few eunuchs back to Myriad Immortals' planet through a grand universal teleportation formation. Following the map in the jade slip, Lao AI brought nearly 100 disciples and stealthily came to the southernmost marshland of Great Yin Dynasty. Without hesitation, he followed the map and went deep into the marshland, going 36,000 miles deep into the marshland, and came to a mountain range that stretched for several tens of thousands of miles in the depths of the marshland. The mountain range here was steep, filled with barren hills and unruly rivers, venomous snakes and bugs, and even some strange creatures that could not be explained with words. The southern marshland of Great Yin Dynasty was the most feared place in the four cardinal directions of Great Yin Dynasty. The Eastern Ocean was vast and boundless, inhabited by countless powerful aquatic clans. The northern snowfield was extremely cold, and the natural environment was extremely harsh. The western Ming Mountains were filled with countless demon clans and barbarians. The southern marshland was a land of mystery, boundless mystery, extremely mysterious and frightening. No one in the entire Great Yin Dynasty knew exactly how large the marshland was and what exactly was hidden in it. Following the map, Lao AI brought nearly 100 disciples and searched in this mountain range for a few days. Finally, they found a lofty mountain surrounded by 9 small mountain ranges that meandered like dragons, with steep slopes that looked like screens. The lofty mountain was bare and barren, and not even a single strand of natural energy could be found within the circumference of 100 miles. There was only a faint, piercingly cold aura that made one's heart shiver. Staring at the mysterious and bizarre lofty mountain, Lao AI gave his surroundings a cautious glance. He could not make up his mind whether he should enter the mountain and explore it, but someone had made the decision for him. 2 eunuchs standing behind him took out a golden talisman and waved it in the air. Immediately, A clump of golden cloud enveloped Lao AI and the several dozens of disciples around him, including Madman Shui. Then, with a flash, they were brought to the foot of the lofty mountain. Suddenly, the barren lofty mountain that looked like a steamed bun lit up, and a large number of runes began to emerge from it. An enormous pressure came pressing down on Lao AI, causing his knees to go weak, and he was pinned to the ground, unable to move even a little bit. All the disciples around him were howling and howling miserably as their bodies were crushed into pieces by the sudden pressure. Chapter 347. Help me, Master. A terrible pressure came pressing down from all directions. Madman Shui felt as if he was a bean that had gone soft after soaking in a millstone, and was about to be crushed into powder by the hard and heavy millstone. Cracking noises could be heard coming from his bones, while countless bloody wounds opened up on his skin. A large amount of blood gushed out through his torn muscles and blood vessels. In just a blink of an eye, he had turned into a man of blood. Lao AI, who was also thrown into a very awkward situation by the sudden pressure, gave a muffled snort and grabbed Madman Shui's hand. A clump of pinkish mist sprayed out from Lao AI's body, firmly shielding him and Madman Shui. Then a sweet moan rang out as 9 pearls the size of a human head shot out from the top of Lao AI's head, emitting a dazzling light that shielded Lao AI and his disciples, who had been killed by 7 to 8 of them. Soft giggles kept coming out from the 9 pearls. Silhouettes flashed across the air, and 9 beautiful girls walked out from the pearls. Their bodies were graceful, and every single movement they made was filled with a boundless charm. These 9 girls looked very young, with pure and innocent faces. At first glance, one could tell that they were young ladies from influential clans who were not familiar with the affairs of the world. However, they were very tall, and their bodies were very sexy. Their naked bodies were even more attractive than all the popular girls in the brothels under the heaven. The 9 girls took a few steps around Lao AI. Suddenly, one of them chuckled, clenched her fists, and threw a powerful punch forward. A beam of pinkish light shot out, shaking the void and producing a loud boom. A large sheet of flame exploded, leaving dozens of cracks on the ground under Lao AI and the others' feet. Giggles lingered in the air as the 9 girls transformed into countless afterimages and flew all over the sky. Wherever they went, countless snow-white punches smashed into the surrounding void, shaking the heaven and earth. The surrounding mountain ridges were undulating, with some rocks crumbling and hilltops falling off. There were also many large cracks on the ground, with pale yellow earthen mist and millstone-sized rocks flying up into the sky. Lao AI had protected himself and his disciples with the 9 pearls, and used the 9 girls to attack the restrictive spells in the surroundings. Then, he pulled Madman Shui to his feet and stared coldly at the few eunuchs who were hovering in midair several tens of miles away. Good. Lao AI has been a villain all his life, but I never thought that I would be tricked by someone today. When did you betray Great Sun Sect? The few eunuchs bowed respectfully at Lao AI. The eunuch who led the group shouted at Lao AI in a deep voice, "We have never belonged to Great Sun Sect. It's just that, Patriarch, in order to expand your power in the Imperial Palace, you unintentionally took us in as your disciples. Over the years, we, the crippled men, have been able to be reborn, and that is all thanks to you, Patriarch. You bunch of ungrateful bastards." Lao AI stared at the few eunuchs with a gloomy face, nodded slowly, and said, "If I don't die today, I'll definitely wipe out your 9 clans." Amidst a loud boom, the 9 girls who were fleeing in all directions suddenly joined forces and struck a certain spot in the void in front of them. 9 fair and slender fists hit a certain spot in the void almost at the same time. Suddenly, a large number of runes exploded from the top of the mountain that was emitting a blinding light. Huge rocks were torn to pieces, and the tremendous pressure that came pressing down from the surroundings was reduced by at least 30%. Lao AI let out a loud laugh, then casually pointed a finger at them. 9 drops of blood flew out from his fingertips, and the 9 girls laughed joyfully at the same time. Hastily, each of them caught a drop of Lao Ai's blood and swallowed it. Suddenly, their bodies changed. From the enchanting and beautiful girls just a moment ago, their skin and flesh turned transparent like glass, revealing their pinkish bones with a faint golden hue. Lao Ai smiled faintly and said in a cold voice, "Trying to trap me with a mere restrictive spell of magnetic force? All of you are delusional. Pink skeletons are nothing but things that will fade away in the mortal world. The heavenly Tao is desolate, and only one's heart is as firm as a Vajra." As Lao Ai's voice rang out, the 9 girls sat down cross-legged with 3 flawless, white lotus thrones emerging out of nowhere under them. They performed lotus incantation gestures with their hands and recited the Vajra exorcism mantra. Quickly, their skin and flesh melted into a transparent liquid and fused into their bones. Before long, 9 pinkish skeletons with a faint golden hue sat cross-legged on the 9 lotus thrones. Not only did they not look ferocious or frightening, but there was a sense of sacredness in their evilness, and a hint of cuteness in their dignified manner. The pink skeletons looked like lotus roots that had just come out of the water, fresh and tender, as if water could be squeezed out of them with just a pinch. Lao Ai gave a long and sonorous cry and cried out, "Wheel of Delight, the great joy of the heavens." 9 white lotus thrones gracefully rolled up, firmly wrapping the 9 skeletons in the white lotus petals. A chanting echoed out as the 9 lotus thrones soared up into the sky, dancing rapidly in the air, then suddenly transformed into a sheet of hazy white light that drifted down from the sky. 9 pearls flew up into the sky, emanating a solemn and sacred aura, and fused into the sheet of white light in the sky. About 3 to 5 breaths later, the white light faded away, revealing a wheel, about 63 feet in diameter, pink in color, with 9 layers on the inside and outside, in which countless heavenly demons were dancing gracefully. Heavenly maidens were sprinkling petals, and an endless number of fairies were dancing gracefully in the air. It hovered gracefully behind Lao Ai's back. A pinkish lotus throne flew out from the middle of the wheel and slowly fell under Lao Ai's feet, carrying him up into the sky and merging with the huge wheel. Every time Lao Ai breathed, the countless heavenly demons, fairies, and fairies would laugh joyfully together. Chi-Chi made his move. When Wuxia looked carefully into the wheel, he could see a boundless, miraculous realm of joy, as if he had traveled through all the worlds in just a blink of an eye and seen countless scenes of great joy and happiness. If it were an ordinary cultivator, with just a single glance, his soul would have been sucked into the wheel and completely melted into the boundless, miraculous realm. With his long black hair fluttering behind his head, Lao Ai sat on the lotus throne with a solemn expression and said coolly, "Extreme Yin gives birth to Yang, and extreme Yang gives birth to Yin. The ultimate of the evil Tao is not the fiend, but the Buddha who shares the same body with the fiend. I, Lao Ai, have comprehended the miraculous principles of the heaven and earth with the art of delight. In the future, what I will attain is not the Tao of heaven immortal, but the Arhat of delight." A pink and translucent relic flew out from between Lao Ai's brows, emanating a boundless bright light and emanating an immeasurable pressure, hovering right in front of him. Lao Ai gently pointed his finger at the relic, and a ring of transparent divine, well, that could be seen with naked eyes, burst out from it, sweeping across all the mountains and rivers within 10,000 miles in a blink of an eye. Wherever the divine will swept across, every single blade of grass, every single insect, and every single fish was under the observation of Lao Ai's Dharma eyes. Lao Ai let out a long laugh, then turned to look a mountain ridge behind the few dumbfounded eunuchs, and said coolly, "You Xianxia, you bitch, get the hell out here right now. Is it your Yu Academy who is scheming against Great Sun Sect? Wait until this king captures you alive. This king will make you an old virgin who can't get married, beg for death but can't get it. Get the hell out here, take off all your clothes and lie on the ground obediently, waiting for my favor. Then I'll spare your entire clan." The few eunuchs had a panicked look on their faces. They exchanged a glance, then suddenly backed away at the same time. Lao Ai sneered, shook his head, breathed out a long sigh, and said, good children, how can you still be alive after betraying me? Exterminate." When he uttered the word exterminate, the bodies of the few eunuchs suddenly froze. After that, they vanished without a trace. Lao Ai's enormous willpower, the willpower of Buddhist League, and not the divine will of Tao League, had wiped out all traces of the few eunuchs' existence in a blink of an eye. Naturally, their fleshly bodies and souls had vanished along with it, leaving no trace that they were once alive. Madman Xue and the other disciples of Great Sun Sect could only remember these few eunuchs. It was because Lao Ai's divine ability and magical power were too weak. If it were a real Buddha who used this method to kill someone, the memory of the victim would be completely wiped out from the hearts and souls of all living beings under the heaven and earth. Apart from those almighty experts who were on par with the Buddha, no one would be able to remember them. That was the truly mysterious and boundless divine ability that ruled over everything. Compared to a Buddha like that, Lao Ai was nothing more than a drop of water in a vast ocean, far inferior to the real Buddha. A soft clap rang out. From behind a mountain, where Lao Ai pointed and scolded just now, Xianxia walked out with a smile on her face and a young man who looked valiant and extraordinary. Xianxia chuckled and said, "You are indeed worthy of being the sect leader of Great Sun Sect. May I ask what kind of cultivation technique Senior Lao Ai is practicing?" Lao Ai rolled his eyes and casually thrust out his palm. A huge and hazy hand that could overturn the heavens gently fell down from the sky. It was densely covered with countless runes, glinting with a strong light and emanating a tremendous magnetic force. When the huge hand lightly touched the mountain that imprisoned Lao Ai and his company, it immediately turned into a clump of dust and drifted away in the air, leaving behind a huge palm print that measured several dozens of miles in circumference and 1 mile deep into the ground. Lao Ai snorted coldly and said coolly, "Cut the crap. Xianxia, strip off all your clothes and lie on the ground yourself. I'll only play with you, not kill you. If I do it myself, I'll strip off all your clothes. Every single member of your clan and every single member of your academy. I'll kill every single one of them." Xianxia's expression changed instantly, turning extremely venomous. With a livid face, she glared at Lao Ai and said with a cold grin, "You?" Lao Ai rose to his feet, took off his long robe and pants, revealing his erect lower body. Grinning hideously, he said, "You don't believe me? Why don't you give it a try?" Xianxia's livid face turned purple with anger. No matter how ruthless and cunning she was still a virgin girl. An old demon like Lao Ai was an extremely shameless man. How could she possibly defeat Lao Ai by playing with such an evil trick? Covering her face with her sleeve, Xianxia cried out sternly, "Elder Brotherhood, I'll have to trouble you. Once Lao Ai is killed, I'll replace him and control Great Sun Sect. With that, the entire Great Yin dynasty will be in my pocket." The valiant young man chuckled and said, "Well, it's been a long time since I've exercised my hands and feet. Let's see what kind of tricks these people have up their sleeves." Yuhuda breathed out a sigh, smiled, and said, "Although these people are born from the same origin as us, they are indeed different from our clan members. Their cunning tricks are top-notch. Xianxia, those seniors of yours have returned to their clan, and now they are the pillars of the clan. Xianxia, your current methods of killing are also decisive. I'm sure you'll have a bright future ahead of me. I hope you can take good care of me in the future." Xianxia smiled faintly, nodded at Yuhuda, and said, Elder brother, you're being too courteous. We still don't know what will happen in the future. But since you've shown your face in front of Lao AI today, I can't let them leave this place alive. Yuhuda smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, Xianxia. If I can't kill him, how can I easily show my face in public? Yuhuda smiled confidently and proudly. Suddenly, a dark cloud soared up into the sky from the top of his head. A thunderbolt flashed through the dark cloud, and a strange beast soul, standing 100 feet tall, with a black skin and one leg, and a pair of purple-blue horns on its head, constantly unleashing thunderbolts that stretched for tens of thousands of feet. Lao Ai's face fell instantly. He cried out with a stern voice, The soul of the ancient thunder beast, Kueox? Yuhuda grinned coldly and did not answer. Abruptly, he merged his body with the soul of Kueox, transforming into a clump of thunderbolt and thrusting towards Lao Ai. Lao Ai snorted coldly. He recited a scripture in silence, then flipped both palms. A pinkish divine ray shot out soundlessly from his palms. Chapter 348. Above the East Ocean of Great Yen, Princess Zhang Lu was carrying Xianxia and Zhang Rui, who were limp and had their faces flushed. She was staring coldly at the winged beast's soul of the white tiger, who was rushing down toward her. She took a deep breath, and with every breath she took, an enormous amount of water element energy would fuse into her body, turning into pure and powerful energies that circulated through her entire body. Wisps of five-colored light kept rushing out from Princess Zhongli's body, being absorbed into the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither, which had its glow dimmed down suddenly. For cultivators and heaven immortals below the cultivation base of 33rd tier heaven immortal, once they used the zither, all their energy would be sucked dry by it. However, Princess Zhang Lu had a unique physique, which allowed her to replenish her energies at any time she wanted. As a result, even though she had exercised the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither with all her strength, she still had enough energy to continue supplying energies to the zither. Gradually, the zither strings lit up, and numerous runes drifted out from it, slowly wheeling and dancing around the strings. After placing Xianxia and Zhang Rui on the cloud, Princess Zhang Lu held the zither with one hand and pressed her other hand on the strings. Stealthily, she took out a few spirit pills concocted especially for the core disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect and swallowed them. Immediately, more energies were produced in her body, rushing into the zither through her meridians. The white tiger soul let out a deafening roar, then shot towards Princess Zhang Lu in a beam of white light. A five-color divine gleam flickered in Princess Zhang Li's eyes. In that very moment, she had once again entered into a profound and unpredictable state of enlightenment. Although the white tiger was approaching menacingly and at an extremely fast speed, in Princess Zhang Li's eyes, its speed was extremely slow and sluggish, as if it was approaching her bit by bit. Princess Zhang Lu could vaguely see the ripples in the void around the white tiger, caused by its enormous power. She could also see the countless profound runes and glows shrouding the white tiger's body. It was a very short moment, but for Princess Zhang Lu, it was a very long moment. The white tiger's killing aura forced back all the heaven and earth spirit chi in the air, but the ocean below was boundless, and the water attribute spirit chi was endless. The huge amount of water attribute spirit chi kept pouring into Princess Zhang Li's body from afar, turning into rolling Zhen Yuan and merging into the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither. Activating the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither in the realm of enlightenment, Princess Zhang Li's divine sense gradually came into contact with that irascible, restless, and even slightly tyrannical artifact spirit within the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither. Just like how Jingku assassinated the Emperor of Qin years ago, the item spirit of this zither was filled with a brutal aura, as if it would rather perish together with the enemy. It was unknown where the heaven immortal who crafted the zither found such a supreme grade item spirit. Gradually, the connection between Princess Zhonglu and the item spirit deepened, and a desperate aura began to emanate from her body, as if she would rather die than live in dishonor. A faint blood-red gleam shone from her eyes. Slowly, Princess Zhonglu clenched the zither strings with her fingers and pulled them, aiming at the incoming white tiger. The man who impersonated Lao AI was staggering and flying in the air a few miles away, as if he was drunk. The strike from the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither had not only left a terrible wound on his body, it had also severely wounded his soul, and even his white tiger soul was severely damaged. What was even worse was that his eardrums were broken, and some fine structures in his ear canals were shattered by the tremendous sound wave, which directly affected his balance. His vision turned dark, and his divine will could not work. He could not even keep the balance of his body, and his fleshly body was severely wounded. Panicked and frightened, Lao AI had no idea how to deal with the situation. He forgot to control his beast soul, and just let it pounce towards Princess Zhonglu by instinct. However, in the way of beast warriors, the beast soul had to fight together with the soul of its host in order to unleash the tremendous power it had when it was still alive. Without the help of the host soul, the beast soul alone could only control less than 1,000th of the power it had when it was still alive. Facing the white tiger soul, which was getting closer and closer, Princess Zhonglu calmly locked her eyes on it. She clenched the zither strings with her fingers, and the sharp and powerful strings cut Princess Zhonglu's fingers. Drops of blood flowed down the strings and fell onto the zither. The zither absorbed all the blood, and gradually, Princess Zhonglu and the zither had a connection of blood and soul. When the white tiger soul was less than 1,000 feet away from her, Princess Zhonglu gently loosened the strings. Clang! Once again, an extremely unpleasant sound rang out. A white, cone-shaped sonic boom shot out from the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither, enveloping the huge white tiger beast soul within it. Just now, when Princess Zhonglu unleashed her full-strength attack, the sonic boom unleashed by the Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither rushed out in all directions at the same time. As a result, the powerful offensive force was greatly dispersed and did not cause any fatal blow to Lao AI. But this time, Princess Zhonglu had learned how to concentrate the sound wave attack from Five Thunders' soul-shattering zither. She compressed the white sound wave into a several hundred feet thick pillar of sound wave that shot straight ahead, hitting the white tiger beast soul precisely. As the power was compressed, the amount of energy Princess Zhonglu injected in this short period of time was less than 1% of the previous attack. However, as the sound waves were concentrated in a straight line, the power was a few times stronger than the attack Lao AI suffered just now. A beast roar rose into the sky. The zither had the magical effect of attacking souls. Struck by the white sonic boom, the white tiger's soul's body blurred and nearly disintegrated in the air. A large number of spell symbols and streams of light flickered inside the white tiger's body. Suddenly, the dim glow on all the spell symbols dimmed, and a few of them were nearly extinguished on the spot. The white tiger's body trembled violently, and a big half of the pair of fleshy wings on its back exploded. The white tiger's soul let out a sad roar, barely stabilized its body, and continued dashing towards Princess Zhonglu. Right at this moment, Lao AI was hit by the sonic boom as well. His legs, arms, and a large piece of skin and flesh on his chest were shattered by the rapid sonic boom. He let out a miserable howl and shouted, "White tiger, come back. Protect your master." The white tiger threw its head back and let out a long roar. Its huge claws were less than 3 inches away from Princess Zhonglu's delicate neck. It threw its head back and let out a long roar, then abruptly transformed into a beam of white light and shot back, fusing with Lao AI's body. Lao AI threw his head back and let out a tiger roar. Suddenly, his body expanded by a few times, reaching the height of 50 feet. His muscles swelled up, and a faint white gleam could be seen flickering under his skin, emanating a cold and sharp aura. There was also a pressure that no one dared to look directly at him. His arms and legs, which were shattered by the zither melody, were reborn along with a white beam that flashed abruptly. Lao Ai waved his arms, threw his head back, and let out a long and wild roar. As a result, a stream of blood sprayed out from his mouth, and his body trembled, nearly falling into the ocean. The two attacks from the zither melody had seriously wounded him. Even though he had regrown his limbs with the power of the beast's soul, he had consumed too much of his prime energy. "Little girl, you're going to die. I, Yu Tian, swear that I'll torture." Before Yu Tian could finish his curse while gnashing his teeth, a large iron hammer, the size of a small house, came whistling from behind him, smashing forcefully on the back of his head. It was unknown what material was used to forge this hammer, as it was extremely hard. Apart from its hardness, it was extremely heavy as well. Judging from its size, one could tell that it was definitely not light. The heavy blow caught Yu Tian off guard and caused the back of his head to cave in. His eyeballs nearly popped out from his eye sockets. His tongue stretched out 3 inches long, spraying a large amount of saliva and blood several hundred feet away. After being struck twice by the Five Thunder's soul-shattering zither, which was a 33rd grade immortal item, his injuries were extremely serious. Dizzy and deafened, he did not notice that there was an enemy coming from his back, and it was a very powerful enemy. Yu Tian was knocked flying away by the hammer, coughing out mouthfuls of blood as he turned his head around in a sorry state. Catfish Flood Dragon, who had transformed into a body of over 100 feet tall, had a huge catfish head and was enshrouded in rolling dark clouds. She was carrying the black hammer, which had a shape similar to that used by blacksmiths in a blacksmith shop, the size of a small house. She grinned widely at Yu Tian. Saliva was trickling down from the corner of her mouth, and she said with a muffled voice, "Zi Xian is my good sister. How dare you hit her? Is my hammer delicious? I think your flesh must be very delicious. TSK, TSK, it's smooth and tender." After being nourished by the white tiger soul's energy, Yu Tian's skin was indeed smooth and tender, like the finest mutton fat jade. Catfish Flood Dragon, who was very experienced in eating human flesh, could tell with just one glance that he was a good man who tasted pretty good and was the best among all human flesh. Therefore, her saliva was dripping down from her mouth. Yu Tian had a severe concussion and had no idea what time it was today and no idea who he was. He shook his head, pointed his finger at Catfish Flood Dragon, and cursed furiously. "Evil doer! You! How dare you hurt me? You're dead." Before Yu Tian could finish his words, a tens of miles thick water column suddenly shot up from the bottom of the ocean and smashed viciously onto his body. Yu Tian howled miserably as he was pushed over 100 miles up into the sky by the water column. After that, blood was seen splattering in all directions, and a 3-toothed harpoon was seen sticking out from his buttocks. While howling miserably, he tumbled down from the sky. The water column crumbled with a boom, and a heavy rain immediately poured down from the ocean within 100 miles in circumference. Lord Xianxia suddenly appeared amidst the water column. He was holding a 3-toothed harpoon in his left hand, pointing it at Yu Tian, who was falling down from the sky, and snapped, "How dare you lay your hands on my sister-in-law in my territory? You're going to die today. I'm going to chop you into pieces and give them to my men." The water column just now was a trick created by Lord Xianxia, who had rushed here after hearing the news. Hiding in the water column, he casually thrust the harpoon into Yu Tian's crotch. Now, only less than 3 feet of the 18 feet long 3-toothed harpoon was exposed. It was obvious how deep the harpoon had gone into Yu Tian's body. Howling and howling miserably, Yu Tian grabbed the harpoon from his buttocks and howled, "Despicable, shameless, despicable, filthy, you bunch of evildoers." Having been stabbed in such an embarrassing spot, Yu Hatian was so ashamed that he nearly wanted to commit suicide. If this were to spread out, he would no longer be able to show his face in the future. Lord Xianxia gave a strange laugh, shook his head, and said, "Despicable? Despicable? Shameless? Aye, there's a barb on the harpoon. Please don't pull out, as there is a deadly poison on it. Please." Before his voice could fade away, Yu Hatian had already pulled the harpoon out forcefully. In the end, another miserable howl rang out. Yu Hatian pulled the harpoon forcefully, pulling it out from his lower body, along with a large intestine. The intestine had turned black, green, blue, and purple. Sure enough, there were barbs on it, and it was laced with deadly poison. Furthermore, it was not just one type of poison. The pain made Yu Hatian feel like he was about to die. He could no longer fuse with his white tiger beast soul. Both of their souls separated abruptly, and the white tiger beast soul reappeared behind his back. All of a sudden, a silver lotus came shooting over, from within which came the divine flame of order, 30 feet tall and as thick as a water tank, wrapping around the white tiger beast's soul and burning it. Princess Zhonglu pinched her fingers and controlled the silver lotus to trap the white tiger beast soul. She kept opening her mouth and spraying out streams of 5-colored auspicious clouds, making the divine flame of order burn even more vigorously. The pain made Yu Hatian howl, and howl miserably. His body twitched violently as he fell to the ground, crying out at the top of his voice, "You can't kill me. I'm the son of Marquis Jian, the human emperor. You can't kill me, because if you do, you are going against the heavenly Tao." Before his voice could fade away, Catfish Flood Dragon had already rushed forward, grabbed Yu Hatian up, and swallowed him whole without even washing him. Gulp! Catfish Flood Dragon praised. "Delicious." Suddenly, a beam of jade light shot out from Catfish Flood Dragon's mouth, from within which came a stern voice. "Who dares to kill my beloved son?" A vague fist shot out from the jade light, thrusting straight towards Catfish Flood Dragon's chest. Chapter 349. Heavenly Tao. Princess Zhonglu snorted disdainfully at Yu Hatian's words. The purple, clear divine flame on the silver lotus converged inwards. The white tiger beast's soul let out a shrill howl, turned into countless pure, white fluorescent lights, and shattered into pieces. Following the secret method taught by Wuxia, Princess Zhonglu hurriedly waved her hand at those white fluorescent lights. Immediately, a white waterfall rushed straight into her palm and was absorbed into her spiritual sea, merging with her nascent soul. The essence of the soul of this white tiger bee soul was extremely powerful. After it was refined by the divine flame of order, it broke down into its essence particles, which made Princess Zhongli's soul grow stronger at an incredible speed. Gradually, even her nascent soul could no longer withstand such a rapid increase. A strange transformation, in which a quantitative change gave rise to a qualitative change, was quietly taking place in her nascent soul. Princess Zhongli's nascent soul quivered slightly. Then, a wisp of golden nascent soul quietly gushed out of her nascent soul, transforming into a hazy silhouette, hovering in her spiritual ocean. But before Princess Zhonglu could rejoice over the great benefit she had gained, a jade-colored beam of light shot out from Catfish Flood Dragon's mouth, which was the fist. Fist winds vibrated, and the surrounding void froze. An aura of toughness, yet gentleness, like a supreme-grade precious jade, had enveloped Catfish Flood Dragon, making her feel like a bug sealed in ice, unable to move even a little bit. That blurry fist shadow was about to hit her body. In the blink of an eye, Lord Xianxia gave a long hiss and transformed into a horned dragon, lashing out with his tail. Crack! The air within several tens of feet around Catfish Flood Dragon exploded like crystals, shattering the aura that had sealed all her movements. The Catfish Flood Dragon shuddered and came to her senses. Without saying a word, she immediately transformed back to her true form and exerted all her strength to make her body bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, She had transformed into a huge catfish, measuring over 10 miles long. Her entire body was covered with pitch-black dragon scales, and the two dragon horns on her head were extremely eye-catching. Under her grayish-white belly, for dragon claws were stirring up clouds, smoke, and lightning. Surrounded by mist, she let out a deep roar and also used her huge fish tail to fiercely whip the fist shadow. With a loud bang, the fist shadow dissipated. Catfish Flooddragon's nearly 1 mile long tail exploded into pieces, causing her flesh and bones to splatter like a rainstorm. A great amount of blood gushed out from the broken part of her tail and fell into the ocean below, dyeing the water red. Catfish Flooddragon burped, then let out a painful cry. "Didn't I just eat a human? Why did you punch me?" "I, your grand aunt, have eaten many people." The jade-colored light was still floating in the air when the voice shouted, How dare you? You killed my son and even ate him. You are audacious and out of control. You must die. No matter what, you must die today. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, in the most remote corner of universal heavenly galaxy, you must die today. The jade-colored light spread out abruptly, and vaguely, 2 huge palms could be seen flickering amidst the light. The 2 huge palms grabbed the void and forcefully tore it apart. The void vibrated and even showed signs of shattering. However, it seemed that the strength of the 2 huge palms was not enough to tear the void. Even though Princess Zhang Lu and the others could hear the man gnashing his teeth and panting with great effort, the void only vibrated and showed no sign of shattering. Princess Zhang Lu retracted the silver lotus. While exercising her cultivation technique to absorb the enormous soul power of the white tiger soul, she pointed her finger and said, "This man is using the technique of soul attachment. He has hidden a fist force and a thread of spirit will in Yu Hetian's soul. Once Yu Hetian is killed, the fist force will explode, and he will be able to sense the birth of his son. He does not have a very strong overall strength, so it seems it will be a little difficult for him to tear the void and come here directly. When a person with the cultivation base of Heaven Immortal or above used the technique of soul attachment and left a thread of spirit will on someone, when a man was killed, the thread of spirit will would be equivalent to a coordinate, allowing the person to use some divine abilities or techniques. If the person had the cultivation base of 33rd tier Heaven Immortal or above, by relying on the coordinate, he would be able to tear the void directly, or come here personally, or attack the enemy near the coordinate. However, to tear the void and come here personally or attack the enemy, not only did it require the cultivation base of 33rd tier Heaven Immortal or above, but the distance between the coordinate and the target was also a problem. The further the distance, the more energy it would take to tear the void open. However, it seemed that the man in the jade-colored light did not have enough energy to tear the void and come here directly. From White Cloud Immortal Sect Scripture Pavilion, Princess Zhang Lu had learned many methods about the realm of Heaven Immortals. She knew about the technique of soul attachment, and she also knew about the technique of tearing the void open and coming here directly. Therefore, looking at the pair of trembling hands in the jade-colored light that were tearing the void, Princess Zhang Lu could not help but giggle and said, "He is just wasting his effort. Judging from the look of it, his cultivation base is not that strong. Otherwise, that punch just now would have killed Catfish Flooddragon." Shaking her head and wagging her tail, Catfish Flooddragon transformed back into her human form. She clenched her jaws and growled, "I don't care who he is. Since he is here, I've eaten him. I've eaten him. My tail. How much time and effort will it take me to grow it back?" Even though she was a demon dragon, Catfish Flooddragon was, after all, a girl, and she was particular about her body's shape. It was too ugly for her to suddenly transform into a bald dragon. Catfish Flooddragon's eyes turned bloodshot, and she clenched her teeth so tightly that a loud cracking noise could be heard. The man in the jade-colored light roared furiously as well. "Hetian, that useless thing! Where'd he go? Why did he spend so much effort? Did he really run to the ends of the earth? You bunch of vile creatures. What is the name of your planet? Catfish Flood Dragon was taken aback. She shook her head and shut her mouth. Lord Xianxia twitched his lips and grinned coldly as he turned to look at Princess Zhonglu. Princess Zhonglu clasped her hands behind her back, rolled her eyes, and said with a sigh, "You don't know where your son died? That's great. Why should I tell you which planet we are on? So that you can come here to settle the score with us? Do you think we are stupid or stupid? It doesn't matter if you are stupid, but don't ever think that we are as stupid as you, okay?" The divine ray of 5 colors rippled abruptly. Princess Zhonglu pointed her finger out, and the ray of 5 colors behind her abruptly transformed into 5 sword energies that towered into the sky, thrusting viciously toward the jade-colored light, along with a jarring noise of air ripping. As long as the jade-colored light was destroyed, the man behind it would lose the spatial coordinate. No matter how strong the man was, he would not be able to find Myriad Immortal's planet directly. As for how to deal with the aftermath, Princess Zhonglu's brows knitted into a tight frown. It was indeed a difficult thing to deal with. Who was the man behind Yu Hetian? Marquis Jian, who served the human emperor. What was his background? Someone must have known that Yu Hetian was here, and his father, Marquis Jian, would soon receive the news. Once he came here personally, how was he going to deal with the aftermath? Yu Hetian? Princess Zhonglu said in a low voice. Great Yin Dynasty, Yu Hetian? You Xianxia, you bitch. A ferocious gleam flickered in Princess Zhonglu's eyes as she cried out fiercely, "I'll definitely slaughter your entire clan." While shouting, the 5-colored sword beams slashed viciously at the jade-colored light, ripping it into pieces. Countless jade-colored cold beams drifted in the air, and among them, a thumb-sized jade-colored light flickered and flickered. Like a living creature, it tried to flee. Princess Zhonglu snorted coldly. She performed a strange incantation gesture, and suddenly, a thick layer of dark mist covered her forehead and lips. Then, she recited a few strange incantations under her breath that sounded like the roars of ghosts. Abruptly, a few clumps of ghost flames emerged from around her. She stretched her hand out and grabbed at those ghost flames. Accompanied by shrill ghost howls, the dark green ghost flames converged on Princess Zhonglu's fingers, which were glinting with a phosphorescent glow. With a gentle tap of her finger, the ghost flames transformed into a bizarre rune the size of a red date, twisting and twitching like the face of a ghost. It was shot out from Princess Zhonglu's fingertip, hitting the jade-colored light with great force. That jade-colored light was the thread of spirit sense left behind by Yu Hetian's father, Marquis Jian, in his soul. The rune of ghost flames unleashed by Princess Zhonglu was the witch ghost curse, passed down from her mother's bloodline. It was a curse that originated from the ancient times and was used by the ancestors when they were fighting against the evil ghosts. It was the cruelest, fiercest, and most ruthless curse technique. Princess Zhonglu had encountered many fortuitous encounters, and her fleshly body and bloodline had been cleansed by Wuxia with the innate energy. Vaguely, her body now possessed the innate will. Therefore, she was able to obtain more and more strange and mystic techniques from her bloodline. When the rune fused with the jade-colored light, a shrill and miserable howl came out from the jade-colored light. Marquis Jian cried out at the top of his voice, "Ignorant Junior, how dare you use the ghost curse technique to trap me? How dare you? Somebody bring the grand." Before Marquis Jian could finish his words, the jade-colored light suddenly exploded into pieces, and the voice of Marquis Jian could no longer be heard. Princess Zhonglu clapped her hands, pulled out 3 communication jade slips from under her sleeve, and hastily told Marquis Jian everything that happened here. After that, she quickly crushed all 3 jade slips at the same time, followed by a series of popping noise. 3 extremely faint streams of smoke flashed across the air and quickly disappeared without leaving a trace. Princess Zhonglu said coldly, "Lord Xianxia, please help me ask Old Dragon King to bring his demon army to G City." I want to wash you Academy with blood." Gently tilting her chin up, Princess Zhonglu sneered and said, "Regardless of whether this Yu Hetian is related to Yu Qianqian or not, how could she be so shameless to marry Wu Qi? Because of this, I'm going to punish her with the crime of having her entire clan beheaded. This Yu Hetian must be Yu Qianqian's accomplice. All of you have to testify for me, as he personally confessed that he is Yu Qianqian's distant cousin. How dare he plot against me? This is a treason." Catfish Flood Dragon stared blankly at Princess Zhonglu. She had no idea why she was so sure that Yu Hetian was related to Yu Qianqian. Lord Xianxia smiled faintly, nodded his head, and said, "I'll go ask my father for help now. Princess, please come to Ji City at once." Princess Zhonglu narrowed her eyes and nodded her head lightly. She pulled up Jiang Xian and Jiang Rui, and without giving them any antidote or healing, she transformed into a 5-color beam and rushed into Star-Picking City, returning to Ji City through a teleportation formation. Yu Qianqian, even if Wu Qi can have so many wives and concubines, he can never marry an old woman like you. I'll definitely wipe out your entire Yu Academy today. Chapter 350. In the Great Southern Marsh, the pink divine ray emitted by Lao AI collided with the thunderbolt transformed from Yuhuda. The divine ray emitted by Lao AI was soft and gentle, like the tears of a passionate woman. It came with a very strong, ecstatic, and bone-corroding bizarre force, intertwining with the thunderbolt inch by inch like a cup of aqua regia with honey added to it, slowly eroding and melting the power of the thunderbolt. On the other hand, the thunderbolt transformed from Yuhuda was fierce, brutal, and tough. Every time it flickered, it was as if countless bombs were about to explode. However, after being enveloped by the pink divine ray, Yuhuda managed to unleash 30 thunderbolts in a row within 100,000th of a second, trying to make them explode. But every time before the power of the thunderbolt reached the critical point, the power of the thunderbolt would be drawn away by the pink divine ray and fail to explode. The thunderbolt and the pink ray collided and tangled with each other in midair, producing deep, muffled booms that kept ringing out. Lao AI sat cross-legged on the pink lotus throne with a solemn expression, his hands forming various Buddhist incantation gestures at an incredible speed, while unleashing an endless stream of pink divine ray to fight against Yuhuda. He smiled at Yu Qianqian, who had an unsightly expression on her face, and said, "Young miss of Yu clan, where did you find such a wild man? Are you really that confident that you can subdue him? TSK, you really don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. You have no idea that most things in this world do not go as one wishes." Not allowing Yu Qianqian to answer, Lao AI flicked his wrist and unleashed 3 pink thunderbolts. He chuckled and said, "This wild man does look mighty and tall, but too bad that he is useless. Do you think he can satisfy young Miss Yu? I heard that young Miss Yu once offered her body to Wu Qi, but he rejected her. Is there a need for you to do that? I'm not afraid of anyone. Even if he is a vicious old virgin like you, Lao AI is still interested in spending a night with you." 3 thunderbolts smashed forcefully onto the thunderbolt transformed from Yuhuda. The pinkish thunderbolts exploded softly, and the sound of each explosion sounded like the soft moaning of a beautiful woman. The melancholic moaning that could shake one's soul and corrode one's bones could really make one's heart go soft and his internal organs itch. All the meridians and bones in his body felt like a snow lion that had encountered a blazing sun. They could not help but soften and lose all their strength. Yuhuda, who had transformed into a thunderbolt and was desperately charging forward, had his body turned stiff. Even though he was protected by the fierce and pure Yang thunderbolt, he was still affected by the moaning, causing his spirit to drop by a large margin. Yuhuda bellowed furiously, "What evil magic is this? How can you be so shameless?" On the other side, When Yu Qianqian heard Lao Ai's flirting words, she could not help but berate him furiously. Lao Ai, you are really shameless. Lao Ai was smiling, as he did not take Yu Qianqian's words to heart. He chuckled and said, shameless? In the future, he would make young Miss Yu despicable. The business of love between a man and a woman was the supreme heavenly Tao in the world. I think young Miss Yu has never tasted it before, right? This is not right. Young Miss Yu is at least 30 years old, isn't she? Yet, an old woman like her is still a virgin. This is Lao Ai's sin. With a crafty smile on his face, Lao Ai stared at Yu Qianqian, whose face had turned purple with anger. Shaking his head, he said, young Miss Yu is an old spinster who no man wants. Yet, she is still a virgin at the age of 30. This is Lao Ai's sin, and this is Lao Ai's mistake. I, Lao Ai, am a man who cherishes flowers the most. Therefore, I will fulfill young Miss Yu's wish. Today, I'll let you enjoy the supreme and wonderful state of bliss. Yu Huda was so infuriated by Lao Ai's extremely shameless words that he roared furiously, die, you shameless bastard. Yu Huda waved both hands, and a large dark cloud came rolling down from the sky. Numerous thunderbolts were seen rolling and rocking amidst the dark cloud, producing deep, muffled rumbles of thunder as they pressed down towards Lao Ai's head. While the dark cloud was still about 1 mile away from Lao Ai's head, silvery thunderbolts as thick as a water tank had already plunged down one after another, aiming straight towards Lao Ai's head. Laughing mockingly, Lao Ai casually pointed his finger up into the sky. Immediately, several dozens of naked girls flew up from the Wheel of Delight, waving their pipa and transforming back into the size of ordinary people. They sang and danced gracefully above Lao Ai's head. Pink, translucent petals kept falling from their bodies, and a dense mist towered up into the sky, blocking off all the thunderbolts that came smashing down from the sky. However, no matter how the thunderbolts struck and smashed, the mist could only roll and roll for a while at most, and was not really broken by the thunderbolts. The Wheel of Delight buzzed faintly, and the moans and moans of countless men and women could be heard coming out from it. Lao Ai's body was shivering as well. Tiny thunderbolts were bursting out from his pores. Although the thunderbolts above him had smashed onto the mist, some of the thunderbolts still managed to penetrate through the void and smash into Lao Ai's body. Surprised, Lao Ai nodded at Yu Huda and said, you do have some abilities. A pretty boy who does not rely on his face to make a living can actually. Just as he said that, a few thumb-sized thunderbolts suddenly rushed out of Lao Ai's body, and blood sprayed out along with them. Wisps of blood could be seen coming out from the corner of Lao Ai's mouth as well. He forcefully swallowed the blood that had rushed up to his throat and into his stomach. Unknowingly, the thunderbolts had hurt Lao Ai's internal organs. However, Lao Ai had yet to figure out how the thunderbolts had entered his body. Exasperated, Lao Ai gave a furious roar. He rolled his eyes, and the Wheel of Delight behind him suddenly unleashed a vast pinkish divine ray, enveloping the area within 100 miles. Flowers and grasses sprouted out of nowhere on the flat ground, and countless pinkish lotus flowers bloomed gracefully from the bottom of a crystal-clear pool. Tall and straight Bodhi trees sprouted in all directions, and on every single Bodhi tree leaf, there was a beautiful girl who could fly up into the sky and dance gracefully. A strange fragrance was wafting and lingering in the air. Yu Qianqian, who was suddenly drawn into this strange space and inhaled a deep breath of the fragrance, shuddered. All of a sudden, her face turned red, and faint pinkish perspiration was seen dripping down from all over her body. Yu Qianqian was so frightened that she cried out hoarsely, "Huda, save me! This is..." Before Yu Qianqian could finish her words, she had completely lost her mind. Neatly, she tore off her clothes and moaned softly. With a charming smile on her face, she walked towards Lao Ai like a walking corpse. Lao Ai stared complacently at Yu Huda, who had transformed into a thunderbolt and kept darting back and forth in the void. He stretched out his left hand, beckoned to Xianxia, and said, "Come, come, come. I'll let you enjoy the boundless happiness today. This is the so-called pure land of ultimate bliss." With just a wave of his hand, Xianxia's body suddenly turned blurry, and then she reappeared right next to Lao Ai. With one swift motion, Lao Ai grabbed Xianxia and coiled her leg around his waist, then reached out his hand to untie his belt. Huda was taken aback. "Lao Ai, if you dare to touch even a single hair of hers, I'll definitely beat you to death today," he roared with a stern voice. Lao Ai grabbed Xianxia's left breast with his left hand, grinned hideously, and said, "Why would I stop from touching even a single hair of hers? I'm going to touch every part of her body today." A ripping sound rang out. Lao Ai had torn his belt and even pulled off his pants. Huda was taken aback. He roared furiously and revealed himself amidst the purple-blue thunderbolt. The soul of the Kuei ox was hovering amidst the dark clouds above his head, throwing its head back and roaring furiously. Huda performed a grabbing motion with both hands behind his back, and a purple-blue halberd emerged amidst a blinding light. The soul of the Kuei ox hovering above his head transformed into a massive thunderbolt amidst the dark clouds and fused with the halberd amidst a deafening thunderbolt. Huda snorted coldly as he fixed his eyes on Lao Ai, who was sitting on the pinkish lotus throne. Gripping the halberd tightly with both hands, he thrust it towards Lao Ai. The halberd tore through the air, bringing up countless 100-mile-long thunderbolts that shot in all directions. Huda's entire body was enveloped in the intense thunderbolts, making him look like a small sun that was emitting endless light and heat. With a blink of his body, he came before Lao Ai, thrusting the halberd forcefully towards Lao Ai's chest. "Die!" Huda cried out lightly. Lao Ai's chest was ripped open, and a hole the size of a human head was pierced through the front and back of his body. A large amount of blood sprayed onto Xianxia's naked body, turning her crimson. Lao Ai howled miserably. He grabbed Xianxia's neck and threw her towards Huda. Huda was taken aback. Instinctively, he loosened his grip and caught Xianxia in his arms. Unexpectedly, when Xianxia was caught in his arms, she immediately transformed into a glinting pinkish skeleton. The pinkish skeleton let out a shrill cry, thrusting its arms and thrusting them forcefully into Huda's body. 4 ripping noises were heard, as 4 holes were pierced through Huda's body, from which blood kept spraying out. His injury was even more serious than Lao Ai's. Suddenly, the pinkish skeleton disintegrated, and all the bone joints squeezed into Huda's body through the 4 holes, attaching themselves to his bones. Huda howled miserably and hoarsely with the skeleton moving through his flesh and blood. However, no matter how he struggled and howled, he could not move his body at all. The Wheel of Delight slowly expanded, while Lao Ai's body and the pinkish lotus throne under him grew larger at an incredible speed. In just a blink of an eye, Lao Ai had transformed into a huge figure that stood 100,000 feet tall. He stretched both hands out and performed a lotus incantation gesture. The severely wounded Huda was right in his palm, howling and struggling like an ant on a playground that could be crushed to death with just a light palm. "Die now!" Lao Ai stared coldly at Huda, who was struggling and howling furiously. He clasped both palms together, unleashing a large sheet of strong pinkish light that crushed Huda into pieces. At the same time, the halberd that Huda had thrown away just now suddenly flew up, transforming into a lightning bolt that pierced through Lao Ai's ribs and came out from his left shoulder. The attack pierced through Tao Wu's body. Tao Wu screamed miserably, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his 7 apertures. He could no longer maintain this bizarre state. He retracted the Wheel of Delight and fell heavily to the ground. Madman Shui rushed over with large strides and helped Lao Ai up. Lao AI coughed out a mouthful of blood and was about to say something when a jade-like beam shot out from the spot where Yehuda's fleshly body and soul were crushed, followed by the shadow of a fist. A man's voice resounded through the clouds. "Bastard! Hada! Hatien, where have you been? I've lost 2 of my sons today, and I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces." The fist shadow thrust out. Lao AI had no time to defend himself, and his right chest was hit by the jade-like fist piercing through his body. Lao AI let out a miserable cry, and a pinkish beam shot out from his eyes, shattering the jade-like beam. After that, he leaped onto Xianxia, who was lying on the ground, and cried out sternly, "My disciple, protect me. I need to use her true Yin to heal myself." A miserable howl rang out, and Xianxia suddenly woke up. After that, painful cries, curses, and moans kept ringing out. 15 minutes later, a golden beam suddenly shot up into the sky, amidst which one could vaguely see the silhouette of a lady with a slender figure. Xianxian's extremely resentful voice echoed through the heaven and earth. "Lao AI, I swear I'll kill you." Following that, Lao AI's furious roar rang out. "Bitch, you actually have an immortal talisman protecting you? What a pity. That half of your true Yin is wasted." The golden beam moved at an incredible speed, leaving a long trail of flame behind as it flew towards G-City. At the same time, Princess Zhang Lu had also returned to G-City. She was deploying her army, preparing to besiege Yu Academy. Chapter 351. While Myriad Immortals' planet was in an uproar, Wuxia and his company were hiding in a cave at the bottom of the ocean, looking nervously at the broken ruins around them. Fearing that some heaven immortals might have discovered the cave, Wuxia recalled all the longbowmen back into the spirit breeding ring, then killed Xianxia and her company. He waited for a very, very long time, but did not find anything else. Only then did he carefully sneak out from the water cave, carefully giving the surroundings a thorough examination. The result left Wuxia speechless. A giant deep-sea beast with a body of about 100 miles long, shaped like a great white shark, but with horns on its head, had accidentally bumped into this coral reef. It brutally crushed the coral reef into pieces, then lay down lazily in a nearby undersea canyon. It was currently sleeping comfortably. The strength possessed by this giant beast was incredibly strong, as even the primordial runes Wuxia deployed were shattered by its tremendous force. This made Wuxia speechless for a while. Fortunately, this giant beast was only born with a strong fleshly body and an enormous strength, but did not possess any sentience and could not absorb natural energies to cultivate. Otherwise, another incredible demon beast would be born on Shui Yuan planet. After a brief examination and finding that there was no other commotion in the surroundings, and there was no suffocating immortal pressure emanating from a heaven immortal anywhere near or far, Wuxia and his company sneaked out of the ocean like mice in the night, changing their clothes and disguises stealthily. They crawled out from the pitch-black ocean and returned to the surface of Shui Yuan planet. Although they were surrounded by a vast expanse of white snow and barren grass, the sunlight, the air, the whistling gales, and the snowflakes still made Wuxia and his company throw their heads back and laugh happily. However, after a few moments of laughter, Wuxia hastily asked everyone to shut their mouths. Shui Yuan planet was not a very big planet, and they did not want to provoke those few heaven immortals here. With their current strength, they were confident that they could assassinate 1 or 2 heaven immortals through crafty plots. But if they were to fight head-on, any heaven immortal could easily kill all of them. Perhaps only Wuxia had a chance to escape alive. After sternly warning everyone to keep a low profile, Wuxia and the others each stepped on a dim sword light and flew to the nearest city at the slowest speed. It seemed those heaven immortals had given up on hunting Wuxia and his companions, and peace had returned to Shui Yuan planet. While flying, Wuxia and his company saw some mortals from Shui Yuan planet working in the snowfield. Apart from the North and South Poles, all the other places on Shui Yuan planet were still solid continents under the thick layer of ice and snow. Shui Yuan planet also had crustal activity, volcanoes, and lava, and there were hot springs gushing out from the ground. In places where the underground flame activity was stronger, hot springs would burst out from the ground and melt the ice and snow, creating a climate that was similar to spring on other planets in a small area. In Shui Yuan planet, these places were considered as rare blessed lands. Some smaller cities with weaker overall strength would specifically choose such places to build their cities. With the protection from the heat of the underground flame, they would not have to suffer from the harsh wind and snow, and could save a lot of expenses in constructing defensive mechanisms for the cities. After traveling for half a day, Wuxia and his company saw a small mountain range that stretched over 100 miles in length ahead of them. Wisps of white smoke could be seen rising from it, and a faint smell of sulfur could be smelled from afar. Riding on their flying swords, they flew over and saw a small city, measuring several miles in both width and length, standing quietly in the middle of the green mountain range. Near the city were villages and small towns. The mountain range blocked the wind and snow, and hot springs gushed out from mountains. The scorching hot water dispelled the bitter cold, while large tracts of farmland were planted on the dark, fertile soil. Thanks to the large number of hot springs in the mountains, this area of several hundred miles in circumference had actually turned into an excellent land of fish and rice. Tender green sprouts could be seen in the farmlands, and fishing boats could be seen sailing back and forth on the lakes. On the mountains that were covered with lush vegetation, there were even large tracts of fruit trees. At this moment, the fruit trees were bearing fruits, and, as far as the eyes could see, the world was filled with specks of pale yellow fruits. On Shui Yuan planet, a small city like this could only make a living by selling agricultural products. Because of the geothermal heat, it was impossible for this place to produce the spirit herbs of ice and snow, which were unique to Shui Yuan planet, and there were no energy stone veins of ice and snow. Basically, the few special products that were related to ice and snow on Shui Yuan planet could not be found here. Therefore, the small cultivator clans here could only use a large amount of agricultural products to trade with other major powers and clans for the materials they needed for their cultivation. The grains and fruits they grew were supplied to the other major powers, so that they could feed the mortals under their rule. On the other hand, those major powers would give them a certain amount of energy stones and spirit pills, so that the cultivators from these small clans could cultivate hard. This symbiotic relationship had been going on for several tens of thousands of years on Shui Yuan planet, and if nothing major happened, it would continue for a very long time. Wuxia and his company flew over one village and small town after another. When the mortals below saw the sword beams whistling over their heads, they knelt on the ground and dared not to raise their heads. Cultivators were supreme beings, and mortals were just mortals. The cultivators of Shui Yuan planet could deal with any mortals at will. They had absolute power over their lives, and no one would care if they did anything they wanted. Therefore, none of these mortals dared to raise their heads, fearing that they might offend Wuxia and his company and bring an innocent calamity upon themselves. All the villages, towns, and farmlands within several hundred miles of this small mountain range belonged to the Tian clan, which was a small cultivator clan located in the small city in front of them, Tianlu City. Tian clan was a small clan whose overall strength was the weakest on Shui Yuan planet. They had a few Jindan cultivators and over a dozen Xianxia cultivators. As for those below them, there was nothing much to say. According to the rules of the world of cultivators, Wuxia and his company walked slowly into Tianlu City after they stopped before the East Gate. Their group consisted of 5 nascent divinity cultivators, Yin Qijuan, a nascent soul cultivator, Xiaoqua, who was hiding his actual cultivation base, and Wuxia, a monster who did not even know how to classify his overall strength. When they entered the city, Xiaoqua pulled out a jade slip, drew a few incantation gestures on it, and threw it out. The jade slip transformed into a beam of white light, shot up into the sky, and vanished in an instant. Zhao Kuei said coolly, "I wonder if those people I brought here are dead or not. If they're still alive, let them find a place to hide themselves. If they're all dead, it will be a good explanation." Zhao Kuei gave True Lord Windbreaking and the other two great Zhao's imperial advisor to look. Wuxia smiled and said, "Don't worry, second brother. If they're all dead, I'll be your witness. It was the Heaven Immortals of Shui Yuan planet who killed those foreign cultivators, and you were just caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, the three imperial advisors came to your rescue, and that's how you managed to escape." The three imperial advisors laughed dryly, and when Zhao Kuei laughed, it looked more like he was crying. However, when he scanned the storage ring with his divine will and saw the three immortal item gray jade rings hidden inside, he immediately puffed out his chest, and his mood became much better. Before entering the city, Wuxia was still using a mystic art to sense the surrounding space of Shui Yuan planet. In the sky less than 20 miles above the ground, there was a dense layer of restrictive barrier that isolated the space, preventing the grand universal teleportation formation from functioning. If they wanted to leave Shui Yuan planet, they would have to use a planetary ship to break through this barrier. But when he thought of those heaven immortals on Shui Yuan planet, Wu Qi shook his head dejectedly. Traveling across the starry sky with a planetary ship while being hunted by heaven immortals? Perhaps Xianxia might have such a long life and good luck, but Wu Qi felt that it was better not to attempt such a dangerous task. He murmured under his breath, "We'll just find a place here and cultivate in peace. Let's see what you can do to us." Tianlu City was not a large city, measuring 4 miles in both width and length. Just the mansion of Tian clan alone took up 1/4 of the city. The other districts were separated by 2 broad streets, 2 horizontal and 2 vertical streets. The residents of the city were all reputable merchants in Tianlu City or some in-laws of Tian clan. Apart from that, there were only 2 inns that were not too large in the city and some brothels and taverns. Cultivators who came from outside to purchase food, fish, meat, fruits, and some other crops will be treated as distinguished guests by Tian clan and would stay in Tian clan's mansions. Therefore, the 2 inns in the city only catered to some traveling merchants and idlers from other cities. Although the conditions were not bad, they were not that good either. Wu Qi and his company found a clean small courtyard in a garden and located at the east of the city and settled down. With the hospitality of the innkeeper and the waiter, Wu Qi and his company settled down in the courtyard. After that, Wu Qi went to pay a visit to Xiong Wanling and He Qianxiu. Wu Qi had a very good impression of these 2 old demon kings, who could still protect Yin Qijuan in a desperate situation. Without saying a word, he entered their room and gave each of them 30 blood crystals and soul crystals, which he obtained from the 3 heaven immortals, to each of them. Xiong Wanling and He Qianxiu had devoured countless cultivators, demon beasts, and other living beings, so they were people who knew what was good for them. The blood crystals and soul crystals given by Wu Qi were filled with immortal energy and contained a very magical power. Both of them recognized that they were the essences refined from the flesh, blood, and souls of heaven immortals. Xiong Wanling cried out immediately, "You've refined those 3 mongrels? TSK, TSK, do you have a heavenly flame with you?" He Qianxiu gave Xiong Wanling a glare. He put away the blood crystals and soul crystals, cupped his fist, and said to Wu Qi, "Duke of Tianyun, if you need anything in the future, I'll definitely do my best to help you." "Old bear, why are you still standing there like an idiot?" Xiong Wanling smacked his lips and finally came to his senses. He cupped his fist at Wu Qi and said casually, "What the white bird said is right. If you need our help in the future, just tell us. TSK, TSK. With these, I'm afraid we'll soon be able to." Xiong Wanling smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into 2 lines. Wu Qi smiled faintly. Without saying anything, He bid them farewell and left. With these blood crystals and soul pearls, as long as the two old demons could digest them, they would definitely step into peak stage nascent divinity realm. With that, Wuxia would have two more powerful helpers. Once Wuxia figure out a way to help them transcend their thunder tribulation, with the help of two heaven immortals who were on friendly terms with him, Wuxia's forces would be further boosted. After a moment of pondering, Wuxia summoned True, Lord Windbreaking, and the other two heaven immortals, and gave each of them 30 soul pearls and blood pearls. The three of them were struck with wild joy and hastily thanked Wuxia. Their resentment towards being forcibly subdued by Wuxia was reduced by 70 to 80%, leaving only a little bit of unwillingness. After all, it was not easy to obtain the blood crystals and soul crystals of heaven immortals. It was extremely difficult to kill a celestial immortal. After everything was done, when Wuxia was about to find himself a room and quickly improve the cultivation base of 10 innate Jindan by swallowing blood crystals and soul crystals, the manager of Garden came to pay him a visit with an old man and two middle-aged men. Before the manager could introduce them, the old man, who possessed the cultivation base of late-stage Jindan realm, had already cupped his fist and bowed deeply to Wuxia. "Senior, this junior is bold enough to visit you. Please forgive me," Yi Futian said. Chapter 352. Looking at the old man, who was wearing a respectful expression and had carefully retracted his aura, fearing that it might cause a misunderstanding, Wuxia nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be so courteous. You're the owner of this city, and logically speaking, I should be the one paying you a visit." Then he pointed at the guest hall located at the north side of the courtyard, smiled, and said, "Since fellow Taoist is here, please come in and have some tea." The manager of Garden ran out happily, shouting and yelling at the waiter to fetch the best spring water on the mountaintop to serve tea to the guests. Meanwhile, the old man and two middle-aged men bowed respectfully at Wuxia, then strode into the hall with a cautious and respectful expression, not daring to show any neglect. Xiong Wanling and the other four nascent divinity old demons were hiding in their own rooms, as they had no interest in dealing with a small fry of Jindan realm. Yin Qijuan and Zhao Kuo were curious. Without waiting for Wuxia to greet them, they walked straight out and sat on the main seats in the hall. Especially Zhao Kuo. With a cheeky smile on his face, he crossed his legs and looked at the three men sitting next to him in a leisurely manner, his eyes narrowed into two fine lines. As the main seat in the hall was taken by Yin Qijuan and Zhao Kuo, Wuxia had no choice but to sit on a large chair opposite the old man. After that, he nodded and said with a smile, "I am Taoist Bai, and these are my uncle masters, Taoist Yin and Taoist Jun. May I know your names, fellow Taoists?" Yin Qijuan and Zhao Kuo nodded and greeted Wuxia. The old man and the two middle-aged men quickly rose to their feet, cupping their fists and bowing to them. Cautiously, they looked at Yin Qijuan and Zhao Kuo. Amidst the dark mist behind Wuxia's back, the tiny flying sword was still darting back and forth like a thief, yet Yin Qijuan and Zhao Kuo did not show any unusual signs. Although they were Wuxia's seniors, they did not show any unusual signs of Jindan realm. Clearly, they were all nascent soul cultivators. A trace of excitement could be seen on the old man's face as he respectfully introduced them to Wuxia and his companions. The old man was the current clan leader of the Tian clan, Tianju. The two middle-aged men were his two sons, Tian He and Tian Dao. Wuxia snickered at the side. This family deserved to be the masters of Tianli City. Even their names were inseparable from the crops. After listening to Tianju's introduction, Wuxia leaned forward slightly and said with a faint smile, "May I know what brings Patriarch Tian here?" Tianju rubbed his palms together. Cautiously, he gave Yin Qijuan a look, who sat there motionlessly and gave off the air of an emperor, and Zhao Kuo, who had his legs crossed and looked like a foppish young master. Laughing dryly, he said, "Junior, Wuxia waved his hand and said with a smile, Patriarch Tian, please don't keep calling me Junior. It sounds really uncomfortable. Hastily, Tianju corrected himself and said, I understand. Clearing his throat, Tianju smiled and said, just now I heard from my clansmen that a few seniors have come to Tianlu City. Naturally, I would like to pay them a visit. May I know the purpose of your visit? With a roll of his eyes, Wuxia came up with a lie. He smiled and said, Oh, we are from Thousand Waves Planet. We are ordered to collect some rare spirit herbs and spirit herbs found in Shui Yuan Planet. But we are unlucky this time, as we bumped into a few Heaven Immortal seniors who made a big fuss and sealed off all the entrances and exits. Do we dare to argue with them? Therefore, we can only stay in Shui Yuan Planet and see when we can go back. Laughing bitterly, Wuxia shook his head, sighed, and said, I heard that Snowflake City and White Frost City were destroyed by someone recently. We were staying in Snowdrift City, and we were wondering if those people were targeting the 4 largest cities in Shui Yuan Planet. If that is the case, we can no longer stay in Snowdrift City. That's why we came to Tianlu City to lie low for a while. At this moment, Yin Qijuan chimed in. Tianlu City does not attract any attention. I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble in Tianlu City. Tianlu City was the closest to Snowdrift City. Therefore, it was reasonable for Wuxia to say that they were staying in Snowdrift City at the beginning. In order to avoid any danger in Snowdrift City that might endanger them, they decided to stay in a small, remote city. This was also a reasonable explanation. Wuxia smiled and said, We found Tianlu City to be a beautiful place, and it has the taste of the countryside. Therefore, we decided to stay here for a few days. Once the commotion subsides and the grand universal teleportation formation can be used again, we will return to Thousand Waves Planet as soon as possible. Is there anything I can help you with, clan leader Tian? Upon hearing that Wuxia and his company were from Thousand Waves Planet, and they were ordered to collect spirit herbs and spirit herbs in Shui Yuan Planet, the faces of Tianju and his family of 3 immediately bloomed with smiles. Tianju quickly smiled and said, So you are the seniors from Thousand Waves Planet. No wonder you have such a strong cultivation base. As a matter of fact, the reason why I pay you a visit this time is because I have something to ask of you. However, if my words have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Forgive me. Wuxia gave Yin Qijuan and Zhao Kuo a quick glance. Yin Qijuan said coolly, Never mind, just say what you want to say. We are not unreasonable people. We are fellow Heaven Immortals, and we will be staying in Tianlu City for some time in the near future. If there is anything we can help you with, we will be more than happy to do so. But it is better that this matter does not involve those few Heaven Immortals. Tianju was overjoyed. He and his 2 sons quickly rose to their feet, cupped their fists and bowed as they said, We won't involve them. We won't involve them. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with those few Heaven Immortals. Seniors, if you don't mind, this is a dispute between us, Tianlu City, and the Lin clan on the other side of the mountain ridge. Lin clan. Upon hearing the name, Yin Qijuan's face turned unsightly. Instinctively, he thought of the Lin clan in Snowflake City. For the sake of some upper-grade energy stones, Lin Xiaolaw, that crazy woman, had hunted Yin Qijuan down and nearly killed him. Even though Lin Xiaolaw, Lin clan, and even Immortal Changwu had suffered the cruelest revenge, Yin Qijuan still felt like he was holding back his anger. Lin clan? Wuxia looked at Tianju thoughtfully, then asked in a neither heavy nor light tone. Tianju took a step forward, lowered his voice, and said, This Lin clan has nothing to do with the Lin clan in Snowflake City. But, as both clans share the same surname, this Lin clan have been trying to curry favor with the Lin clan in Snowflake City. Over the years, they have accumulated some friendship. Intentionally, Wuxia tightened his face and said with a cold grin, Lin clan in Snowflake City, humph. Tianju's expression flickered, and he quickly said, Senior, please listen to me. A few days ago, I received news that Snowflake City was destroyed and all 3 major clans in the city were wiped out. Lin clan of Snowflake City is completely wiped out. Therefore, this Lin clan has lost its backer. If not for that, with the meager foundation of Tianli City, how could I dare to compete with them? He exchanged a glance with Yin Qijuan, and the latter nodded slowly. Currently, he had a problem with his surname Lin clan, and whenever he heard it, he would feel uneasy. On top of that, this Lin clan was indeed related to the Lin clan in Snowflake City. Therefore, they should not blame him for being ruthless. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia crossed his legs as well. Coincidentally, the innkeeper served them some fragrant tea. After a short while, Wuxia picked up the teacup and took a sip of the fragrant tea, then turned to Tianju and asked, "All right, there's no harm in me touching this Lin clan. I wonder what is the reason behind the dispute between clan leader Tian and them." Tianju pondered for a brief moment, then stretched out 5 fingers toward Wuxia and said, "If seniors can help me dispel the wild ambition of this Lin clan, I'll give you 50% of all the profits. What do you say?" Tianju looked nervously at Wuxia, blinking his eyes. Instead of telling him what exactly the matter was, he first told Wuxia the ratio of the profits. Wuxia was immediately enlightened. He smiled and said, "So, the 2 clans have a dispute because they found a treasure? The treasure should be in this mountain, and it happens to be on the boundary line between the 2 clans' lands, right? Spirit herb? That doesn't look like it. Could it be an energy stone mine? A fire element energy stone mine? That doesn't look like it either. Could it be an ice element energy stone mine?" A strange gleam flickered in Wuxia's eyes as he stared at Tianju and his sons, whose faces had turned deathly pale. He smiled and said, "This place is filled with underground fire, so it can only give birth to a fire element energy stone mine. But if it is a fire element energy stone mine, with the characteristics of the cultivation technique you're cultivating, once you're stained with the aura of fire, your aura will definitely be impure. But now, the aura emanating from your bodies is as cold as before, without even the slightest impurity. Therefore, this is an ice element energy stone mine that is formed right next to underground fire and lava." Yin Qijuan and Zhao Kuo's eyes went wide at the same time as they stared at Wu Qi in astonishment. Judging from the panicked expression on the faces of Tianju and his sons, they immediately knew that Wu Qi was right. Lifting up the teacup and taking a sip, Wu Qi fiddled with the lid of the teacup and said smilingly, "An ice element energy stone mine that is formed right next to underground fire and lava? Rare, very rare. Since it has an opposing element of yin and yang, it must be accompanied by an extraordinary treasure." Coldly looking at Tianju, Tianhe, and Tiandao, who had returned to their seats, Wu Qi said in a cold voice, "Do the 3 of you really think that with the overall strength of Tian clan, they can keep an extraordinary treasure like this? Do you think they can enjoy all the benefits of an energy stone mine like this?" Beads of sweat rolled down Tianju's forehead like raindrops. Trembling, he stared at Wu Qi and stammered, "Why you? Wu Qi breathed out a long sigh and said, "You should not have come to us. Since you've come to us, then Tianhe, Tiandao, take my uncle master as your master. Give this energy stone mine to us, and we'll guarantee you a rich and prosperous future." With a slap on his forehead, Wu Qi's nascent soul flew out and hovered above Wu Qi's head, blinking its eyes as it stared at Tianju and his sons. Yin Qijuan was struck with terror. He sprung to his feet and cried out, "Little brat, when did you form your nascent soul? You, how old are you now?" Zhao Kuo was screaming in fear as well. He pointed his finger at the Jindan anomaly behind Wu Qi's back and screamed, "Your Jindan anomaly hasn't disappeared yet, and your nascent soul. Am I seeing a ghost?" Wu Qi laughed dryly. He kneaded the dark mist behind his back into a ball of dark pellet, then swallowed it. He laughed dryly and said, "I just formed this nascent soul by accident a couple of days ago. I have no idea how I did it. This Jindan anomaly is a good thing to fool people. You just haven't seen through my true cultivation base, have you? As he laughed, dark mist burst out from all the pores on Wuxi's body, forming a dark cloud behind his back. Within the cloud, 5 flying swords were seen flying and piercing in the air, looking rather shifty. With a nascent soul hovering above his head and the Jin Dan anomaly behind his back, both Yin Shijuan and Zhao Kuo groaned helplessly, then slumped back to their seats. Tianju's eyes darted back and forth. He was starting to regret coming to Wuxi and his sons. If he had to give them too many benefits, his heart would ache. But while he was still pondering, a ripple of nascent soul energy suddenly came down from the sky above Tianlu City. Following the ripple, an old, complacent voice of an old man rang out. "Old Tian, that treasured land belongs to Lin clan now." Rumble. A thunderbolt struck down from the sky, smashing viciously onto the ancestral mansion of Tian clan in the city. Chapter 353. The ancestral mansion of Tian clan in Tianlu City occupied nearly 1/4 of the city. It was built with green bricks and black tiles, and all the walls were painted snow white. The paint was made from a special product of Shui Yuan planet, a clay that was as fine as jade and translucent as crystal. After it solidified, it became as smooth as a mirror, glinting brilliantly. Under the reflection of the sun, it looked like a piece of white jade, delicate and exquisite, giving off an air of elegance unique to cultivators. With a casual strike from an early-stage nascent soul earth, immortal hovering in midair, a mansion like this was struck down by a green thunderbolt. The roof tiles cracked, the walls collapsed, and many buildings in Tian clan's ancestral mansion collapsed one after another. More than half of the courtyard was smashed to smithereens by the thunderbolt. When Wuxi and the others flew up into the sky and looked into the distance, they could still see countless severed limbs falling from the sky, their blood and flesh turning the sky red. Tianju was trembling with rage. Standing on the roof of Garden House, he stared blankly at the ancestral mansion that had turned into a historical site in just a blink of an eye. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Wuxi shook his head, sighed, and said, "Forget it. The people of Lin clan are much faster than you. Hurry up and let your sons acknowledge us as their masters. We can help you avenge the annihilation of your clan. Your sons are still young and strong, and they can give birth to many more descendants in the future." Tianju turned to look at Wuxi with a trembling body, then dragged his sons and cried incoherently, "Tianhe, Tiandao, acknowledge us as your masters. Quick, acknowledge us as your masters. Oh heavens, how could this be?" The nascent soul earth, immortal off in the distance, did not notice Wuxi and his company. He laughed aloud, then waved his hand and unleashed another thunderbolt from the sky. A loud boom rang out, and a cloud of dust rose high into the sky. Amidst the thunderbolt, Tian clan's ancestral mansion, along with a few other nearby mansions, were completely smashed to pieces. Not even a single beam or pillar remained intact. Laughing coldly, the nascent soul earth immortal casually pointed out a sword beam and killed the dozens of servant girls and retainers who were crying and screaming as they fled from Tian clan's ancestral mansion. Then, the sword light, which was less than 10 feet long and had a pale yellow color and was mixed with impure impurities, swept across the broken bricks and tiles of the Tian family's ancestral mansion, killing all the people who were still alive onto the bricks and tiles. Tian He and Tian Dao dropped to their knees before Yin Shijuan and gave him a heavy kowtow. "Master!" Yin Shijuan smiled indifferently, waved his hand, and said coolly, "Never mind, get up." In the future, Tian clan might become the overlord of Shui Yuan planet. Who can say for sure? A cold gleam flickered in Yin Shijuan's eyes as he casually fished out 2 storage rings and threw them over to Tian He and Tian Dao. Tian He and Tian Dao took over the storage rings, and they were immediately struck dumb with fear. Storage rings were treasures that many Earth immortals in Liyuan Galaxy did not have. The Tian family had a few brocade storage pouches, which were considered as family heirlooms. As for storage rings, they had only heard about them in legends. Only half immortals of the primordial soul realm and true heaven immortals were qualified to use such treasures. They tried to penetrate their divine senses into the ring, and sure enough, it was a storage ring. The enormous storage space inside made the two inexperienced cultivators feel dizzy, and they nearly fainted to the ground. They stared blankly at the energy stones piled up like a small hill inside the ring, as well as a few flying swords of upper-grade magical item level. They stammered and could not say a word for a long while. When Tianju saw the storage rings that Yin Qijuan threw over to his sons, his heart skipped a beat. They were rich. Tian clan had found a great backer this time. Although he was just a wealthy man from the countryside, and his knowledge was rather shallow, Tianju knew very well that the power that could give a storage ring to the disciples he had just served must be a great power with a very strong background. Perhaps only the core disciples from those immortal sects who stood at the very top of the minor heavenly circle realm could afford to spend so much money like this. With a thump, Tianju dropped to his knees before Wuxia and said, "Senior, please uphold justice for all the members of Tian clan." Although his sons had just acknowledged Yin Qijuan as their master, and although Wuxia had told him that Yin Qijuan was his martial uncle, Tianju instinctively felt that among all the people present, Wuxia was the most frightening and unpredictable one. Therefore, he dropped to his knees before Wuxia, begging Wuxia to uphold justice for him with a hoarse voice. Immediately, Tianju's cries alerted a few people hovering in the sky several miles away. The Earth Immortal turned around and looked in Tianju's direction with a surprised look. Standing right next to him was an old man with gray hair. Immediately, he pointed at Tianju and cried out, "Clan Leader Mo, he is Tianju. I only hope that Clan Leader Mo can help Lin Kashin kill Tianju and seize the foundation of Tian Clan. Then, Clan Leader Mo will take 80% of the benefits." Smiling, Wuxia shook his head at Tianju and said, "Look, how generous is the clan leader of Lin Clan. He invited a foreign aid here, and without saying a word, he gave away 80% of the benefits. The greater the overall strength, the more benefits one can get." Tianju, just now, you said that you want to share the benefits with us. That's because we are kind people. If it were some other cultivators from the outside world, they would have slaughtered every single member of Tian clan and taken all the benefits for themselves. Tianju's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat kept breaking out from all over his body. Trembling, he stared at Wuxia and murmured, "Well, we have to talk about justice and credibility, don't we?" This time, Wuxia did not laugh. Instead, Zhao Kuo and Yin Qijuan burst out laughing. Xiong Wanling and the few old demon kings, who had just come out to watch the show, were rocking back and forth with laughter. Supremacy 5 Mountains roared with laughter and said, "Justice and credibility? Bullshit. We always knew that the one with the biggest fist is the justice, and the one with the flying sword has credibility. Slaughter a city, and within 1,000 miles, there will be justice. Slaughter a country, and within 10,000 miles, there will be credibility." True Lord Windbreaking said in an indifferent tone, "Have you, Tian clan, become muddle-headed from farming? Have you eaten too many vegetables? Do you think a cultivator of Tao would talk about justice and credibility with you? What a load of bullshit. What a stinking bullshit. Even until today, your Tian clan is still alive. That makes sense. Who would come here and kill a clan of cultivators who only know how to farm for no reason?" The faces of Tianju, Tianhe, and Tian Dao blushed. They bowed their heads shamefully, as if they felt that their behavior was indeed a little petty. Without sufficient overall strength, and without finding out the background of Wuxia and his companions, they foolishly came here and asked for an equal share of the benefits. Fortunately, Wuxia and his companions were not evil cultivators from the Fiend League. Otherwise, before clan leader Mo could strike, Tian clan would have already been wiped out. Wuxia and his companions were whispering to each other and did not pay any attention to clan leader Lin Keqian and clan leader Mo, relying on the fact that he was backed by an Earth Immortal of nascent soul realm. Lin Keqian immediately flew over with a few of his clan members, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. They stopped at a place less than 500 feet away from Wuxia and his companions. Lin Keqian, who had an eagle nose, deep eyes, and thin lips, looked like a short-lived ghost, pointed his finger at Tianju, who was kneeling on the roof, and said with a cold grin, "Old man Tian, you and I have been fighting against each other all our lives. This time, your Tian clan is destined to cease to exist. TSK, have you lost your mind or something? Are you going to kneel there and beg for mercy?" Wuxia gave Lin Keqian a cold glance, who was acting all high and mighty, and pulled Tianju up from the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "Lin Keqian, I'm a fortune teller, and I've predicted that you will die today. Tell me, am I right or not?" Lin Keqian was taken aback. Pointing his finger at Wuxia, he let out a long laugh and was about to break out into curses. But before he could say anything, Zhao was suddenly teleported right in front of Lin Keqian, punched his Dantian, pulled out his Jin Dan, and crushed it to pieces. Lin Keqian's body suddenly expanded, then exploded into pieces amidst a dazzling white light. Vaguely, the crowd could hear the crazy battle cries of millions of soldiers, and in the next moment, Lin Keqian's soul was shattered into wisps of smoke. Zhao Kui gave a cold snort. Suddenly, a white clump of battle aura burst out from his body, as blades, spears, swords, halberds, and all sorts of weapons shot out from it. The few clan members brought here by Lin Keqian did not even have the time to let out a miserable cry before they were shredded into meat paste by countless weapons. Far off in the distance, clan leader Mo, who was hovering motionlessly above the Tian clan's ancestral mansion, had his eyeballs nearly popped out from his eye sockets. He stared at Zhao Kui, who suddenly teleported forward and cried out in shock, "Teleportation divine ability? Senior, are you a half-immortal of nascent divinity realm? Senior, please forgive me. Please spare my life." Clan leader Mo could only let out a miserable howl, but Xiong Wanling had already teleported right next to him soundlessly. With a single slap of his two huge bare paws, clan leader Mo was crushed into a meat pie. Xiong Wanling licked the blood and flesh on his palms, then laughed and said, "I don't even know your name, and you're dead just like that. A mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator dares to act so arrogantly before me?" Tianju, Tianhe, and Tian Dao were trembling with fear. They turned to look at Wuqi and the others standing next to them with terror. Nascent divinity cultivators. Even the patriarch of the strongest clan in Shui Yuan planet only possessed the cultivation base of nascent soul realm. Apart from the heaven immortals who supported those clans, no clan in Shui Yuan planet had such a supreme power. And this time, Tian clan actually had a group of nascent divinity half-immortals. Tianju was shocked, and at the same time, his heart was bursting with joy. According to Wuqi, this group of nascent divinity cultivators were ordered to come to Shui Yuan planet to collect spirit herbs and spirit herbs. Who else could order a nascent divinity half-immortal? A heaven immortal. Only a heaven immortal could order a nascent divinity half-immortal. Tian clan was now rich, truly rich. What was the death of a few clansmen after attaching themselves to a heaven immortal? According to Wuqi, Tianhe and Tian Dao were still young, and they could still reproduce. Not to mention Tianhe and Tian Dao, even Tianju himself was still young at heart. He felt that he could still contribute to the reproduction of his clan, and that he could still marry several dozens of wives and give birth to hundreds of children. For a moment, Tianju became extremely respectful. Carefully, he bowed at Wuqi and the others and said, "Seniors, the land of treasures is located in the secret valley at the peak of Mount Tianlin. Please follow me there. But about Lin clan. Wuxia pointed at Tianhe and Tiandao and said, Tianhe, Tiandao, bring these two seniors to Lin clan and execute their entire clan. Then Wuxia assigned True, Lord Windbreaking, and Supremacy 5 mountains to follow Tianhe and Tiandao. When Tianhe and Tiandao realized that they had a nascent divinity half-immortal as their backer, they were so overjoyed that they had long forgotten their own names. Happily, they brought the 2 nascent divinity cultivators with them. Riding on their flying swords, they flew across Mount Tianlin. On the other side of the mountain was Lin clan's territory. Next to the tallest peak of Mount Tianlin, next to a hot spring, was a pitch-dark cave which was spraying out a threatening cold air. Wuxia and the others were standing next to the cave, frowning as they stared at the entrance, which had just been opened. Chapter 354. Tianlin Mountain was named after the natural dividing line between Tian clan and Lin clan. The southern part of the mountain was the territory of Tian clan, while northern part was the territory of Lin clan. The main peak of Tianlin Mountain was over 10,000 feet tall. Because of the many geothermal hot springs in the vicinity, the peak was covered with lush greenery, and there were quite a few fountains and waterfalls. It was a very beautiful scenery. Right on the west side of the main peak, in a valley that was over 10 miles long, over 30 hot springs had been gurgling out with hot water. The hot water had been flowing for years, nourishing a rich and fertile area of farmlands. A few days ago, a small-scale earthquake occurred in Tianlin Mountain. It was nothing serious, but a gap was opened up in a cliff in the valley, revealing a long and narrow cave entrance, about 70 to 80 feet tall. The cave was bitterly cold, with chilly winds constantly blowing out from it. The hot spring near the cave entrance had been frozen by a thick layer of white ice. Hot and cold water vapors clashed against each other, causing heavy snow to fall in the valley, making it look like the middle of winter. Wuxia and the others stood at the entrance of the cave. True Lord Windbreaking and Supremacy 5 mountains had already returned. It did not take them much effort to kill all the members of Lin clan. Under the guidance of Tianhe and Tiandao, without alerting anyone, it took them less than the time to finish a pot of tea to wipe out all the members of Lin clan. When they came back, Wuxia and the others had not yet entered the cave. The cold wind blowing out from the cave contained an abundance of water elemental energies. The dense water elemental energies condensed into fist-sized energy balls in the air, invisible to the naked eye. These energy balls shot out at high speed and hit on the bodies and faces of Wuxia and his company, causing them to feel a slight pain on their skin and flesh. Wuxia took a deep breath, and the incorporeal chilly wind blowing out from the cave suddenly turned into a white mist that could be seen with naked eyes. The mist swirled and produced faint whistling noises, then drilled into Wuxia's body through his pores. 10 innate Jin Dan quickly absorbed the natural energies. To Wuxia's surprise, he found out that the quality of the natural energies in this place was extremely high, vaguely approaching the boundary between the Hotian and Xianxia realms. Anyone who could cultivate here would be able to increase their cultivation speed by more than 10 times. However, the natural energy here was pure water element, which was only suitable for the natives of Shui Yuan planet who were cultivating with ice element cultivation technique. Tianju cautiously glanced at Wuxia, who was shrouded in the white mist, and said in a low voice, "Seniors, this is the treasured land that our Tian clan and Lin clan are fighting for. We once went in to investigate, and discovered that the rocks inside were covered in thick ice. Countless ice-attributed spiritual stones were hidden in the rock stratum under the Xianbing. We've gone in for about 3 to 5 kilometers, and the number of spirit stones we've seen is in the hundreds of thousands." Wuxia nodded and said in a low voice, "Let's go in and take a look." Although he said that he was going to have a look, Wuxia first took out 36 pre-crafted formation discs from Black Dragon Spirit Ring. assembled them together, and embedded a large amount of energy stones into them. With that, he deployed a 3-in-1 tri-primary illusory moon slaughtering formation outside the cave entrance, which was a combination of a maze formation, an illusory formation, and a killing formation. The speed at which he deployed the formation was very fast. In just 15 minutes, the entire valley was enveloped by the vast white mist that emanated from the formation. Yan Shijuan looked at Wuxia with surprise, then nodded his head thoughtfully and said, "You've learned the Tao of formation from Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect as well?" Wuxia nodded his head reservedly and did not say a word. Zhao Kuo was also looking at Wuxia with great surprise. Then he shook his head. Zhao Kuo had nothing else to say to this big brother of his. Even with Zhao Kuo's intelligence and quick-wittedness, he had only learned the Tao of formation for a short period of time, and then he resolutely gave up on studying it. Unless he was an extremely talented and intelligent man, there was no way he could have a profound attainment in the Tao of formation. When Zhao Kuo saw how Wuxia constructed the formation so skillfully, and how he could not see through its mysteriousness, his slightly aggrieved heart gradually calmed down. It doesn't matter if I admit that I've accepted Wuxia as my big brother. Zhao Kuo told himself in his mind, be a good man. Since I've already been subdued, I should stop thinking about other things. Apparently, there are many benefits in following him. Xiong Wanling and the other 4 nascent divinity demon kings were trembling with fear. The formation constructed by Wuxia was emanating an immense coldness. When they carefully examined it with their divine will, they found nothing. Even with their experience and knowledge, they could not tell how powerful this formation was. However, they had a vague feeling that if they were trapped in this formation, they would never be able to get out. The 3 demon kings who were forcibly subdued by Wuxia bowed their heads respectfully. Just like Zhao Kuo, the last bit of resentment in their hearts had vanished. It was just a formation, but it had changed the minds of everyone present. Yan Shijuan even assumed the bearing of a master, lecturing Tian He and Tian Dao on the spot. Learn this. No matter what you do, you must always leave a backup plan. Never act recklessly, and never place your own safety in someone else's hands. Only after constructing this formation can we go in and investigate with a peace of mind. Otherwise, if some enemies sneak in after us, won't they be a great threat to us? Tianju and his sons nodded their heads as if they were suddenly enlightened. They kept bowing at Yan Shijuan, saying that they had learned a lot from Yan Shijuan. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wuxia took out a small teleportation formation disc and mounted a fist-sized spatial breaching spirit gold onto it. Looking at the dumbfounded crowd, he smiled and said, "Let's construct a teleportation formation disc first. I'll bring another one with me. Even if we run into some dangerous place, as long as the surrounding void is not sealed, we can always retreat safely." After placing the formation disc firmly behind a few rocks near the cave entrance, Wuxia smiled and said, "Of course, I don't think our luck is that bad. There are not many restrictive spells in the world that can seal the void. Our luck can't be that bad." With both hands clasped behind his back, Yan Shijuan nodded with a smile. He was getting more and more satisfied with Wuxia, his son-in-law. One could say that he was a coward, but it also proved that he was a cautious and prudent man, always leaving himself a way out and a backup plan. Therefore, Yan Shijuan felt at ease, leaving Princess Zhang Lu in his hands. When Wuxia was done with all the preparations, the crowd entered the cave, which was filled with an eerie cold air. Xianxia, who had the fastest speed and the most nimble reflexes, walked to the front, while Wuxia, surrounded by Xiong Wanling and Supremacy 5 Mountains, followed closely behind Xianxia. Yan Shijuan, Zhao Kuo, and Tianju and his sons walked in the middle of the group, while Green Shadow and True Lord Windbreaking brought up the rear vigilantly, ready to provide support at any time. As Tianju said, there was a very long tunnel inside the cave. It was over 100 feet tall and wide, and was covered with a 10 feet thick layer of xianbing. Under the transparent layer of xianbing, countless ice element energy stones were embedded in the thick rocks. Each of those energy stones was the size of a fist, and there were even some rare natural energy stones the size of a water tank. Judging from the quality of these energy stones, each of them was at least a middle-grade energy stone. The natural energy in the tunnel was shockingly strong. As the rich water element natural energy gathered together, the air was rippling with a faint blue gleam, making the group feel as if they were walking in water. The spirit stones in the surroundings emitted a faint glow, and the glow from countless spirit stones converged together, illuminating the passageway. At first glance, the tunnel was very long, extending downward at a 30-degree angle. No one knew where it led to. Wuxia and his company moved forward at a fast pace. In just 15 minutes, they had traveled over 60 miles, but they still could not see the end of the tunnel. At this point of time, the density of natural energy in the air had reached an astonishing level. Walking in the tunnel, they felt as if they were walking in a sticky glue, as they could vaguely feel some resistance. The amount of energy stones under the Xianbing had also increased, and they were getting bigger and bigger. It was as if those energy stones were squeezing against each other on the rocks, forming a tunnel entirely made of energy stones. Tianju and his sons stared blankly at the immeasurable amount of energy stones in front of them, following the group with stiff steps. Their eyes were wide open. Wuxia smiled and said, "Look, what you found is a deadly tunnel. Even if the few strongest clans in Shui Yuan planet discover this place, they are destined to have their families destroyed and all their people killed, let alone Tian clan and Lin clan. Once those heaven immortals know that there is such a bizarre tunnel here, they will definitely not let you go so easily." All of a sudden, Wuxia leaped out and dashed several hundred feet forward, stopping on a Xianbing on the side of the road. Carefully, he dug out a clump of translucent, pale blue Ganoderma, which was emitting an elegant fragrance. The clump of Ganoderma was about the size of a human head, and was composed of 72 thumb-sized Ganoderma. They were stacked layer upon layer, and looked extremely adorable. Yin Qijuan and the others quickly came over as well, fixing their eyes at the clump of Ganoderma. Wuxia took a careful sniff at the Ganoderma's aroma and gave it a good look. Then, he nodded his head and said, "That's right, this is an 8-9 fragrant Ganoderma, a treasure that can enter the 6th tier among all immortal-grade spirit herbs. It takes 10,000 years for one leaf to grow, and there are 72 leaves here. Obviously, it has lived for at least 720,000 years. After growing 72 leaves, it will no longer grow any new leaves." Turning the Ganoderma over, Wuxia pointed at the rings of wrinkles under the pale blue leaves and said, "After growing 72 leaves for 720,000 years, one more ring of wrinkles will be added to the leaf after a period of growth. There are 98 folds here. That is to say, after this Ganoderma has grown all its leaves, it has grown for another 98 periods." Zhao Kui stared blankly at the rare spirit herb, then asked in a daze, "What's the use of this?" "Can I directly ascend and become a heaven immortal after eating it?" Wuxia put the fragrant Ganoderma into a cold jade box, shook his head and said with a sigh, "What's the use of this? It is a 6th tier immortal herb, and it is said that gold immortals can concoct pills with it. Anyone below the realm of gold immortal will die if they eat it. Do you want to give it a try?" Wuxia turned to look at Zhao Kui, but the latter quickly shook his head. In Tranquil Vimla sect, there was a grading system for immortal herbs and immortal pills. 9th, 8th, and 7th tier immortal herbs were spirit herbs that heaven immortals could use and could be used to concoct various pills without any harm. 6th, 5th, and 4th tier immortal herbs could only be consumed by gold immortals, while heaven immortals would die if they consumed them. 3rd, 2nd, and 1st tier immortal herbs could only be consumed by primordial immortals. Apart from some rare spirit roots of heaven and earth, which were spirit herbs that even mortals could consume, all the other immortal herbs were limited by their grade and overall strength. Everyone's mind began to race. They had just entered this place, and they had already discovered a fragrant Ganoderma of excellent quality. So, what would happen in front of them? Without needing Wuxia to say anything, all of them stepped on their flying swords and carefully flew forward. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.